A blood-soaked hand beneath the veins of destruction. In my past life, I was a member of a rescue team, and I died due to an unexpected incident. After my death, I crossed into an imaginary world filled with mutated beasts and awakened beings. A strong young man was fighting against the monsters, and in this world, my abilities had also awakened. The system notified me about the contract gem, which could consume both physical strength and mental power to condense the gem. Once the target is willing to accept the gem, its life, soul, and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. In his hand was the gem, shining brightly with immense power. This was originally a powerful ability, but it had a very clear flaw. As he focused on the contract gem, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "John Ping, what are you doing?" John Ping held the gem, turning to smile. "Nothing. Su Jingyao, would you like some candy?" She glanced at John Ping, pretending to be shy and dismissing him. "Go away. Who'd want to be controlled by you?" She sat right next to him, looking over at John Ping, who was lying lazily on stairs. "I was just joking. It's the creature that has to fully agree and consent to contract with me. Otherwise, even if it swallows the gem, nothing will happen." In his heart, he felt extremely frustrated, thinking to himself that it was mainly because his abilities were so weak, almost driving him to the brink of death. Fortunately, I had crossed over to this world, and with the psychological resilience from my previous life, I managed to keep this body alive. Seeing John Ping's dejected expression, she grabbed his head and shouted, "Don't give up so soon. The world is vast. There must be some creature out there willing to let you control it. It's easy to say, but who else would agree besides me?" Suddenly, a bold idea sprang into his mind. "Wait a minute, myself. That's right. Why didn't I think of this before?" Without hesitation, John Ping immediately put the stone in his mouth, leaving Su Jingyao stunned. "What is he doing?" John Ping's body began to react. A strange green energy spread within him, but only for a moment before it dissipated completely. Worried, she hugged John Ping and exclaimed, "Are you okay?" He blushed and answered, "No, I'm fine." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't do that again. You scared me to death." A few hours later, Su Jingyao stood up and said to John Ping, "It's getting late. Let's head back to the dormitory." She turned back to look at him and continued, "I have to report to the Patrol Association tomorrow morning, so you don't need to wait for me." John Ping heard this and asked, "Are you really planning to graduate?" She then turned to face the other direction. "I've already mastered all the knowledge in the books. From here on out, it's all about relying on real-world experience to gradually improve myself," she said. Then thought to herself, "It's true. Joining the patrol team to protect our homeland has always been his dream. And now he finally has the opportunity to make it come true." She turned back and smiled. "Don't get discouraged. Wait until the day you're stronger. Maybe we can even become partners." John Ping awkwardly scratched his head. "Forget it. I should just go back home and work on the farm. You ended up with a farmer career because of your useless abilities, after all." He forced a smile. No matter how he said it, it would probably be very hard to meet again in the future. Even though he had grown up with the original owner, parting ways like this still felt a bit reluctant. Suddenly, his body moved forward without him realizing it, as if he really wanted to hug her. In an unconscious moment, he tightly embraced her, his mind in a panic, not understanding what was happening. Why did his body move like that all of a sudden? Su Jingyao felt dizzy all over, hurriedly pushing him away, her voice faltering. I'll go ahead." He startled, quickly stepping aside, his eyes following her as he called out, "Take care." Hearing this, Su Jingyao was a little moved. She turned back and smiled brightly, saying, "You too." He smiled back, waving as she left. It seemed that John Ping had discovered his own abilities, and he said, "Just now, my body unconsciously hugged her. Is my subconscious commanding me?" He thought to himself, "Was that a coincidence? I need to confirm how much control I really have." After thinking it over, he decided to test his abilities. He commanded, "Take off, Shadow Clone, Iron Mountain Leaning." He kept giving orders, but the Shadow Clone kept knocking him down. A lifetime, Shining. After a tiring and strenuous testing session, he felt completely exhausted. It was no good. The torture had left him motionless. His face showed fatigue as he thought, lying down helplessly, drenched in sweat. Now, The only thing he could confirm was that it seemed he could make himself perform any action, but for now, he couldn't break free from the limitations. A normal person, for example, could fly or transform into other species. Additionally, some movements never performed before could now be executed from memory. Therefore, logically speaking, as long as his physical strength met the standards, he could master any type of martial art within reach. The key would be finding a way to enhance his physical strength to become stronger. You propped yourself up with your hands and sat up, but there was still one issue that needed to be verified. The next day, your eyes slowly opened after a long rest. You were surprised to find yourself in an unfamiliar place. This was the cafeteria, and your face was pale. Your legs ached terribly. They were throbbing with pain. That's right, I had ordered myself to run in the morning before going to sleep. Did my body get up and start running by itself while I was asleep? Zhang Ping thought excitedly. That's great. The imagination from yesterday was right after all. The body can carry out commands that the brain is unaware of. You looked around. I don't think anyone is paying attention to me, right? Suddenly, the cafeteria buzzed with excitement as a girl walked in. Liu Xiaoyu is here. Oh, it's Liu Xiaoyu. Liu Xiaoyu walked in, glowing, waving her hand and saying, "Good morning." The voices around her grew louder. That's Liu Xiaoyu, the goddess Liu Xiaoyu. Good morning, Liu Xiaoyu. I remember she's the school beauty. Does she always wake up this early? Zhang Ping immediately took notice. What's that noise? The surroundings suddenly feel strange. What is this? Liu Xiaoyu didn't know when he had turned into a terrifying monster. He was sweating all over, showing signs of fear. Didn't anyone else notice? This wasn't Liu Xiaoyu at all. What Zhang Ping saw was a monster controlling Liu Xiaoyu. She spoke in an eerie tone. It seemed that his complexion wasn't looking too good. Seeing Zhang Ping in a daze, Liu Xiaoyu approached to inquire. Zhang Ping, you don't look too well. Liu Xiaoyu placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, Are you sick? Zhang Ping realized that it wasn't Liu Xiaoyu who was giving orders to himself. Calm down, stay calm. Then, he reluctantly and hesitantly answered, No, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare last night, so I didn't sleep well. Zhang Ping quickly dodged the question and tried to leave. Right, I still have a class. I need to go. This made the monster suspicious. Was the fear just an illusion? On the way to class, Zhang Ping was still deep in thought. Why were there mutated beasts in school? Hadn't anyone noticed them? Was it just his imagination? He was sweating, glancing through the door, thinking he had to report this to the teacher immediately. His eyes widened in terror as he saw something. The scene before him was a mutated beast gnawing on the body of a girl. He immediately turned and fled. Zhang Ping sat on the roadside bench, clutching his head and screaming. His face was filled with panic. This isn't normal. This isn't normal. Could this place really be hell on earth? Damn it. He took out the gemstone, held it in his hand and said, So after I swallow this, I'll be able to see those mutated beasts, right? He placed it in his mouth and bit down. No matter what happens, I need to get back to normal first. His body began to change again. A red streak appeared beneath his feet. What's happening? The system displayed. Assessing. Assessment successful. Replaying the scene. The image that appeared was of a mutated beast chewing on the head of a man and strangling him to death. After the image faded, Zhang Ping jumped up, gasping for air, and said, I've awakened the appraisal spell. With that, he raised his hand to assess himself. Really? Another notification. Assessing. The attribute panel appeared. Summoned Beast. Zhang Ping. You looked up and immediately wondered. The contract gem has ranks, and what does it mean when its effect is activated? Absolute command, you gain absolute dominion over the summoned beast. Your command is law, and the summoned beast must obey without question. The summoned beast is bound to follow your orders unconditionally. The command of the summoner will be carried out faithfully. Appraisal spell, elementary rank, allows you to see specific values about yourself and conduct assessments on targets. The success rate of the appraisal is related to the difference in strength between both parties. Zhang Ping was slightly taken aback. He couldn't quite grasp how this new talent worked. Could it have something to do with him swallowing the gem again? Returning to the classroom, Zhang Ping twirled his pen while gazing out the window, deep in thought, analyzing the situation. First, I've become the summoned beast and its contract holder. Second, I am only controlled by the contract holder, and my body and mind are undisturbed by the external world. Third, because of these two facts, no illusion can affect me. Therefore, I can clearly understand the true nature of mutated beasts. He immediately conducted a system appraisal, but was met with continuous warnings. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Finally, the appraisal succeeded. Mutated beasts. Nader fox is a mutated fox species. Its maturity value is unknown. Level 26, with the innate ability to distort perception, capable of altering the perception of target creatures, and forcing them to be unable to detect abnormalities. He continued to think about the images of the mutated beasts. 4. These mutated beasts were all Nader foxes at a very high level. Now he was only at level 1 and was no match for them. 5. Relying on the perception distortion skill. Even if a Nader fox directly ate a human, to others, it would just appear as two ordinary students having a conversation, so others would rarely notice anything unusual. He dejectedly rested his chin in thought. Even with this kind of mental control ability, he remembered that Su Jingyao's power was also related to the mind. Perhaps he would have a way. After class, he decided to go find Su Jingyao. Zhang Ping's face showed a bit of worry, surprised that the school also had these things. He glanced over at a couple, and Zhang Ping recognized the mutated beasts, wondering to himself how many of them there could possibly be. The main patrol unit headquarters, he approached the building. The receptionist greeted him cheerfully. "Hello. May I help you?" Zhang Ping nervously replied, "I came to find someone." Su Jingyao. Today was the day he came here to register, and her image as a mutated beast had become even more terrifying. "All right, please wait a moment and take a seat in the guest area." Zhang Ping fell into deep thought. There were also natural foxes in the patrol team. Didn't even high-level awakened ones recognize their illusions? A voice interrupted as he was walking. "Zhang Ping, what are you doing here?" Zhang Ping replied, He stood up, scratched his head, and said, "I was a bit worried whether you'd fit in, so I came to visit you." She happily introduced, "It's fine. Let me introduce them. They are all my teammates. Everyone takes good care of me." Zhang Ping's gaze became a little melancholic. "Is that so? Well, that's great then." Su Jingyao showed determination and said to him, "I will work hard to become stronger in the future, go out and fight mutated beasts, and avenge my parents." He could only silently agree. Su Jingyao, however, seemed cheerful, which made him feel a little embarrassed. "By the way, we're still short on people right now. Do you want me to recommend you to the patrol team?" He politely declined. "No need, my abilities won't be much help. I'm better suited for something broader." She pouted in disappointment. "Such a pity." He turned to leave. "You're well suited for this place, so I won't disturb you any longer." The smile on Zhang Ping's face slowly faded. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and hurriedly walked away. Behind him were the terrifying fantastic beasts . For that reason, he murmured to himself, "Goodbye." Su Jingyao stepped out of the patrol team, still feeling uneasy. What's going on? Isn't the patrol team the strongest in Pearl City? How could they have completely fallen into the enemy's hands? He lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. It was clear that Su Jingyao had only just arrived today, yet a strange mist appeared beneath his feet, causing him to stop. He sensed that the city was filled with the presence of those monsters. It seemed that the Nader fox had infiltrated not only the school but the entire city. Everyone in Pearl City was nothing more than livestock imprisoned by them. Zhang Ping continued walking while thinking to himself, "I'll use the appraisal spell to investigate a bit. First, most of the Nader fox rank between average levels. 1 to 9 is elementary rank 10 to 19 is intermediate rank 20 to 29 is advanced, and 30 to 39 is peak level. But the patrol team, with its large number of high-level awakened still couldn't defeat them. Second, the powerful one that killed Liu Xiaoyu. My intuition tells me that once I use the appraisal spell on it, it will lock onto my position, so I'm afraid it's an advanced level awakened or even an king level . The other Nader foxes capable of defeating awakened above their level must be led by it. He turned around. His father was not like the usual mutated beasts. The intelligence of the nature fox was extremely high, and its specialty was camouflage. On the outside, it lived in harmony with humans. The image of the mutated beasts blending joyfully into the surrounding life was just a facade. The main targets they prioritized attacking were mostly powerful individuals or those with a prestigious social status. John Ping walked calmly, the others were merely the prey they kept locked up. Confronting the nature fox head-on was no different from seeking death. His gaze darkened, but he couldn't just stand by and watch countless innocent people perish if he could become stronger. A week later, at 3:54 am, the full moon shone through the small window. John Ping yawned and woke up to do his regular exercise. Recently, he'd have been waking up earlier and earlier, as it seemed that the more his physical strength improved, the less rest his body required. He felt quite proud of his efforts. For the past few days, he had been diligently training his body, leveling up. He recalled the events from the past. Besides training, every day he tried to create the gem, swallow it, hoping to achieve double the power or talent as before. The gemstone suddenly turned purple, but ever since I awakened the asterisk appraisal spell asterisk, the gems I created have been colorless, and swallowing them has had no effect. The gem suddenly turning purple caught me off guard. Today, it actually has color. John Ping put it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. However, the color didn't exactly make it appetizing. But hopefully, this time, it would have some effect. His body quickly reacted. This feeling is... John Ping immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Attribute control panel. Summoned beast, John Ping. Master, John Ping. Race, human. Rank, 2. Growth value, 4 stars. Strength, 13. Spirit power, infinite. Energy, 13. Agility, 15. Average value of a normal person, 10. Talents. Contract gem level 2. Level 2 additional effect. New talent activated. Absolute command, absolute obedience. Asterisk appraisal, spell asterisk basic level. Asterisk night walker asterisk basic level, grants night vision, significantly reduces presence at night, greatly increases movement speed, decreases weight, and renders the person completely invisible. In the darkness, he skimmed through and read. As expected, a new talent had been awakened. In the future, he could investigate outside at night. You analyze it. Moreover, the contract gem has also leveled up. Could it be related to my rank? His eyes changed color, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. Could it be that each time I level up, I'll awaken a new innate ability? Wouldn't that make me unbeatable? His body emitted a purple light. There was no time to waste. It was time to train and test out the effectiveness of his new innate ability. Night Walker. The effect has been activated. John Ping ran while thinking, and it seemed that his vision was even better now than during the day. Suddenly, he noticed a strange ring piercing through the grass. John Ping walked over to pick it up, feeling a bit curious. He then used the appraisal spell. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal successful. Assassination ring. After wearing this ring, all living creatures will instinctively ignore the wearer. High level awakened and above will be immune. At that moment, the image of the ring's owner began to replay before his eyes, showing the scene he had quietly observed. It was the natter fox, Liu Xiaoyu, and another person. The image of a person wearing a mask with a rather fierce expression. Is he the owner of the ring? But in his eyes, Liu Xiaoyu must be human, right? Is he an enemy of Liu Xiaoyu? Before the man could do anything, he was assassinated by Natter Fox in an instant. The scene shocked him. Impossible. Her face was full of ferocity. Liu Xiaoyu was a fox, and with his current condition, he wouldn't have made enemies with anyone. So there could only be one possibility. He propped his chin and analyzed. Besides himself, there were others in Pearl City who were secretly opposing these creatures in the dark. While Zhang Ping was investigating, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Who's there? He was startled. Not good. Nature Fox rushed over in panic and shouted, I can't find the ring. Someone must have taken it. It sniffed the air with its keen nose, and thought to itself, there's no trace of any scent. How could that be? How could it hide from me? It must be someone of awakened intermediate rank or higher. Then it turned and muttered, I must quickly report this to Royal Highness. Zhang Ping hid in a corner and understood. So that's how it is. They deliberately left the ring here. His gaze was fixed on the ring. If he were to place it back where it was now, it would only raise more suspicion. The only option was to keep it. At 5:36 in the morning, the dawn broke. John Ping observed the ring closely. Just moments ago, since it was still dark, the Night Walker and the assassination ring had completely concealed their existence. It seemed that their power wasn't just limited to their own energy, but could also rely on equipment. Outside the dormitory, the footsteps of Natter Fox were drawing nearer. From somewhere, a strange voice was heard. John Ping, run. John Ping was startled upon hearing this. Who is it? What are you saying? The soul Liu Xiaoyu appeared, clutching its bones, and reminded him. They're here, a group of Natter Fox. They've arrived. The wind brushed against the curtain, and they entered his room. One of them let out a dangerous laugh. Is it him? He launched an attack, shouting, "Die!" His claws were nearly touching John Ping's face. He thought to himself, there's not a single sign of hesitation. This worthless one, if allowed to escape, would surely jump up and fight to the death. Yet, I can't sense any trace of the ring's aura. One of his subordinates reported from behind. Royal Highness, why don't we kill him? He runs every morning, but didn't today. There must be something strange about this. He turned around and walked away. Uninterested, it wasn't his concern. He turned back and said, he's just a worthless piece of food. His entire body exudes an incredibly strong force. Don't waste food casually. The subordinate obediently replied, yes. A few hours later, John Ping opened his eyes, waking up in fear. He sat up and removed the ring. That was too dangerous. Almost scared me to death. Just took it off. I almost forgot that I wake up early every day to run. John Ping looked at the ring and thought to himself. Luckily, I ordered my body to forcefully go to sleep earlier, otherwise I would have been exposed. He suddenly remembered and said, I think I heard Su Jingyo's voice earlier. Was that just an illusion? Sitting alone in a room, he couldn't help but speak to himself. Why am I being so sentimental? I need to become stronger quickly to avenge him. In short, to avoid arousing suspicion from Natter Fox, he had to continue pretending to live his life normally. That afternoon in the school cafeteria, people had already started gossiping. Hey, have you heard? The patrol team near our school found the body chopped in half today. He was carrying his food tray while listening to the whole conversation. Moreover, the body was that of the infamous Black Death Star, a top assassin from Pearl City. Not long ago, the city lord was severely injured by him. In the end, the old injury flared up, and he passed away peacefully. He felt somewhat confused. Chopped in half. Could it be that person in the white robe? Even a top assassin could be easily killed. His gaze was deep in thought, increasingly worried. Liu Xiaoyu's strength was indeed beyond measure. This time, publicly revealing the identity of the corpse seemed to be a warning to the forces wanting to oppose Tian. Was it a common tactic? He walked towards the dining table. From now on, they would definitely increase their vigilance, so he needed to quickly acquire more protective gear. After class, he planned to take a trip to the blacksmith. After class ended, John Ping went out to search for blacksmith shops. The ones around were all dominated by Natter Fox. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. He felt helpless. It seemed that all the forges in the city were under the control of Natter Fox. Suddenly, the system sent him another notification. Appraisal successful. His eyes widened in surprise. Appraisal successful 100 times. Appraisal technique elementary rank, upgraded to appraisal technique intermediate rank. He couldn't help but be amazed. After the upgrade, he could now appraise the growth potential of others. Mutated beasts, Natter Fox, mutated fox species, growth potential, 1 star, mutated beasts, intermediate rank 15, innate ability, perception alteration, capable of adjusting the perception of target creatures and preventing them from noticing any abnormalities. It called out, Hey kid, come here and take a look. John Ping declined and left. No need to thank me. You should plan ahead. The urgent matter at hand is to find a shop that isn't being controlled. Walking into another curtain shop, he suddenly heard someone speaking. This is my high-quality product. Look at the pattern. It's magnificent like this. The two inside were boasting to each other, and it seemed the old man wasn't an easy one either. If you agree to buy, I'll reluctantly give you the lowest price. The old man asked again. Huh? What did you say? The old man blew smoke in his face. You said my daughter is waiting for dinner, he said, irritated. This old man, he shouted angrily. Are you deaf? John Ping had just stepped into the shop, holding his sword, and the man immediately looked displeased. Who started the appraisal? He rushed forward in anger. You brat, daring to steal my stuff. The system interface popped up. Magnificent one-handed sword, normal quality, a seemingly useless weapon, damaged and poorly repaired. He screamed in shock. Wait, this sword. The sword broke in half, before he could even finish his sentence. This made him incredibly angry, and he immediately unleashed his power, shouting loudly, Damn it, how dare you ruin my plans? The energy spread across the space, and he raged, Do you know who I am? The power radiating from his body was terrifying. I am the direct disciple of Mo Master from the Xing Yi martial arts school. With a surge of inner energy, he moved at lightning speed around Zhongping, creating countless afterimages, five-fold thunderstrike. These afterimages were like clones of him. Zhongping, with a face devoid of any expression, slapped him straight across the face. King Hong collapsed to the ground. The young man had relied on his strength to bully the weak, yet Zhongping remained so calm. Attribute evaluation. Name: Liu Baogu. Race: human. Growth value: 1 star. Class: awakened elementary rank 1, with extraordinary talent and unbeatable chaos primordial energy. Any technique used would have exceptionally powerful special effects, but only the user could see them. Excessive use would cause the user to become lost in their own world, unable to free themselves. He declared, From now on, when you go out, make sure to handle things properly yourself. Zhongping thought to himself, Is this person here to make me laugh? Taking advantage of the moment when I'm not paying attention, he rushed forward to attack. What a good opportunity to sneak attack. Zhongping punched him, rendering him immobile and lying on the ground. He still wanted to sneak attack me. Who exactly is the one bullying the weak here? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. I've only been out for a short while, and the shop's already this noisy. Hu Qiang's face was full of fierceness and menace. Are you going to leave on your own, or should I escort you out? He was terrified and ran off. Sorry, he thought to himself. How about checking out another shop? Before Zhongping could leave, Hu Qiang's hand stopped him. He paused, and the girl with the dominant expression said, We need to talk. Hu Qiang made him feel somewhat flustered, and he asked, Talk about what? She then pressed herself against him, exuding a seductive aura. I'm a fragile, single young woman, struggling every day to make a living, while also taking care of my uncle. You're confused because your father's daughter has disappeared. I see that your body is in good shape and your character isn't bad. Or are you worried that I might be? She immediately tucked Zhongping under her arm, and then pulled him into the shop, saying excitedly, Stay here and become a blacksmith. Take care of old man Liu Taifeng, and you can also help watch the shop. Of course, food and accommodation are provided, and you'll even get a salary. With the large chest pressing so close to him, his face turned bright red as he thought it over. If he could learn blacksmithing, he'd save quite a bit of money on equipment in the future. Moreover, it seemed like this shop hadn't yet been taken over by the Natter Fox. Instantly, Zhongping's spirits lifted. All right, I'll become the king of blacksmiths. The girl, seeing this, lightly patted his back, making him wince in pain. Not bad, you're exactly the person I had in mind. He silently thought to himself. I just have to survive under her hands first. A few days later, the sounds of hammering and clanging from the forge echoed through the shop. Apply more force. Zhongping's younger brother, panting heavily, asked, Tu Chong, are we really okay doing this? She replied, It's fine, no one will come. Tu Chong encouraged him further. Very good, it feels great. Tu Chong was teaching Zhongping how to forge. This is our unique technique. The kneading smithing technique is like kneading dough, so that the materials blend completely. With that, she turned and left. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to the warehouse to get the mold. As she walked, she gave more instructions. Pour the fuel into the barrel next to you. Make sure the fire doesn't go out. Zhongping nodded and continued working diligently. After she left, he felt utterly confused. Is all this stuff fuel? Oh no, the fire's about to go out. I've already put both barrels in. He thought to himself nonchalantly. Forget it. Just throw everything in. Without hesitation, he tossed everything in. Finally, he threw it into the furnace below to keep it heating. As soon as he dumped all the materials in, the furnace began to react violently from within. A terrifying flame erupted, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke pouring out. John Ping couldn't react in time, freezing in place and thinking, "Am I going to die?" Suddenly, right in the middle of his chest, a strange head appeared. It actively sucked all the flames inside, the heat causing him pain. After a moment, the flames were completely sucked away. He stared in shock, his eyes wide, as the space around him was filled only with smoke and dust. He coughed incessantly. Why did the fire go out? Suddenly, intense waves of heat surged through the heart again. John Ping continued to hug backward and screamed, "It's too hot! Appraisal! Appraisal!" Summoned Beast Attribute Board. John Ping. Master John Ping. Human Race. Level 3. 4-star Growth Value. Physical Strength 16. Infinite Spiritual Power. Energy 15. Agility 18. Average Value, for a normal person 10. Talent, Contract Gem Level 3. Items created by consuming physical and spiritual energy. Once the target willingly consumes the gemstone, its life, soul, and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. Third level supplementary effect activated. Night Walker Elementary Rank Plus. Grants night vision and significantly reduces presence sensation at night. Movement speed greatly increased. Weight reduced, and the person becomes completely invisible in darkness. Appraisal spell intermediate rank. Minus stars can see its own specific numerical values. Can determine the target. The success rate of identification is related to the power difference between the two sides. Flame Devourer Elementary Rank Plus. It can be transformed into elemental fire energy by devouring flames and storing it within the body. It can also release energy at any time until the elemental fire energy reservoir is depleted. Current elemental fire energy, 100/100ths. You've inferred that the maturity value has increased again, based on the previous situation. If I'm not mistaken, it means the new talent has been added to the maturity value. The old talent leveled up, like appraisal spell consuming maturity value. As long as I keep awakening the new talent, the maturity value will be infinite. But I remember that the maturity value of others is limited. Could it be that only I can awaken so many talents? His gaze was both anxious and focused as he pondered. Just now, it was Flame Devourer right? It absorbed the fire from the disaster. John Ping crossed his arms and thought for a moment, then said, "Anyway, I've already leveled up to level 3, swallowed the gem level 3 asterisk. Why does the effect of the gem only activate at night? Is it triggered by some kind of necessary timing?" Suddenly, his younger sister entered and asked, "What's going on? Why is the room like this?" She anxiously grabbed John Ping's hand. Worried, "Hone, you didn't put the alchemical serpent's chain into the furnace, did you? That thing will explode. I forgot to warn you about it." He hesitated and replied, "Sister Ku Chong, do you think the damage costs in your room are a problem?" "What are you saying? As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But how did you put out the fire?" "The flames from the scarlet snake scales aren't easy to extinguish." He scratched his head. "It's a long story." Chu Kyong looked at the materials in amazement. Are the materials really this good for fusion? But this requires the highest temperature to achieve the desired effect. She picked it up and praised, "Kiddo, you truly have a great talent. The school really misjudged you. With your performance right now, you'd easily get into any of the 3 major organizations." Tu Kyong struck the object with a hammer. He asked his sister calmly, "Tu Chong, everyone always considers the patrol team and the investigation team to be part of the 3 major organizations. So what's the 3rd organization?" She dipped the knife into the water, checking it while speaking. Pearl City does indeed have a 3rd organization. But what it's called and what it does, no one really knows. She turned to him and asked, "By the way, John Ping, you wanted to buy some equipment before, right? If you're not picky, you could take this." Upon receiving the dagger, he immediately made a judgment. A dagger this good must be really expensive, right? Beauty's Tears, top quality, made of cold iron. It can easily deal damage to mutated beasts at the intermediate rank level 10 to 19 or lower. Based on the materials available on the market, it should cost around 100,000, right? Hearing that, his eyes froze in shock, and he exclaimed, Is it possible for someone like me to receive a salary of 3,000? Ku Kilong laughed heartily, considering it a reward for his progress. She waved her hand in farewell and turned to leave. I still have a mission to attend to, but you're really fine not returning to school, right? Ping replied, Don't worry about me. I already completed the graduation procedure. You can relax now. Take care of the old man. He's a bit absent-minded. Don't let him open the business. He watched her figure disappear and thought to himself, even though the forge isn't open for business, and isn't under the watchful eyes of the Natter Fox, the commotion earlier was too loud. It would be hard to avoid attracting their attention. Taking advantage of the nightfall, he used the night walker to patrol the area to see what was going on. In a nearby park, a young girl was playing happily. But in reality, she was a mutated beast, a mutated Natter Fox, level 3, with a 4-star growth value. She belonged to the mutated beasts class, elementary rank. Her innate ability allowed her to alter perceptions, enabling her to modify the target's awareness and prevent them from noticing anything unusual. He was surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a low-level Natter Fox. Ping stood behind, observing and thought to himself, We're both in high school like me, and I have enhanced equipment, so I should be able to defeat it. Although the patrol team inside the city had been completely overtaken, the patrol team outside the city had likely not been affected. His sharp gaze turned in that direction, thinking, as long as I hand over the body of the Natter Fox to them, perhaps I can attract the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly, his arm was frozen. A voice rang out, Are you planning to strike at a child? Something terrifying is coming from behind. Don't move, or I'll kill you. The voice from behind was a threat. Ping stopped himself from making a move, thinking, This girl is probably much stronger than me. Her Night Walker talent, combined with my assassination ring, is locked by her. She pressed her face close to his, making him feel a bit uneasy. If you don't want to die, come to the orphanage's training ground and find me. He was stunned. The orphanage's training ground. The blue fragments vanished in the air, and he suddenly disappeared. Ping thought to himself, It seems she's not with the Natter Fox, otherwise I would have already been told. After a while, he found himself standing before a gate. The orphanage is large, and when I was young, I often went to the small park next to it to practice King 8 Fist. So I named the park the orphanage's training ground. The girl must know him. Otherwise, how would she know his secret? He stood alone in the midst of the desolate forest. Not only that, but she had always been watching him. So when he was about to take action, she stopped him. She had brought him here. There must be some purpose behind it. At that moment, a mutated creature appeared. He was quite surprised. Mutated beasts in the forest? He activated his appraisal. Immediately, the system displayed the information. Appraisal successful. Attribute table. Mutated beasts armored poison tail rat. Race. Mutated rat. Potential. 2 stars. Class. Mutated beasts elementary rank. Level 5. Talent. Highly toxic tail. It had a poison pouch that could release toxins through the bone spikes at the end of its tail. Seeing its level, Ping squinted, thinking carefully. The poisonous-tailed rat was 2 levels higher than him, but it seemed cautious, slowly retreating. He could probably escape. Return? His hand gripped the knife tightly. No, I can't, he told himself. If I don't deal with it now, tomorrow, when the children from the orphanage come to the park, they could be in danger. It's just a mutated beast elementary rank after all. With the equipment that Sister Q Chung gave him, Beauty's Tears, a high-quality weapon made from cold steel, he could easily deal damage to mutated beasts at the intermediate rank, level 10 to 19. His gaze firm, he charged forward. I can win. He rushed quickly towards the creature, his mind racing. In his previous life, he had read many stories where the protagonist, upon awakening, possessed extraordinary combat skills. It didn't make sense. Although he had no battle experience, he could command the summoned beast Ping to fight. At that moment, the mutated rat curled up and spun at an incredibly fast speed. It even had this move. He blocked with his dagger, focusing all his energy on defense. Ping gritted its teeth and held firm. Its armor was too tough. Beauty's Tears couldn't penetrate it. He needed to think of another way. After the attack, the rat leaped to the rock wall, stiffening its body, curling its tail, and starting to channel venom. Immediately, it shot out countless streams of poison toward Ping. He dodged the attacks one after another, as if he were playing a game, controlling himself. When it stopped releasing poison, he also gathered momentum. The eyes were its weak point, the only place not protected by its armor. But since it had curled into a ball, defending against it became more difficult. He had to find a way to break its posture. Suddenly, his hand ignited with flames, as if he had come up with an idea. He had it. Flame Devourer, elementary rank. It could absorb fire and transform it into elemental fire energy, storing it within its body. It couldn't release this energy at any time until the fire energy reserves ran out. His current elemental fire energy was 100/100ths. You took a combat-ready stance, giving the order while saying, "First, issue the command." Pearl Fist, mouse chasing style. It was unexpected that introducing the Pearl Fist in the history book would be so effective. This technique relies on powerful force, emphasizing strength and dominance, using one's physical advantage to overpower smaller opponents. John Ping charged forward with a dominating attack. He closed the distance to the mouse at an appropriate range, first feinting an attack. With one hand, John Ping drove a dagger into it. "The mouse, is it you?" He flashed a triumphant smile before setting aflame. "Don't get angry now." With his other hand, he unleashed fire. Real fire, fake fire. Flames entangle and coil to death. Taking advantage of its distraction, he used a lighter in the shape of a knife and directed it straight at the creature. Finally, when it dropped its defense, John Ping gathered all his strength and thrust directly into it, causing rocks and dirt to fly as he targeted its vital spot. A powerful force erupted, and it took several minutes before the mouse finally died. Its level rose from 3 to 4, with physical strength increasing by 15 to 16, energy rising from 15 to 17, and agility boosting from 18 to 19. He drew the knife out, and sure enough, real combat levels up faster than training. Behind him were the dark purple-black tentacles. He turned around, still puzzled, and said aloud that the appearance of this venomous-tailed rat was a bit strange. In the city, aside from the natural order, there shouldn't be any mutated beasts among the foxes. He grew anxious as something dark began to overwhelm him. This was what made him panic and scream. In no time, John Ping was lying flat on the ground. At that moment, a hand reached out and used force to wrap tightly around his body, saying, "I'm giving you 5 minutes." John Ping was stunned, but still thought to himself. This voice belonged to the girl from earlier, who had appeared and pointed her sword directly at him, demanding he prove he was human. Upon hearing her, he couldn't even bring himself to feel panicked. Instead, he felt a bit of disdain. "Prove I'm human. I've always been human. How do you want me to prove it?" Sai Shan aimed her sword at John Ping. He looked at her and pondered. "Prove I'm human." Could it be that she's aware there are mutated beasts lying in wait in the city, but she just can't tell them apart? That's why she's asking me to prove it. So when I was preparing to deal with the natural fox, maybe she had already suspected something. He forced a nervous smile. "Can you give me a hint?" He thought to himself, the poisonous-tailed mouse probably isn't testing me right. Ignoring John Ping's question, Sai Shan's indifferent voice spoke. 4 minutes left. A mechanical voice sounded. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed 8 times. Appraisal failed 20 times. She spoke again. 2 minutes remaining. The mechanical voice continued. Appraisal failed 999 times. Appraisal spell intermediate rank. Upgraded to appraisal spell advanced. Advanced appraisal spell can appraise the rights and properties of the target successfully. John Ping looked at the information board inside, so powerful, yet only level 28. Attribute board. Name: Liu Saishan. Race: human. Faction: cleaning team. Star rating: 5 stars. Class: high level awakened. Level 28. Talent for water element control. Able to store water element energy by drinking water and control the surrounding and internal water element energy at will. He understood and thought to himself, no wonder it's so hard to appraise. Moreover, the Night Walker and Assassination Ring are ineffective against her. John Ping felt awkward, his eyes tightly shut. The Force was the cleaning team, something he had never heard of. Could it be the third largest organization apart from the patrol team and the investigation team? Sai Shan furrowed her brows. 1 more minute, she said, her tone slightly tense. He was confused, drenched in sweat. Wait, John Ping imagined the image of children playing in the park. He turned to look at her. She called this small park a martial arts training ground, so she must have come from an orphanage like me, right? Liu Saishan, her name, ethnicity, humanity, force, cleaning team. These thoughts swirled in his mind, but he remembered there was no one named Liu Saishan at the orphanage. If she came from there, she must have changed her name. His entire body was surrounded by her magical energy. Zhang Ping desperately rattled off a series of names. Liu Tu Ren, Liu Nishu, Liu Exushen. He kept listing them, causing Saishan to grow a little anxious. Liu Xingyu, Liu Saisai. The tip of the sword grazed his skin, and blood began to seep out. Saishan moved closer to him, speaking calmly. That can't prove you're human. Zhang Ping paled a little, staring at her wide-eyed. From her reaction, it seemed she was Liu Saisai. She was 3 years older than him when he enrolled in the Mingzhou Ability Academy. Liu Saisai had graduated and joined the investigation team already. If it's just the information that both she and I know. The memories from before resurfaced. The little girl was teaching the boy martial arts. This afternoon, it's the four-direction invincible fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. You must learn it well. The boy was confused. He repeated the words she had taught him when he was younger. His teasing voice made her blush deeply. First punch, second punch, third punch. Four-direction invincible fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhang Ping was overjoyed. You really are Saisai. At that moment, the sword in Saishan's hand slowly disappeared. She avoided his gaze. The second question. Saishan stared at him seriously. According to the Academy's records, your ability is the gem. The contract for it was considered useless because it couldn't meet the activation conditions. So what the hell have you been doing all this time? Recalling 2 weeks ago, he spoke up. 2 weeks ago, I swallowed the contract gem and became a summoned beast, bound only by my own control. Because of that, I am immune to the dark arts of mutated beasts and can see through their disguises. Furthermore, from my recent investigations, Zhang Ping continued. What you said surprised Saishan. There are many natter foxes hiding in the city now. I suspect an infiltrating faction in Pearl City. He added, their species has the ability to alter perceptions. She grabbed him by the collar. Everything you said is true. Zhang Ping listed each person she had investigated. Happy Business District, the owner of the breakfast shop Wansheng, the owner of the home goods store Juan, Dragon Pearl District, the 3 blacksmiths from Long Weapon Workshop. She looked at him, and even the little fox that you were just trying to hit. Those people are all low-level natural foxes. You can go verify it yourself. She turned around, her steps halting briefly. Stay right there. Don't move. I'll be back soon. Saishan spoke to the object in her hand. Jin Bo, do you think this information is reliable? Jin Bo, receiving her question from a distance, quickly responded. The first thing that can be confirmed is that recently, Pearl City hasn't discovered any mutated beasts that are natural order foxes, but their ability to alter perception has reappeared, which matches Zhang Ping's description. He looked ahead, still speaking into the small device. I've secretly sent people to capture the 2 nearest ones. They should be on their way back soon. The explosion behind Jinbo startled him. People were running from the direction of the blast, and he asked, what happened? Behind them, a girl was chasing after them, hurriedly shouting, Captain, it's the owner of the breakfast shop. She just went crazy after being thrown out of the city, struggling to break free and attacking us. The person who had just been chasing the young man was now standing in front of Jinbo, ready to attack him. He clenched his fist tightly, magic gathering in his hand, seeking death. That fist struck directly at her. Jinbo looked at the person who had intended to attack him, now lying motionless on the ground, not knowing her own limits. Dark magic surrounded her. Soon after, she transformed into a monster. He realized the information was true. They had finally discovered what the enemy was. Jinbo raised his hand, signaling to his team member to inform the others and directly engage the target. They responded, yes. Xia Yu was lying back, enjoying herself on the balcony of Pearl Academy. Feeling something, her eyes snapped open. Her female subordinate awkwardly said, Highness. Without saying a word, she flew straight off the balcony. Xia Yu hovered in midair, her voice cold and low. Yu Ju is dead. Someone killed Yu Ju outside the city. The Happy Business District has lost another one. Her face was angry, filled with murderous intent, and her entire being radiated a strong dark magic aura that could quickly kill and immediately conceal her presence, preventing me from locating her. Behind Sha Yu, a gigantic monster appeared, and her eyes flashed with fury. Who exactly are you? In the dark space of the room, Zhang Ping looked directly at her. Have you verified it? Sai Shan replied softly, but her words carried a hint of confusion. But we couldn't confirm it. Suddenly, he gained the ability to see through Natter Fox's tricks. Is this a deliberate trap for the opponent? A magical aura enveloped Zhang Ping, accumulating in Sai Shan's hands. She spoke calmly. Then you can only act as my eyes and ears. In the future, I will protect you in secret. If you discover anything at night, you can contact me. Zhang Ping broke free from her magic and squeezed his hand on his shoulder. You're hard to understand, protecting you and keeping an eye on you. Fine, as long as we can deal with Natter Fox, everything's good. She tossed something to him, and Zhang Ping quickly caught it. Sai Shan turned away, saying, Here, take this. The jade pendant was a pair, one piece called Cold Jade, and the other called Warm Jade. He held one piece in his hand. She continued, If you encounter any danger, just use fire to cover the Warm Jade, and my Warm Jade will also become hot. I'll know you're in danger and can provide assistance immediately. Sai Shan crossed his arms, his tone serious, but I still suggested he strengthen himself. After all, no one can guarantee 100% safety for him. The jade in his hand seemed to burn, and he gently thought of increasing the heat, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, I've thought about finding a dojo to learn boxing, but I can't afford the tuition. She walked a few steps, her voice echoing back, I'll apply for funding. You can take some time to check out if there's a suitable dojo. He happily clasped his hands together and replied, That would be great, thank you. Sai. In the vast city, but with very few people passing by, his mind wandered. In recent days, the Natter Fox had decreased significantly, probably handled by the cleanup team. Sai hadn't revealed her identity. It seemed she still didn't fully trust him. If it weren't for the upgrade of his appraisal spell, allowing him to identify the faction affiliation of the target, he still wouldn't have known she was a member of the cleanup team. He lowered his head, arms crossed, deep in thought. But how did they find out so quickly that Pearl City was invaded by mutated beasts? Never mind, as long as he could help resolve the Natter Fox issue. That's what mattered. Zhang Ping raised her arms, as if to release all her fatigue, and furthermore, offering 10,000 pearl dollars was quite generous. Ji Min, along with a man, ran over, holding a stack of papers that startled him a little. She spoke up. Martial arts? Is there anyone who wants to teach the Beast King fists? He looked at her. Give me a copy as well. She replied. Sure. He took the paper and focused on reading, murmuring. This tuition fee isn't cheap, but I'm not sure if it's right for me. Ji Min smiled brightly, excitedly speaking up. Absolutely worth every penny. Our martial beast technique from the Beast King is well known in Pearl City. Zhang Ping looked a bit confused. Seeing his expression, she stepped forward and placed the whole stack of papers into his hands. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate a bit for you. Ji Min stepped forward and assumed a martial arts stance. The first three forms of the Beast King fists were divided into the Ape King style, the Giant Crocodile style, and the Phoenix Claw style. He stood and watched her, silently contemplating. The Beast King fists, whether in terms of footwork or techniques, were certainly more powerful than the Ming fists. Zhang Ping closely observed Ji Min's every movement. The first form, the second form, truly a martial arts collection that wasn't bad. The moves of a great martial arts technique were ever-changing, with no set pattern. The third form was a spinning kick. Although perfect, at this moment a look of hesitation appeared on Zhang Ping's face. He simply stood there, gazing blankly at Ji Min, who had fallen to the ground, silently evaluating in his mind. She was not skilled enough, and completely failed to display the power of the Beast King fists. Two muscular men appeared behind her. Xiong Er's voice rang out viciously. Who allowed someone from Beast King fists to stand here handing out flyers? All other words were disregarded by the two men. He walked over to her and gently asked, Are you all right? Ji Min scratched her head, forcing a somewhat awkward smile, and responded to the two men. I'm really sorry. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to hand out flyers here. Bao Gu intervened, standing between Xiong Er and Xiong Da, arrogantly with disdain as he spoke. What's so great about the low-level martial art Beast King fists? I suggest you come over to our Xing Yi Quan school. John Ping pointed at him and loudly declared, "Crawling Thunder, fivefold consecutive fall." Bao Gu, enraged, seemed like he was about to explode and shouted, "It's Crawling Thunder, fivefold strike, you'll fall down instantly." Bao Gu angrily barked, "The last time at the forge, I still haven't settled the score with you. Today's the day, Shang Da, Shang both of you take care of him." Ji Min stepped in front of her brother, resolutely speaking, "I won't allow you to bully him." Hearing this, they began to use magic. The voices of Shang and Shang Da cried out in apparent pain. This unbelievable event left both Zhang Ping and her in shock. Appraisal. Bao Gu stood behind the two men, arrogantly shouting out, "You damn bitch, get out of the way, or I'll take care of you too." The information for the two individuals, Shang and Shang Da, appeared before him. Attribute table. Name: Shang Species: Human. Physical strength and willpower unmatched. Star level: 1 star. Class: Awakened elementary rank. Level: 4. Talent: Enhanced physique, intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for a level of enhanced physical skill. Maximum physical strength is limited to 30%. Attribute table. Name: Shang Da. Species: Human. Physical strength and willpower unmatched. Star level: 1 star. Class: Awakened elementary rank. Level: 4. Talent: Enhanced physique, intelligence reduced by 70% in exchange for a level of enhanced physical skill. Maximum physical strength is limited to 30%. John Ping instinctively blurted out, "Intelligence exchange for enhanced body." Looking at the two men, Shang and Shang Da, who were enhancing their bodies, he asked loudly, "Are you sure this is a talent?" John Ping then glanced at the information table for Ji Min, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Attribute table. Name: Wang Ji Min. Species: Human. Physical strength: Beast King without a crown. Star level: 7 stars. Class: Awakened elementary rank. Level: 3. Talent: Diligence compensates for intelligence. Learning ability reduced by 90%, but any skill can be improved through persistent training. For each day of persistence, the growth rate of the same type of training will increase by 10%, up to a maximum of 1,000%. He softly marveled, "Is the value of maturity really that high? I didn't expect this Wang Jimin to be the big shot behind all of this." Zhang Ping slapped his hand against his forehead, looking helpless. "But with your current strength, if you step forward to help me, wouldn't that be seeking death?" He threw the stack of papers back to Jimin. She stood there, stunned, holding them in her arms. Zhang Ping placed a hand on her shoulder, his lips curling into a slight smile. "This is my business. I should handle it myself." Upon hearing him, she felt flustered. "There are 3 of them. If you face them alone, you'll be at disadvantage." Zhang Ping's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. He looked at his own hands. "It's fine. Didn't you just show off the Ape King style earlier? Perfect timing for me to practice on them." Shang and Shang Da charged toward him, growling, "You arrogant bastard." Zhang Ping raised his hand and struck Shang Da in the neck, then swiftly dodged Shang Er's attack and punched him in the stomach. On the second one, Bao Gu jumped into the fray. Crawling Thunder fivefold. Zhang Ping raised his leg and kicked him right in the groin. On the third one, he sneered at Bao Gu's upside-down posture, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Too bad you didn't bring those 2 along. That Crawling Thunder fivefold consecutive fall you've always been so proud of has turned into a pile of trash now." Zhang Ping walked over to Ji Min. "Let's go. Take me to the Beast King Fists to register." She was delighted. "Do you really want to register?" Zhang Ping quickly answered, "Yes." She looked at Zhang Ping with admiration. "You're amazing. You only saw it once, and you already learned the Ape King style. So, if I don't understand a move in the future, can you teach me?" He didn't hesitate. "No problem." Ji Min gave him a thumbs up, happily speaking. "Great, with your help, I'll definitely become stronger quickly." Seeing her like this, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. "You have great potential. You'll probably be at least an advanced awakened in the future. As he thought this, Zhongping smiled lightly, even wondering if she could one day become a peak awakened. Maybe I'll have to come to you for help in the future. Inside the Beast King Fist's dojo, whispers could be heard all around. Someone saw the master on the street. What? The master's back. Zhongping and Ji Min stood frozen, watching the disciples frantically scatter in all directions. My God, didn't they say the master would be back in 2 days? Huh? What now? I haven't even finished learning half of the Ape King style. Well, that's what you get for being lazy and not waiting. Now deal with it. Hey, wake up. Zhongping's face was pale, and he questioned in confusion. It seems like everyone is really afraid of the master. Ji Min, flustered, replied. Our master by day is notorious for being strict. If tasks aren't completed, heavy punishments are given. He then asked, what about you? Have you been punished too? It seemed as though stars were shining around Ji Min, as she proudly lifted her chin. I've been punished the most. It's been more than a month, and I still haven't met the standard for the entry-level martial art techniques. Zhongping helplessly looked at her. Is that something to be proud of? The door to the crown of sovereignty swung open, and all the disciples stood straight, greeting the master in unison. She anxiously looked at him. The master is here. Quickly line up. Bai Di stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. He spoke in a stern voice. Everyone, stand at attention. If your posture is wrong, you will be punished with 50 laps. The system will begin gathering information on you. A moment later, a system prompt sounded, successfully verifying the information, and Bai De's details appeared before him. The attribute sheet showed his name, Bai De. Race, human. Physical strength, Beast King Fists. Practitioner, growth value. Class, awakened elementary rank. Level 25. Innate talent, shape-shifting practice. Ability to transform body shape through consuming specific foods. Number of shapes that can be stored is related to level. So far, the wolf running form and the berserker lion form had been stored. The disciples spoke in unison. Yes, master. Looking at his information, Zhongping thought to himself, he's too strong. From his rank, it seemed like he could be compared to Sister Sai Sai. Bai De's eyes scanned the room, stopping on the boy before making his way towards Zhongping. The boy was the one who had helped teach the Xing Yiquan a lesson yesterday. The boy spoke up, so what now? Bai De raised his fist in front of Zhongping. Kid, watch this. You're going to be embarrassed. Zhongping suddenly shouted, wait, I didn't hear you. Bai De attacked with one punch after another, but the boy managed to dodge each one. The teacher was really going too far now. Without a word, he just started attacking the new kid like that. Bai De asked the boy back, his hands clenched tightly. Flames surrounded him as he raised his voice. I heard you only watched the Ape King style once and already learned it. Is that true? His fist was now dangerously close to the boy's face, and the boy thought in a panic, this is it. I can't dodge this. Bai De withdrew his magical power, tapping the boy lightly on the head. He laughed loudly, his whole body filled with joy and anticipation. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. It seems your perception is not bad. Xiao Zai. He glanced over at Ji Min, who was pretending not to know anything, and then said, it's a pity that the actor who demonstrated for you was a novice, with steps that are miles apart. Bai De placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice full of expectation. Later, shall I personally correct your form? The young man clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, master. After that, his expression became dangerous, slowly turning to look at the disciples behind him, then inspecting whether they were being lazy. He placed his hands behind his back, sternly observing every movement of the disciples. They all stood in line, one by one, facing me. Those who did not meet the standard would have to do 500 push-ups and carry weights for a 10-kilometer run. Zhongping forced a smile and thought, no wonder he's an awakened body enhancement type. Such brutal training. On this side, Ji Min nudged him. Zhongping turned his head to look at her, asking softly, what's up? This made her feel awkward. Ji Min covered her mouth with her hand and said shyly, sorry to trouble you. Master hasn't taught me much, so once he's done correcting you, could you teach me? You agreed immediately, no problem. After the lesson, follow me to Soul of Iron, and I'll practice with you. Ji Min exclaimed happily, really? I was worried you would refuse. At this moment, her status board appeared again. Attribute board. Name, Wan Ji Min. Species, human. Physique, Beast King, without a crown. 7-star mature class. Awakened elementary rank. Level 3. Talent. Diligence overcomes intelligence. Learning ability reduced by 90%, and any skill can be improved through persistent training. With each day of perseverance, the growth rate of the same exercise will increase by 10%, up to 1000%. Zhang Ping. Somewhat confused, thought, but diligence overcomes intelligence. Learning ability reduced by 90%. Zhang Ping smiled awkwardly, then thought, this talent of hers is really for teaching those who teach her? Huh. No wonder Master Baidi didn't want to teach her too much. Ji Min bowed at a 90-degree angle, sincerely saying, please guide me more in the future. A few days later, at Soul of Iron, Zhang Ping's voice was serious. Your movements are wrong. Do it again. Ji Min flusteredly apologized. Watching her actions, he spoke again. Wrong again. Do it over. Ji Min fell heavily to the ground, and he helplessly raised his hand to his forehead, trying to force himself to think. I'll break the 8 King Styles moves into smaller actions, for her to practice one by one. That should, at best, yield some results. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, magic flickering as he resolutely thought. The Beast King fists really do have a certain order to them. After only a few days of practice, I can already vaguely feel the level starting to rise. Hu Qian's voice rang out. Zhang Ping, I'm back. Zhang Ping glanced at Ji Min before pointing toward the outside. She's about to leave. You keep practicing. I'll go check outside. She nodded lightly in response. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Ku Chang leaning against the table, her voice laced with irritation. Oh, it was so close to being a failure this time. Don't know what's going on, but the mutated Beast Kings outside have become a lot fewer. She turned, placed her hand on the table, and looked directly at him. We had no choice but to venture deeper into the northern forest. In the end, we ran into a pack of wolves, all violent storm wolves. Zhang Ping muttered under his breath, anxiety creeping into his voice. Ku Chang, are you all right? Chu Qiang smiled softly, taking the gem out of her pocket before replying. It's fine, we used the earth concealment technique to hide. The wolves couldn't find their prey, so they attacked the people around it. Ku Qiang showed it to him, and cheerfully spoke. I took advantage of the situation, and got something good from the wolf pack. Come on, give me your hand, it's rare to find something like this. The information about the gem appeared from the system. Wind gem, a rare quality item, an extremely rare biological crystal, hard to come by. It can be used to store wind elemental energy, and through spiritual guidance, the energy can be released to form attacks like Wind Slash and Wind Fury. Zhang Ping held it in his hand, and softly said, This is a wind gem. Tu Qiang laughed out loud. Haha, you could tell too. Even a child could use this to perform spells like Wind Slash and Wind Fury from the thin air. Suddenly, Zhang Ping heard something coming from the gem. Hey, it's still daytime. This isn't good. Oh no, don't take it off. Let go of my hand. I'll do it myself. First anger, the blade energy sweeping through. Let me show you, sister. The gold on the tree in pairs, the green waters and green mountains bring a smile. What's that sound? You Jew is dead, damn humans. Today, I'm going to eat 2 more. You stood motionless, wondering, what was that sound? But the system provided detailed information about the gem one after another. Summoned Beast Attribute Table. Zhang Ping. Master Zhang Ping. Human Race. Forged Soul Physique. Growth Value 4 stars. Strength 18. Infinite Mental Power. Energy 17. Agility 21. The average value for ordinary humans is 10. Awakened Elementary Rank Class. Level 4. Contract Gem Level 4. At Level 4, the supplementary effect is activated, which is Natural Talent, Speech Mimic. Speech Mimic Elementary Rank. People with this ability will randomly hear loud voices, which are emotions within a 10-mile radius, and cannot be actively controlled. Looking at the news feed in front of him, Zhang Ping smirked. As expected, a new talent, just like the Flame Devourer from before. The contract gem is working now. A dark voice, seemingly from nowhere, emerged. Moon Emerald, in the store outside Wang Ji Min's house. There is still a sun. That sun seems to be the one who harmed us in the dormitory, causing us to be punished by His Majesty. John Ping turned his head, confusion clearly written on his face. What was that sound? Was it the natural order fox? A series of scenes replayed before John Ping's eyes, the two monsters discussing their plot, their conversation reaching his ears. It seemed that the scent was fine. We'll eat them at noon. I'll go straight for that one. Wang Ji Min. I'll leave him to you. His face grew serious, his eyes wide in shock. We've been targeted. Steam rose from the bathroom. Sai Sham wrapped in a towel, holding another towel in her hand to dry her hair. She glanced at the jade pendant, emitting a warning, her voice urgent. It's bad. John Ping's in danger. He's releasing magic. Look around and be alert. She thought, it's been so long. Why hasn't Sai Set come yet? It felt like these two natural foxes had lost patience and would strike at any moment. Ku Chong, noticing his odd expression, asked, What's wrong with you? Are you okay? He didn't answer her right away, still deep in thought. These two are intermediate-ranked natural foxes. Even with you here, Ku Chong, we can't win. When he finally regained his composure, he flashed a smile, dodging Ku Chong's previous question. Oh right, Ku Chong, you just got back. Haven't seen Uncle Liu yet, have you? How about you go up to see him? I'll go buy some food and cook for you too. Chu Chong didn't pay much attention, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking up. All right, hurry up. It's been a while since I've had a meal made by you, and take the wind gem with you. He gave a forced smile. Okay. Zhang Ping turned his head to look at Ku Chong's retreating figure, thinking to himself, all right, while I can, I'll take Wang Ji Min away from here, to avoid dragging Ku Chong and Uncle Liu into this. She waved her hand. Don't make me wait too long. At the back of the forge, Ji Min was still diligently practicing. Upon seeing him, she asked, John Ping, do you think my moves are correct? John Ping didn't answer her question, instead decisively grabbing her hand and pulling her along. Don't say anything. I'm taking you away. Ji Min was confused. What's going on? Several fantastic beasts suddenly appeared, blocking their path. They growled. Where do you think you're going? You're done for. She smiled cheerfully, still unaware of the danger. Mom and Dad, what are you two doing here? He raised his hand to stop her from going toward them. Don't go over there. Ji Min gently touched his arm and whispered, John Ping, they're my parents, it's fine. The system provided an information table. Mutated beasts, Tan Chong Ho. Mutated fox species, 1-star maturity value. Level 15. Innate ability to alter perception, can adjust the perception of the target creature, and force the target to remain unaware of any abnormalities. Mutated beasts Tan Chong Ho. Mutated fox species, 1-star maturity value. Level 16. Innate ability to alter perception, can adjust the perception of the target creature, and force the target to remain unaware of any abnormalities. Cha Ji Min frowned and spoke up, Min Min, who is that person beside you? Why do they seem scared of your father? Your mother too. She awkwardly replied, He's a friend from my dojo. Suddenly, a magic array surrounded Zhang Ping. He was slightly surprised, but upon realizing what it was, he became delighted. A dark room space. This is perfect. Ji Min looked at him in confusion. Huh? What is this? He pulled her into the magic array with him. A fantastic beast yelled. This is bad. They've escaped. She called for her parents. He held her hand, reminding her, Don't worry about them. John Ping held her tightly, and he softly spoke. Hold on to me. The two fantastic beasts lunged with their claws toward Zhang Ping and Ji Min. He gritted his teeth and thought, This isn't good. They're chasing us. Their claws scraped across his back. Zhang Ping screamed in pain. Ji Min, panicking, shouted, Zhang Ping. A cloud of smoke surrounded Zhang Ping and the two fantastic beasts. Ji Min sat on the ground, anxiously looking at his wound. Zhang Ping, are you okay? He collapsed, one hand gripping a dagger. I'm fine. Ji Min looked at the two in disbelief, and she screamed, Dad, why? Zhang Ping reminded her again. Don't go over there, they're mutated beasts. They know we can't hide anymore. He then mocked, and they can see through our disguise. The fantastic beast roared, and both of them charged straight at him, making it impossible to leave now. Its claws slashed at Zhang Ping, and he raised the dagger to block. In his mind he thought, Too fast, I can't avoid it. Is this the gap in our levels? One of the fantastic beasts approached Ji Min, its voice full of coaxing. Min Min, my good girl. John Payne panicked and thought, this is bad. The other one has gone to find Wang Ji Min already. She seemed to be hypnotized, taking slow steps toward it. Mom, your mom gritted her teeth, channeling all her strength into the fatal knife. I can't hold on much longer either. Suddenly, Sai Shan appeared, shouting loudly, John Payne, move aside. John Payne exclaimed, Sister Sai Sai. Sai Shan used magic to leap forward. Ji Min tried to stop her, shouting, don't. A series of ice barriers created by Sai Shan appeared, moving swiftly and attacking the two enemy creatures. When she finished, she retracted her magic and asked Han, are you two all right? Ji Min screamed no. She couldn't believe her eyes, her voice trembling. Why? Why did you kill my parents? John Payne tried to explain. Wang Ji Min, they are not your parents. They were just natural order foxes disguised as your parents. Ji Min covered her ears, tears welling up in her eyes, screaming loudly, no, you're lying to me. They were clearly my parents. John Payne looked at Sai Shan in confusion and asked, Sister Sai Sai, why didn't the natural order foxes reveal their true form? Ji Min collapsed into his arms. Did you lie to me? Sai Shan, hearing the question, answered calmly, it's possible that within the city there exists the natural order Fox King rank, enhancing the illusion talent of the community. Therefore, if it's a low-level natural order fox, it could still hide a high-level awakened one. The ones we killed earlier were outside the city, which is why their true forms were exposed. John Payne glanced at the two fantastic beasts on the ground, suddenly thinking, if that's the case, perhaps you're heading toward the fantastic beasts. He reached out to remove its mask, realizing something in his thoughts. Only he could expose their disguise. John Payne held the mask in his hand, quietly speaking. Wang Ji Min, these two mutated beasts killed your parents. They disguised themselves as them. Ji Min recalled the scene with her family, her father gently rubbing her head. He continued, erase that scene from her memories. The fantastic beast lying on the ground struck her eyes. This was the truth. Ji Min's gaze fell, tears welling up, still unable to accept the truth. How could this be? Sha Yu sat in the king's throne, her voice displeased as she spoke. In this past week, 9 of our people have died. She crossed her legs, one hand resting on her chin, seemingly having found a way to break the illusion talent. A fantastic beast crossed his arms and arrogantly spoke, Your Highness, we should simply kill all the humans and take over the city. Another one retorted, Then what will we eat afterward? Grass, Sha Yu shouted, causing them to fall silent. Be quiet. She glanced at each fantastic beast below, then spoke in a deep voice. Foolish. Killing all the humans is not practical, and it's a waste of food. The urgent matter now is to lure them out from the dark corners and eliminate them one by one. Sha Yu looked over at Zi Ming, standing beside her, and asked, Do you have any strategies, Vice Mayor? He bowed respectfully. Your Highness, perhaps we could draw in other races to disrupt Pearl City, then focus on eliminating some of the strongest human experts. She countered, How can you be sure they are still within the city? He clenched his fist, his brow furrowed. In addition to the large organizations, the patrol and investigation teams, there was another one. Back then, the city lord was severely injured by the king and fled. I suspected he was hiding within that organization. I am certain he hasn't left the city. He must be waiting for us to make a mistake. The fantastic beast spoke up in agreement with Zi Ming's opinion. Your Highness, I believe bringing other races into the city is not a bad idea. Exactly, the other one agreed, adding, I just happen to want a change of taste. Sha Yu stood up and walked, each step deliberate. Her face transformed into that of fantastic beast, agreeing with Zi Ming's approach, but the king was still deeply asleep. She cast a cold, threatening glance at Zi Ming and spoke. Although you've helped my people, if you dare make even the slightest move, I will surely kill you. Sha Yu continued walking, her words echoing, hoping he understood his place. Wang Zi Ming, trembling, knelt and regained his composure, ensuring his subordinates would not act out of turn. His subordinates had devoted their lives to Pearl City, but the city's ruler was useless, and Pearl City was slow to develop. He only hoped Pearl City could progress further. Contrary to his fearful demeanor, His face showed a scheming expression, as if he were waiting for a stronger force to take over. On Ji-min's side, she trembled as if all of her strength had been drained. Tears fell from her eyes in a steady stream, and through choked sobs, she said, "Mom and Dad." Ji-min broke down in tears, constantly blaming herself. I'm sorry. If only I had realized sooner." Saishan remained indifferent, with no expression to show, and even if she had noticed earlier, what could she have done? Feeling that her words might have been too much, Zhang Ping reminded her, "Stop talking, Sister Tsai." Suddenly, Ji-min yelled out, "Enough." She cried out loudly, "In the end, it's all my fault, because I'm too weak. Someone like me can't even learn the simplest techniques. Why did this have to happen to my parents?" Zhang Ping silently looked at her, feeling helpless. Why couldn't it have been me instead? He sat down and pulled Ji-min into a tight embrace. She was taken aback. Zhang Ping held her tightly, as though trying to offer some comfort, whispering in her ear, "Listen, this isn't your fault." Saishan turned away, and he continued, deep in thought, "You and I are alike. I also had someone very important to me, but they were killed by the Natural Order Fox of the patrol team. I can't help but wonder, if I had stopped them from going to the patrol team that day, would things have turned out differently?" Ji-min lay still in Zhang Ping's arms, silently listening to him speak. "But deep down, I know that even if I could go back in time, the outcome wouldn't change. Joining the Tien Fang team was her dream. No one could have stopped her." Zhang Ping continued, "No one could change their destiny. So the fact that your family was killed is not your fault. But you can change the future. You can become stronger. And you can protect those who are important to you." He looked at Ji-min, his words accompanied by encouragement. "I believe your parents, from above, will be watching over you, and they will surely be happy for you." As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to flow from her eyes. "Thank you, Zhang Ping." He remembered the fantastic beasts and spoke up. As for the monsters in the city, he confidently said, "Trust me, I will eliminate them one by one." Suddenly, he spat out the blood from his mouth onto Ji-min's face. She was stunned and shouted, "Huh!" Saishan was startled, turned around, and shouted anxiously, Zhang Ping, is it really you? Were you hurt this badly?" A thought briefly crossed his mind before he passed out. He had just given his body the command to stop holding on, not realizing that he could only maintain it for a short time. After the fainting episode, Zhang Ping slowly regained consciousness. He groggily saw Ji-min and Saishan in front of him. Saishan smiled lightly, and Ji-min cheerfully spoke up. "That's great, finally she's awake." Zhang Ping sat up suddenly, one hand raised to his head, his voice hoarse. "How long have I been asleep?" "Don't move," Saishan quickly said. "Be careful, the wound might open up again." Ji-min grabbed his arm, her face determined. "Zhang Ping, I've made up my mind, I want to become stronger." Ji-min struck a confident pose, raising 2 fingers in front of Zhang Ping, full of resolve. Then, along with everyone else, she went to eliminate the Natural Order Fox. He smiled. "I believe in you. You'll definitely make it." Saishan crossed her arms, looking at Ji-min seriously. "Miss Wine, your home is no longer safe. I suggest you stay here temporarily. If the two of you stay together, I can keep you both safe." The strange, ominous voice that was strangely familiar echoed in his head again. "The king slumbers still. Confirm the location of Wang Ziming." The voice continued. "I dare not, sir." Zhang Ping squinted his eyes, recognizing the voice, the sound of Liu Xiaoyu. Zhang Ping hurriedly told Saishan what he had heard. "See, Sai, there's intelligence from Natural Order Fox." She asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" After a moment, he had relayed the entire conversation to Saishan. He spoke up, "Wang Ziming, he's the deputy mayor of Pearl City." She placed her hands on her hips, her every gesture deliberate. Her words were calm, and she mentioned that he was part of the Natural Order Fox conversation, even referring to himself as their subordinate, which implied that he might have betrayed them. And the king may possess enough illusion talent to enhance the entire community, while also preventing top-tier awakened ones from seeing through it. That makes him the ruler among the Natural Order Foxes. Zhang Ping sat on the bed, focusing intently on every word Saishan spoke. If their king is in a deep sleep, then now is the perfect opportunity for us to strike back. Zhang Ping, we need you to help us distinguish the Natural Order Fox. John Ping quickly replied, "No problem." At the same time, Uncle Liu puffed on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke. "I'm hungry." Chu Chang, standing across from him, spoke casually, "Wait a little longer. John Ping should be back with food soon." At the cleanup team's base, Manny stretched out, releasing all her fatigue, and her voice rang out. "You asked me to activate the secret chamber earlier, and now you want to open the celestial curtain." Chen Lu Wei glanced at Manny, squinted one eye lazily, and said, "Sei Sai really knows how to make people do what she wants." The door swung open. Kite, seeing that Manny wasn't drinking coffee to wake up, asked, "Manny, aren't you having coffee? This is going to take a long time, you know." Manny, looking confident, pointed her thumb at herself and said, "No need. I already had some." Suji stepped into the boundary of the magic circle and said, "Then let's begin." She spread both her arms wide and started reciting the incantation. Sunlight energy infusion. Complete. Chuji, Lu Wei, and Manny stood at their respective positions in the circle. A dark beam of light appeared in the center of the circle. Manny called out, "Black veil complete." Then Lu Wei shouted, "Light and shadow distortion. Complete." The entire city was surrounded by an invisible light, illusory light celestial curtain activating and enveloping the whole city. Thoughts swirled around John Ping's mind. After a period of cooperation, the cleaning team finally agreed to reveal some information to me. The cleaning team was the most secretive organization in Pearl City. Their role was to step in when Pearl City was about to face disaster, and at the same time, clean up the filth within Pearl City. You thought again about the cleaning team. Each member of the team appeared in your imagination as the trump card of Pearl City. The cleaning team often had to carry out secretive actions, and the team that supported their operations was one with a special structure. The barrier team. John Ping recalled the words Sai Shan had said about the abilities of the team members. According to what Sister Sai Sai had said, the barrier team had 3 main members. Team leader Manny, whose ability was Black Curtain. The dark room that you had entered many times before was created by her own hands. You pondered the abilities of each individual. Kakshuji, whose ability was solar energy absorption, using the light to provide energy to maintain the combat power of the team. Isn't that essentially a power bank? Then you thought of the last person, Lu Wei. Chen Lu Wei, whose ability was light and shadow distortion, enabling him to achieve invisibility by altering the colors of light and shadow on the surface of objects. A magical layer formed by the 3 of them, Manny, Kexi, and Lu Wei, created a barrier surrounding the city. When the 3 of them joined forces, they could activate illusory like Celestine, a power that could draw creatures with royal rank or below from the sky into the dark room space. The world inside could also freely adjust the scenes within it to mesmerize opponents. This was the strongest tactic of the barrier team. If the natural order fox quietly kills by altering perception, then we use their methods to return the favor. Yu Yi and Yu Er glanced around while walking through the crowded city streets, filled with people coming and going. Yu Yi spoke up, "Yu Er, why don't we pick a few people from here and take them with us? There's some sort of magic behind them, but no one seems to notice." Yu Er, cautious, replied, "The city hasn't been very safe lately. Shouldn't we be a bit more careful?" Yu Yi taunted, "You're already scared." Yu Yi shot Yu Er a glance, sensing something was off, as if he could feel an invisible source of magic. She spoke again, "Yu Yi, don't you feel like something's wrong?" Yu Yi dismissed her suspicion. "What's wrong? You're acting like you're afraid of Tai Theo now." His eyes turned sharp as he said, "Where did all the people around them go?" Yu Yi frowned. "Where did everyone go?" From above, a figure clenched his fist, drawing closer and closer to Yu Yi and Yu Er. He landed smoothly on the ground. The massive surge of magic caused a burst of power upon landing, and a thick cloud of smoke began to dissipate. The figure stood tall in the smoke, arrogantly speaking, "It's a shame I can't just kill both of you with one punch." Yu Yi roared, "Damn it, you're the one who's been killing my kind recently in Pearl City." He took an attacking stance, sneering arrogantly, and said, "And you dare to blatantly launch an attack on us? Don't you fear we'll call for reinforcements?" Jin Bo laughed scornfully, hinting, "Or maybe you should try calling for help. Your brother's people are full of blood of the Golden Thunder." Suddenly, Jin Bo remembered the information Zhang Ping had provided. According to Zhang Ping's intel, These two were around level 25, and he thought he could handle them. After all, he was. Jinbo was level 32, and the two transformed beasts lunged toward him. Yu Yi snarled in anger and charged recklessly. He grabbed Jinbo's arm with one hand, throwing a punch with the other. But Jinbo had vanished. Yu pounced from behind, screaming, "Little morsel!" Jinbo glanced at his hand, which she was holding tightly. His mind was a bit frantic. He had clearly blocked her. Yu and Yu Yi attacked together, forcing Jinbo to stagger back slightly. He sneered, clearly unimpressed by their skill level. Yu Yi arrogantly looked at Jinbo, who was now at a disadvantage. "Is that all? I really don't understand how our kind gets killed off like this." Suddenly, Jinbo threw a punch directly at his face, catching him off guard. The blow sent Yu Yi flying backward. Jinbo spoke. "Now you know." Yu panicked and shouted loudly, "Yu Yi." Yu seemed to lose control, raising her arm high. Behind her was a fantastic beast. She snarled fiercely, "Damn it, I will take your life." Jinbo seemed to realize something. So that was it. He grabbed the arm of the fantastic beast instead of hers, leaving her stunned. Calmly, Jinbo spoke. "Although I can't see it, I'm sure I can make out the shape of you two by now." Jinbo tightened his grip on the arm of the fantastic beast, causing it to scream in pain. He doesn't care and just keeps applying more force. Jinbo continued. "This kind of power is very strong when used for surprise attacks, but it's pretty useless in direct combat." At that moment, Yu Yi charged forward. Yu screamed, "Yu Yi, save me." Jinbo glanced at Yu Yi, his lips twitching. "Hello." He threw Yu toward Yu Yi, sending her off. Jinbo then soared up and kicked Yu directly. She let out a blood-curdling scream once again. To finish them off, he took a run-up and stomped straight down onto the two mutated fantastic beasts. Time to send them off. After that, the fantastic beasts received a kick and just fell straight down. Jinbo looked at Yu Yi. Yu Yi was sprawled on the ground. She struggled to speak. "Why can't I feel my kind?" It seemed like he had figured it out, and replied, "We've been set up. Don't let them say another word." Jinbo put all his strength into his arm, and struck them again. The two mutated fantastic beasts screamed, "I hate this." "One more time." Jinbo responded, "Go." Looking at the chaotic scene below, John Ping sighed. "Too strong, Saishan." She showed a face with little emotion, but her voice was filled with pride. "After all, Jinbo is the leader of our combat team." Bing crossed her arms and laughed at the thought of Jinbo's appearance in battle. Though it was hard not to associate it with something ridiculous, she wondered aloud. "What's that?" Outside, Shebai's voice came through, transmitted by Saishan's earpiece. "Liu Saishan, this is Shebai. Mutated beasts are gathering outside the city, causing chaos for no clear reason. If they enter the city now, it might add more pressure to the illusory-like Celestine activate. You should go outside the city and investigate the situation." She felt a little hesitant, but the person on the other side continued. "If you're worried about John Ping, take him with you. It would be a good opportunity for him to improve his combat skills." Saishan understood the order clearly. She listened attentively to Shebai's instructions. "That natural order fox that he pointed out before, we've already documented it. I'll arrange for the combat team to handle it." She responded affirmatively. John Ping suddenly wondered, couldn't it be related to the storm that had gathered the wolf pack before, when Sister C had encountered it? She took a step forward, calling back, "Let's go, John Ping. Follow me to the smithy outside the city. I'll have someone protect you there." He asked her about the person who had spoken. "Who was that just now? Some important figure?" Saishan, calm and unhurried, replied, "That's our leader. After the mission is complete, you'll meet him." John Ping agreed. "Got it." Knowledge Generalization Table. Beginner level is from level 1 to level 10, and John Ping is currently level 4. Intermediate is from level 11 to level 20. Most natural order foxes are at the intermediate level, while advanced is from level 21 to level 30. Liu Saishan is level 28, and a few elite fox spirits are also advanced. Peak level ranges from level 31 to level 40. The human limit is level 40. Jinbo is level 32. The level for practitioners is from level 40 upwards. Mutated beasts have no level limit, and the natural order fox species can have royal rank existences. The scene transitions to the distant forest, where Saishan and Zhongping walk together into the woods. Zhongping glances back at her. "You're already this grown, but it's your first time leaving the city. These are plants." He was about to move forward to examine the red-colored ancient trees ahead, when he was pulled back by Saishan. "Don't go there." Zhongping looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the cluster of trees, and a green bead shot out from it. The bead flew up high, creating a huge explosion. The green substance that came out looked like acid. Zhongping quickly took a step back. According to Saishan, the bush ahead suddenly released these plant roots, which were called acid grass, containing a highly corrosive acid. She explained that the green droplets that fell to the ground vaporized intensely, and now was the time for its fruit to mature. When the fruit matures, it explodes like fireworks. Behind Saishan, there was another bush starting to stir and rustle. Acid grass spread its seeds in this way, and one had to be very cautious. There were also mutated beasts that ate acid grass. She turned and pointed to a white creature, dog-like in shape but with some rodent features. "That's your first opponent. I need to go investigate the situation. Mutated beasts are getting agitated. Stay here, and don't wander too far." Zhongping turned to look at the creature, inspecting it, and the system displayed all its information. Mutated beasts, caustic aqua bunny, mutated rabbit species, 3-star potential, primary level mutated beast. Rank 9, natural talent. It can shoot highly corrosive water from the sweat glands in its ears. He drew his knife and infused it with energy. This rabbit seemed harmless, but its rank was even higher than that of a venomous tail rat. Taking advantage of its distraction, Zhongping hurled the dagger at the creature, shouting loudly, launching a surprise attack. It was not a creature to be underestimated. The monster easily dodged to the side. Zhongping blocked its path and charged forward with a fiery punch. First strike, the mutated rabbit was no pushover. It sprayed venom from its hands, and first strike was caught off guard. Raising his hand to block, he was surprised by how far the venom could travel. From an acid grass forest ahead, they all began launching small acid projectiles, causing First Strike's defense to falter. "This is bad. The acid's been triggered." Several acid projectiles shot into the air, creating a fireworks-like display. Zhongping shouted, "Evade the acid, then let the body automatically analyze the situation." Zhongping quickly dodged each drop of acid that fell, while simultaneously analyzing the mutated rabbit in his mind. One of its senses is very sharp, and its reactions are also agile. I failed to ambush it. 2. It has ranged skills and is immune to acid. Standing face to face with the rabbit, they stare at each other. 3. It's very cunning. First, it spits acid to keep me from getting close, then deliberately leads me to the area where the fruit ripens. He couldn't help but sigh now, thinking about how quick and deceptive its movements were. It wasn't easy to deal with. He looked at the hand he had used to shield against the acid earlier, still skeptical, and said, "Why didn't this acid corrode me? I clearly used my hand to block the acid the rabbit shot at me." Curious, Zhongping replicated the earlier move, making his hand burst into flames again. Couldn't it be because of the fire? The mutated rabbit launched a barrage of acid toward him. "Take my acid." Zhongping swung his hand, and the fire spread from his palm, neutralizing the acid attack. The strong flames flew through the streams of acid, as he held a knife in one hand and gathered more fire in the other, ready to continue the fight. Indeed, the acid feared fire. It evaporated instantly. No wonder Sai had been confident in letting him fight an opponent of such a higher level. The monster, seeing that Zhongping was unscathed, glared with red eyes in anger. "Damn it, I've wasted all my acids." It charged straight toward him. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhongping couldn't dodge in time and raised his hand to block. This familiar sensation. Does this little monster have 2 levels of power too? The rabbit kept attacking him from all sides in disarray. Zhongping glanced at his wound, feeling a sharp, stinging pain, and his face darkened. The claw attacks from the monster were also corrosive. "You bastard," it snarled, having been wounded on its back by him, gritting its teeth as it shot him a venomous look. "Knowing that long-range attacks are useless against me, you want to go head-to-head with me." Zhongping's expression darkened further as he became serious, a blazing fire surrounding him. Fire devour flame reserves overdrive, he thought. If I don't want to be corroded, I have to use fire to shield myself. Fire devour flame reserves 43 100ths. He looked up, staring straight ahead. But this method would cause the flames to quickly dissipate, so he had to end it fast. Without hesitation, John Ping rushed forward, a long trail of flames following him, surrounding the monster with fire. Little rabbit, you can set up a trap, but it's not just you. With every step, he moved rhythmically, landing each strike. The large flames enveloped John Ping as he held his spear, charging straight toward the monster. Now you have nowhere to run. A circle of fire surrounded them. Die. Fire devour flame reserves 3 100ths. John Ping lowered his knife and the large flames spread out. You've avoided it, which was also the moment his fire reserves ran out. Fire devour flame reserves 0 100th. John Ping looked towards its direction of escape, but it conveniently matched his thoughts as the fire circle gradually shrank. John Ping immediately activated his real fire ability, absorbing the flames. Fire devour flame reserves 4 100ths. Fire devour flame reserves 9 100ths. Fire devour flame reserves 13 100ths. He stared ahead dangerously. Let's see how you're going to escape in midair. The mutated rabbit was burned by the large fire, screaming in agony. John Ping observed the result, then sighed. It really took some effort. My attributes haven't increased, and that rabbit is probably still alive. It needs a few more stabs. He swiftly butchered the rabbit. The system displayed a notification. All attributes leveled up by 2. Current attributes: Stamina 20, Spirit Power Extraordinary, Energy 19, Agility 23. Average value for an ordinary person is 10. John Ping happily collected his rewards. No doubt it was a level 9 monster. Killing one increased all attributes by 2 points. But, unfortunately, his level hadn't increased. The higher the level, the harder it becomes to level up. It's quite common to gain attribute points from training and monster killing, but not see any increase in level. The system continued to distribute rewards as the total energy reached 1,000. The primary fire practitioner advanced to the intermediate fire practitioner level, and the fire reserves increased to 300. John Ping was surprised by his unexpected gain. The fire practitioner had leveled up, and the rewards were not few. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of mutated rabbits emerged from the shadows and charged toward him, ready to end it all. At this moment, John Ping could not control his emotions, and ordered himself to make a final stand. He looked at his flame reserves and froze, his expression hard to read. Fire devour flame reserves 2 100ths, depleted. The earlier attack had drained all of his reserves. The monsters kept coming, more and more of them, and he stood quietly watching. Moreover, there were so many rabbits, with the leader being twice the size of the others, its sharp fangs and muscular body radiating an overwhelming, threatening power. John Ping reached into his shirt, remembering something. Right, the reserves here can activate the J pendant. The mutated rabbits began their attack, charging toward him all at once. John Ping ran while holding the jade in his hand. The 36 strategy was to flee. It was the fastest way. As he ran, he raised the jade and called for help. Sister Tsai say, save me. However, before he could wait for help, a few more creatures appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Behind him, a group of mutated rabbits was waiting, ready to hunt, making him uneasy. No way. Do they even know how to use a pincer attack, front and rear? John Ping was surrounded on all sides, with the creatures forming a circle around him. This time, it was trouble. A wave of acid from the rabbits shot straight toward where John Ping was standing. Terrified, he squatted down and covered his head, using his clothes to shield himself from the first wave of attack. Suddenly, a wall of ice rose up, blocking the acid. John Ping turned around in panic, recognizing the familiar water element. It was Sai Shan, advancing toward him. It was indeed Sister Sai Sai. She was gathering her strength while ordering the creatures to retreat. Sai Shan used her power. The mutated rabbits are getting aggressive now. A massive wave appeared in front of the rabbits. It swept them away, sending the entire group of mutated rabbits flying far away. The mutated rabbits were bewildered and couldn't swim, helplessly being carried away by the wave. After a while, everything was frozen. Seeing this scene, Ping couldn't help but sigh. She raised her hand and pointed, and the wave instantly turned into a block of ice. A mountain of super-altered matter. Just now, she had only dealt with one. Yet she had to use all her strength. At this point, Saishan spoke up and asked, I just left not long ago. Why are there so many suddenly appearing? Ping was taken aback. I don't know either. Hearing this, she looked around and assessed the situation, but found no results. Then, Saishan drew out her ice sword, ready to fight with a calm mindset. No matter how many there are, it's the same. Several small monsters emerged, one after another, rushing toward the block of ice. They didn't attack here because of the leader, right? But should be dead by now. Saishan held her sword, ready to strike, completely unconcerned with what was happening around her. The rabbit demons bared their vicious faces and growled, but the rabbit horde didn't pay them any attention. Saishan swung her sword fiercely, killing one after another, muttering as she fought, if it's like this, then I won't hold back anymore. After that, she aimed at the rabbit demon by the block of ice. The final one, she reasoned. The leader of the monster horde is being frozen. If I'm not mistaken, the answer is inside the body of the lead rabbit. Saishan placed her hand on the surface of the ice and began to unravel it. She touched it lightly, and the ice block there shattered into pieces. Saishan sat down to examine the shards of glass. She found it. She picked up a green gem. It was indeed a spirit-controlling pill. Ping, curious, approached and asked, a spirit-controlling pill? What is this? It smells so good. Saishan inspected the gem and replied, this is something made by a certain organization, an item used to control mutated beasts. The image that appeared from the gem showed a person and a monster. At this moment, she realized the beast-taming Zhu clan had indeed appeared. It was said that a spirit-controlling pill would emit a unique fragrance that only low-level mutated beasts could smell. A group of mutated rabbits had gathered around the spirit-controlling pill at some point. She warned, its scent will attract mutated beasts, and consuming it is different from your controlled gemstone. The leader of the mutated rabbits had also been freed from the ice, and it was filled with a fierce desire for revenge. She continued, mutated beasts that consume a spirit-controlling pill will lose their intelligence, and eventually be forced into taming. But how the Zhu family manages to control these tamed mutated beasts, we still don't know. Saishan clenched her fist and crushed the green gem. This item would not be digested. Whatever, if ignored, mutated beasts would definitely be controlled. Saishan didn't have much affection for the beads. She threw the fragments down to the ground. In short, the violence of mutated beasts must be related to a spirit-controlling pill. I'll report back to the headquarters and ask her whether this is related to the Zhu family. Until it is thoroughly investigated, you should seriously train with me outside the city. Ping, hearing the order, stood straight and raised a hand to his forehead in salute. Yes. But they were not alert enough and didn't notice someone hiding behind a tree. Soon after, Saishan seemed to sense something. She didn't say anything, but Tong Chiyu immediately advanced towards the woods. She easily cut through the tree trunk, causing Ping, who was standing beside her, to become extremely confused. What's going on all of a sudden? On a dry branch, a snowflake appeared. Saishan concentrated her power in her palm and responded, it's nothing. She then thought to herself, was it just my imagination? She emanated a deep crimson aura, commanding the subordinates below. As you all must know, recently humanity has found a way to eliminate mind control, which has caused heavy casualties to our people. Over the past week, I discovered that the majority of our kin who were killed were concentrated around Craftsman Street. Since you live near there, you are likely to be considered the next targets. I want you all to make some noise together, so that the enemy believes you've discovered some clue. Yu, filled with a strong desire for revenge, wanted to flee, hoping that would prompt them to act sooner. The demon beasts below seemed somewhat hesitant. In this moment, Yu's murderous aura surged as she looked at her ugly hand, which was sharp and cold in color. I, on the other hand, want to see exactly who the enemy is. The subordinates yelled in unison. Understood. In some forest, the nighttime light stretched across a corner, looking incredibly poetic. A few mutated rabbits were grazing when, out of nowhere, Ping descended from above. He targeted the rabbit that was eating grass and set it ablaze with fire. The night walker had expired. The mutated rabbits nearby, seeing their kind being killed, went into a frenzy and jumped erratically around him, their eyes burning with rage. After a week of hunting rabbits, he had simultaneously reached level 6. They spat countless toxins towards Zhang Ping, but he completely grasped their weaknesses and the form of their attacks. Suddenly, a ring of fire appeared, and Zhang Ping vanished into the center. He leaped high into the air, chasing one of the mutated rabbits, first neutralizing their long-range attacks and provoking them. After being enraged, they would envelop themselves in acid to close in for close combat. Zhang Ping swiftly used fire to eliminate each one. The acid could be ignited, though the burning time was very short and not life-threatening. He skillfully fought both at a distance and up close. If he used the scales of the chain serpentine as fuel, the mutated rabbits, sensing the danger, curled their tails and fled. The fire continued to burn. Zhang Ping performed a finishing move. A huge column of fire erupted around him. I call it Fire Devourer 3 Flavors True Fire, but forget it. Zhang Ping strode out of the column of flames, majestic and defiant, while the monsters screamed in agony as they were burned alive. He took a pleased glance at the spoils he had collected during the time just before, now finally putting them to use. He looked over at the mutated rabbits, each one charred and falling to the ground. With such a continuous streak of monster kills, he should be able to level up now. Zhang Ping, feeling pleased, glanced at his information panel. His stats had increased significantly since he first arrived, and as expected, he had leveled up, now at level 7. All his attributes had gone up by 1. Since he had exceeded the level requirement to kill enemies, all of his base attributes had increased by 1 as well. Current attributes: Stamina 24, Unlimited Mental Power, Strength 25, Agility 29. The average value for a normal person is 10. The contract gem level was increased by 1, reaching level 5. It would be activated once he reached the next level. He paused for a moment. Wait a minute, the contract gem leveled up too. Excited, Zhang Ping pulled out the gem to examine it. Previously, he had thought the contract gem's level was synchronized with his own level, but after he leveled up twice to level 6, the gem's level had only increased to 4. This time, the gem was blue. Zhang Ping continued to think deeply about the matter, not noticing the dark energy behind him. Is it because the contract gem is harder to level up? I wonder what ability it will awaken this time. Hopefully, it'll be a combat-type ability. Suddenly, the rabbit's lifeless body opened its eyes and woke up, exuding a dark, ominous aura. Zhang Ping was puzzled, turning to look at the boy, his eyes wide in shock, as he watched the rabbit slowly get up. This one isn't dead yet, Zhang Ping said with a confident smile. It's the same every time. I'm not the same as before now. He launched the real fire technique, with flames endlessly swirling, both rushing straight at the opponent without hesitation. As they closed in, he was still very confident. But then Zhang Ping suddenly paused, quickly turning his sword and gripping the weapon tightly in his hand. Zhang Ping charged directly at the dark figure, thrusting his sword toward it. But to his surprise, it passed right through the shadow without leaving a scratch. Now it was the dark rabbit's turn to attack. It swelled in size and shot a beam of black energy downward. Zhang Ping was full of questions. What is this? Could it be that all the rabbits I've dealt with have created vengeful spirits? Zhang Ping tried again. Vengeful spirits are fine. Even demons are okay. His sword strike was incredibly fast, landing a blow directly on the host of the shadow. Die for me. The possessed rabbit returned to normal, its body stiffening before falling to the ground. Zhang Ping looked at the rabbit's corpse below, wondering when exactly did the wild rabbit gain such a skill. He searched through the rabbit's body. Couldn't it be that it's being controlled by a spirit controlling pill? From its body, you managed to pull out something purplish. Indeed, there was something there. However, it seemed like it wasn't a spirit controlling pill. Zhang Ping used his identification skill. Failure, 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 failure. He stubbornly continued to identify it, but the result remained the same. Failure. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so hard to identify. Failure. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Nethermiss essence. Mysterious quality. The essence of power stored in the testicles of a nethermiss black goat. Consuming it will lead to unimaginable occurrences. Zhang Ping was still there, identifying it. He lit the campfire beside him. Failure, failure, Failure. Failure. Finally, after many attempts, he succeeded. Successful identification. Nethermist essence. Mysterious quality. The concentrated energy stored in the testicles of a nethermist black goat. After consumption, surprising events will occur. As the system replayed the scene, a goat-like monster, surrounded by black poisonous gas, clashed with a group of normal beasts. They charged at each other, 1 against 100. Each monster used its own strengths and unleashed them accordingly. On the goat's side, leading the group of monsters was a wild boar and a bird with claws. It was a surprise when the boar charged forward to attack. The goat and the dark mist dispersed. The goat easily pierced through the wild boar, then used the opening at its side to aim directly and strike. In one move, the leader boar was knocked out, its body lying beneath, as the dark mist from the goat slowly seeped into the boar's corpse, and from within, black thorns sprouted, stabbing through its body. It screamed in agony. Watching this scene from one side, John Ping wondered, died together. Then the dark mist dissipated completely, leaving only a skeleton of the goat, awaiting selection. The gem in his hand glowed. John Ping thought to himself, I have a feeling this orb is similar to a Feng Chai treasure stone. It must be a rare artifact. Holding the Nethermist reserve in his hand, John Ping witnessed the entire process it had summoned. But how could he activate this treasure stone? Directly touching it had no effect, unlike the awakening before. Could it really be that he had to swallow it? Sweat dripped down his face as he stared at the strange object before him. The problem was, this belonged to the Black Mountain Goat, and it really did seem a little disgusting. I recall the battles you've been through, all of them ending in defeat, mocked and helpless, with no power to fight back. Thankfully, you're even weaker than an ant. How can you be picky when it comes to choosing opportunities? The more John Ping thought about it, the more solemn he became. Then, he made a bold move, closing his eyes tightly and consuming a Nethermist reserve. Suddenly, John Ping's eyes changed, glowing red. He clutched his head and screamed, turning around as a wave of dark, ominous energy surrounded him. John Ping held his head, groaning in pain. Out of nowhere, memories of his childhood friend resurfaced. John Ping recalled the scene when Jing Jiao was captured by the monsters. John Ping, promise me, no matter how many failures you face, even with tears streaming down your face, forcing a smile, you must put all your hope in John Ping. You must keep living. John Ping, struggling, pushed himself up from the ground. Su Jingyao, don't worry. Before I kill every last one of those fox demons, I won't die. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Evaluation successful. Summing attribute table. John Ping. Master John Ping. Human race. Primary awakened class level 7. 6-star growth value. Physical strength 26. Energy 25. Can convert fear from living beings into mist for control. Mist volume 2100s. Every time 1 point of mist is consumed, the mist entity gains 10% attack and 10% defense at the current level, and can be created up to 1000%. You look at your new strength and muttered. This time's innate ability is a combat type, with both offense and defense. It seems that its power is related to the amount of fog consumed. John Ping turned to look at the information panel, and his growth value had unexpectedly increased by 3 stars in the blink of an eye. Is the Ming branch this strong? A smile formed on his lips, but tears streamed down his face. Damn it! John Ping clenched his fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Why did I show this kind of expression? He sat in front of the campfire, unsure of what kind of emotion he was feeling. It was too vague. Dissatisfaction, joy, tension, discomfort. Who could say? In any case, soon enough, he would be able to avenge Tu Jingyao. A group of people approached from behind, with the green-haired leader waving his hand in a friendly gesture of concern. Hey, brother, are you okay? But the other members of the group behind him seemed to be hinting they didn't want to get involved. We still have to move on. Let's not get caught up in this. That's right, with no mutated beasts around, let's head into the city quickly. He still cares about you. John Ping slowly stood up, straightened his back, glanced behind him, his eyes flashing in the dark. Not finishing the sentence, about to raise a hand to wave. But before anything could happen, the others had already panicked, tossed their things aside, and ran away. Ghoster here, ghost below. The system displayed the following message. Fog quantity, 23/100ths. Fog healing amount, 3100s. Fog healing amount, 35 100s. I looked at the black energy, confused and wondered. Could it be that I can absorb the fear of others and transform it into fog? This fog didn't feel like actual mist to me. It didn't even seem to have any real energy. I looked in my hand, which was undergoing some sort of transformation. But the shape of the fog could change according to my will. It reverted to its original form. A knife appeared from within. I focused, though unsure of its true power. Ben lightly flicked his hand to the side, testing it with the lowest level of damage. In an instant, he caused a huge tree trunk next to him to snap in half, using just a small reserve of fog, and it was already that powerful. It fell toward him, and at the same time, a notification came. Fog from 1. Fog minus M. The large piece of wood that was falling toward Ben was now reduced to a pile of debris raining down from the sky. Interesting. Ben created a small shield of fog, delighted with his new ability. It can slice and carve, and also defend against attacks. This fog has a lot of uses. You're dangerous, she said, looking at the pile of wood beneath her feet and retracting her power. If used properly, the Manhwa Chi branch could be your trump card against high-level mutated beasts. Next, she continued assisting the cleanup team, and just as she was about to embrace her new power, Saishan suddenly charged forward from behind, shouting, "John Ping, she just used her power to zip past you." Saishan scanned the area. "You've encountered the mist-mutated beasts already, right? Where are they?" He thought to himself, "This unfamiliar scene reminds me of Sister Sack." Ben laughed, absent-mindedly scratching his face. "Sister Sai, actually, the thing is like this." She was stunned, unable to believe it. "What? You ate nether mist essence?" Saishan yelled, spitting out words fiercely at him. "John Payne, are you saying that you're complaining about me living too long? You're eating all kinds of unknown stuff. Do you realize you almost died just now?" She turned angrily, walking away. Behind her, Ben was still in a good mood, smiling. "It's probably not that bad. I used the diagnostic spell, you know. It's fine. If something really goes wrong, I can just order myself to puke it out." Saishan shy Maglaire. "What makes you think you can puke it out?" She gave a dangerous look and spoke terrifying words. "Have you ever considered the possibility that what you have is a parasite?" John Ping's face darkened, and he began to pat his body. "Sis Sai, are you saying that what I have and is actually something very dangerous?" Saishan frowned and explained about them. "Mutated mist beasts are a type of creature of unknown origin." Saishan continued. "What you said, like the image that Gu Mingwu showed you. They don't have a specific form and usually parasitize other creatures. The black mountain goat and the deadshot rabbit you mentioned are probably puppets of the mutated mist beasts. After the host dies, they crawl into the host orifices, waiting for a new host." Saishan continued. "The key point is that mutated mist beasts can control the creature they infect." After hearing this, John Ping's head spun, and he was filled with extreme fear. "Doesn't that mean the mist has made a contract with me?" He frowned, seriously contemplating. "When I was eating earlier, the essence of Mingwu caused intense pain. Was it because the mist was trying to seize control of my body?" He immediately asked, "If I haven't been affected, does that mean the parasitism failed?" In the forest, the atmosphere was gloomy. Saishan stood with her arms crossed and said, "I don't know. You're very special. Perhaps you have a beast lurking inside you as well, which has allowed you to destroy the fog-mutated beasts. Or maybe it's because you can control yourself absolutely, so even if you're parasitized, it wouldn't have any effect." She laughed loudly, scaring him. "Anyway, if I find anything odd about you, I'll just have to chop you down." John Ping, frightened, took a step back. I'm sorry." Out of nowhere, a spider descended from the tree, its large, sparkling eyes suddenly appearing. Saishan froze in shock and quickly drew her ice sword, shouting loudly, "Spider! Spider!" Saishan swung her sword wildly. A huge spider appeared, and she ran to hug John Ping. "Quick, chase it away! Hurry!" He gently patted her head, smiling. "You're still afraid of bugs like that, just like when you were little." John Ping recalled when they were children, playing together. He said, Sai, look at what I caught." She asked, "What is it? Let me see." John Ping brought the bug over to show Saishan, but she was terrified and waved her hand. "Take it away, quickly." He sighed, helplessly watching the bug fly off, whispering, "The friend I just caught got chased away by you." Saishan stood beside him, comforting, "You idiot, there are so many people in the orphanage who could be your friends. Why did you have to make insects your companions?" Zhang Ping lowered his head. "But one day they will leave the orphanage. What will I do then?" Saishan hugged him, comforting him. "Sister Sai Sai agrees with you. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be your friend, even when you're much more innocent than you are now." "Really? Don't lie to me. You and your sister are so cute. Let's pinky swear." Back in the present, everything was the same. Only the roles of who was holding whom had changed. Zhang Ping looked at Sai Shan with nostalgia, and she hastily pushed him away. "Why are you hugging me so tightly?" Zhang Ping calmly froze, not even sure why. Sai Shan turned away, continuing her thoughts. Zhang Ping, out in the wild, any item of unclear origin could contain dangerous unknowns. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although you were lucky to escape this time, next time you encounter such items, you must never let your guard down. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled, "Remember this well." He obediently responded, "Yes." Zhang Ping looked at Sai Shan with warm affection. He had always thought that after Sister Sai Sai joined the cleaning team, she had become colder, keeping a distant relationship with him. But now, it seemed she hadn't changed at all. She still cared for him, just like before, only now she didn't want to show it. Suddenly, something red and glowing made a sound on her body. Sai Shan picked it up and urgently said, "What's going on?" "Okay, I understand." She turned around and hurriedly left. "My investigation mission and your special training end here. We have to return to Pearl City." Zhang Ping sensed something and asked, "Did something happen?" She quickly replied, "Captain Jin Bo was seriously injured by the Natural Order Fox. I must return to the city for reinforcement immediately." He unexpectedly followed Sai Shan back. Even, he had to wait. Why don't we ask the investigation team outside the city or seek support from other cities? She reminded him as she walked. That would stir up trouble. Besides, the world outside the city is extremely complicated. I'll explain it to you on the way. The scene changed to a modern city filled with tall buildings and crowds. On the way, Sai Shan and I talked about the situation outside the city, though I don't know when it started. Mutated beasts roamed for survival, and humans had no choice but to build a wall to protect themselves. Due to traffic congestion, inside the city, the investigation team, and awakened ones, were the only ones who could navigate the map. An image of a map appeared. Currently, based on the intelligence from the investigation team, the area with villages and wildmen has fewer mutated beasts than around Pearl City. Further away, across the coast, there are high-level mutated beasts in the sea, which is why the investigation cannot continue for now. It is unknown whether any other cities still exist. What is on the other side of the sea? The two of them had reached the place, and someone was there to greet them. How is the situation in the city now? He reported the situation. These past few days, we've been able to fully control the situation in Pearl City using the illusory light celestial curtain. We haven't detected any changes with the Natural Order Fox. Until last night, he was moving while reporting the situation. A mid-level Natural Order Fox nest appeared in the Artisan District. We went to engage, but it turned out to be a trap. The enemy leader was also there. Team leader Jin Bo was severely injured while covering our retreat. Now, the team leader's intention was for her to temporarily take on Jin Bo's role as team leader and ensure the safety of Pearl City's defense. Sai Shan understood and said, "I got it." Zhang Ping, who had been listening while eating a pastry, spoke up, "Do you need any help?" She glanced at him. "No. You need to go back to soul crafting. If I have time, I'll come find you." He replied, "Got it." You silently watched in the direction the two people left, hoping that Jin Bo and Sai Sai would both be safe. Zhang Ping stretched his body, relaxing his muscles. Finally, he could unwind. These past few days, traveling outside had been exhausting. He took a stroll, wondering how Wang Ji-min was doing with his beast taming skills. Zhang Ping passed by a shop selling goods. Customers were shopping. "I want this one." Just then, he paused, feeling that something was off. Zhang Ping looked over at the two people on the other side. Why had they stopped moving? Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere calling to him. Zhang Ping instinctively jumped and shouted, "Who's there?" Appraisal. The system continuously reported failure. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed 6 times. Appraisal failed 66 times. Finally successful, but not much to show. Appraisal successful. The other party used a talent to conceal their identity. Name unknown. Race human. Physical condition mysterious. Age mysterious. Class mysterious. Rank mysterious. Talent mysterious. He was stunned. What were these attributes? The person had white hair, looking very dangerous. Could he not be seen? As for wanting to investigate his abilities, they deserved some praise. Even an awakened with high-level appraisal skills could only use the appraisal technique up to 10 times a day, but he could use it without limits. John Ping sweated profusely as he stared at the person in front of him. I ordered myself to forcibly assess, of course, using unlimited power. Wait, how did he know that? Old man, what do you want with me? He had braced himself for a fierce battle. This old man, though his face appeared ordinary, emitted an aura that made people shiver with fear. The person before him harbored ill intentions. Sai Tu Bai unleashes his power. Come play with me. The old man smirked, challenging him. Why aren't you making a move yet? John Ping wasn't fooled by the provocation and responded calmly. I have no reason to strike you. Sai Tu Bai questioned. Do you need a reason to become stronger? He immediately dashed forward. He's provoking me, so saying I'm going to take revenge for Su Jingyao. Does that mean it's just empty words? John Ping's expression darkened as he glared at the man. Say that again. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking, and John Ping was shocked. Time-space cracks. He hurriedly turned around. It's not a time-space skill. He used a speed burst to appear behind me. John Ping quickly charged, throwing a punch. Sai Tu Bai easily blocked it and added, John Ping, your speed still needs improvement, and then you just calm down like that. But behind his hand, he had already schemed. John Ping set a small flame in his hand to launch a surprise attack with Fire Devourer 3 flavors True Fire. The man easily created a shield to block the attack. Sai Tu Bai was acting strangely, and John Ping felt suspicious, stepping back as if something was wrong. Now, the man appeared to be in a state of being like transparent air. He hardened his face and declared, You've been attacking for so long, now it's my turn. From behind that figure, a streak of light shot through. Sai Tu Bai attacked from behind it toward him. But it was only a clone, and this time it was made of water element. John Ping tried to dodge the strike. Damn it, how many more abilities does he have? He's truly a monster. He used mist, though his supply of it was running low, only 18 100ths left. The mist formed a shield, which was his only option to try. The ice beams were nothing against the shield. John Ping quickly tried to come up with a plan, first attacking to create an opening. He shot a mist beam towards Sai Tu Bai, reducing his mist by 13. John Ping swiftly shifted to the rear, taking the opportunity to use Night Walker to launch a sneak attack. He smiled with a compliment. You're quite clever, but it's a pity that your strength is still insufficient. John Ping squinted, trying to see as a glaring light emanated from Sai Tu Bai, a brilliant glow enveloping him. John Ping was thrown far away, lying flat on the ground, unable to move. Yet there was still a force of thought. What a cheat! Sai Tu Bai was impressed by him, but given his level, such strength was already rare. He glanced behind him and spoke to me. John Ping struggled to sit up, now able to move. He focused intently on the person in front of him, considering how much effort he had put into inspecting himself. His strength far surpassed that of Jin Bo and Sai Sai, and he even knew how to hide the presence of such a powerful being. In the city, it seemed that only the leader of the cleaning squad could compare. Now both of them were introducing themselves seriously. John Ping respectfully asked, How should I address you, sir? Sai Tu Bai looked somewhat suspicious, as if John Ping were pretending to be knave. A name is for others to call. You can call me whatever you like. Do you really not know who I am? John Ping sat down beside him, no longer being polite. It seemed the cleaning squad had already gathered all the information about him. But what was Sai Tu Bai's purpose in meeting him this way? Old man Sai Tu, this time you came. He was interrupted by the man. John Ping, before you block the ability to read others' thoughts, it's best not to overthink. John Ping was stunned, his mouth agape. Sai Tu Bai silently observed him. It's been 200 years for me, and no one with an infinite level ability has appeared in Pearl City since then. Do you think I wouldn't want to come and see? Zhang Ping exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? You are an infinite level. What is an infinite level? Isn't the highest potential and rank of a person the pinnacle level? He continued, no matter how powerful an ability is, an awakened person can only achieve one throughout their lifetime. But an infinite level is different. It can break through the limit of a person's potential and continuously generate new awakened abilities. Sai Tumbai asked seriously. There was a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. I am very curious about this. I wonder if your infinite level talent could replicate the infinite level talent of the contract gem? Sheibai remained calm as he persuaded Zhang Ping. Yet, his tone was still rather blunt. Of course, I won't experiment for nothing. Regardless of the result, I'll give you a gift. Also, I'll answer all your questions. So, can you refuse? He placed a box on the table, inside which was an item glowing with brilliance. Of course you can, but why not take a look at my gift first? Zhang Ping looked at the bracelet in surprise. This bracelet is known as the Golden Treasure, an item I often used in my youth. It stores a skill. I'm sure you know what that is, right? This is exactly what you need. Zhang Ping was incredibly excited and immediately changed his mind. Old man sighed too. You really are too generous. The storage space is exactly what I need. Shaibai extended his arm and used a certain power. Put out your hand. Zhang Ping stretched out his hand, and the flame from Shibai's hand surrounded his own. He closed his eyes, thought for a few minutes, then withdrew his hand, letting out a strange sigh. Zhang Ping nervously grabbed his wrist and asked him, Is it over now? Shaibai looked at him seriously and said, It's over. I can't replicate your ability, and the innate talent that emerged also couldn't be copied. It seems that you're truly special. As promised earlier, he pushed the ring toward Zhang Ping. All right, from now on, it's yours. Thank you. Old man sighed too. He picked up the ring and used his skill to look inside. The identification succeeded, and a scene appeared. In his eyes, a woman was blinded and suspended by several different ropes. Is this the process of creating this ring? She was splashed with some kind of liquid, and the person below her used a skill that caused her to scream in pain. Are these special equipment items really made by exchanging lives? Zhang Ping furrowed his brow after witnessing the scene. Such actions were too cruel. He immediately looked up and asked, Old man sighed too, are all the processes of creating these special equipment as brutal as this? Shaibai quietly took a sip of tea and replied, 100 years ago, it was like this. Even though there is now a ban, there are still those who break the law and secretly use humans as ritual offerings in the shadows. I originally wanted to destroy this item, but if you can use it properly to punish evil and promote good, then the spirit of this artifact can also find peace. Zhang Ping was even more confused. 200 years ago, how deep was the darkness? Was human life considered so cheap everywhere? Shaibai placed his teacup down and answered briefly, yes. He began recounting everything he knew to him. 200 years ago, the beast-taming Zhu clan ruled over Pearl City. All the people in Pearl City were slaves to the Zhu family. The sky was filled with strange magical forces. There was no future, no hope. Many people became slaves and had to carry heavy burdens. The men worked tirelessly day and night but could only earn a meager amount of food. Even the women back then were no better off. Women with some beauty would be selected to serve as concubines for the Zhu family, becoming playthings for the young masters of the Zhu clan. The other children had to endure separate teachings. All the children were gathered in one place, day and night, immersed in the ideology of devotion to the Zhu family. Not only that, things were even worse. Those who were too old to contribute were used as livestock food, fed to the mutated beasts raised by the Zhu family. That clan coldly sacrificed the body of a person, turning them into a spirit. At that point, once someone became awakened, if they were not tortured through control, they would be used as raw materials for crafting equipment. Shaibai frowned in anger and bitterness. It was because the beast-taming Zhu clan had committed so many evil deeds. But then, there were those who bravely took up swords. These righteous men silently accumulated energy, and, in the end, cooperated with each other to overthrow the Zhu family's dominance. After Zhang Ping finished asking, he politely stood up and poured more tea for him. I see. Is there any other question? Zhang Ping asked again. Old man sighed too. You are so powerful. Why don't you take action and solve Prince Zhu's liberation once and for all? Before Shaibai spoke, he carefully used his skill. It's not that I can't take action, but I can't. Activating the talent. Sending out a hidden signal. Maybe you'll understand. You mistakenly think that Pearl City's defense is weak, but even when the Natural Order Fox infiltrated, they had no idea. But understanding it this way is wrong. In reality, the defense system of Pearl City is quite perfect. They have an investigation team consisting of several members. In the outskirts, there is a team conducting investigations and driving away mutated beasts. Around the city gates, there is a sweep team working to eliminate mutated beasts in the dark. These monsters are gradually defeated by them. Apart from that, inside the city, there is the divine artifact of the Sovereign, the Sun and Moon Pearl. Around the range of the Sun and Moon Pearl, 2 red and blue orbs float on the Bagua Circle, and all creatures are downgraded to level 40. This means that even if a king-level mutated beast infiltrates, it will be reduced to the peak level. Shibai turned his back and smiled, saying, "Moreover, I am the strongest, without a doubt, at the peak level." However, after saying that, Shibai seemed to speak mysteriously. But now, he didn't need to clarify, as Zhang Ping immediately realized. "Old man Saitu, what you mean is that there is an intelligent spy inside the city." Shibai turned to look at him and continued. "After the city lord went missing, in Pearl City, aside from me, only the remnants of the beast-taming Zhu clan know how to forge divine artifacts." Zhang Ping recalled the tragic scenes he had witnessed and couldn't help but feel furious. The beast-taming Zhu clan sealed the Sun and Moon Pearl, then released the Natural Order Fox into the city. The recent outbreak of the mutated beasts, gathering and rioting, is also related to them. Why didn't we eliminate all of those people back then? Shibai sighed and explained to him. After overthrowing the Zhu family's rule, we've been trying to wipe out the remnants of the Zhu family. But once they've become weeds, how can they be completely eradicated? It's probably because they've existed in Pearl City for over 100 years. Their roots run too deep. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, countless questions flooding his mind. Indeed, this time the infiltration of the Natural Order Fox has too many suspicious points. What is the beast-taming Zhu clan's objective? Is the city lord still alive or dead? What caused the mutated beast to riot? What abilities does the ruler of the Natural Order Fox tribe possess? He silently looked at Shibai, realizing that these questions had no answers. Shibai must act with the utmost caution. If he falls into the enemy's trap, once the battle begins, Pearl City will no longer be able to save him. His back seemed oddly lonely, as if from a past life war, where nuclear weapons were merely a threat. Until the critical moment arrived, nothing could be rashly done. Even though Prince Zhu continuously provoked killings, anyone could be incited, yet only Saito Bag remained unaffected. They walked together along the empty path. Shibai suggested to him, "Although I cannot replicate your abilities, we need you." He faced Zhang Ping, extended his hand, and asked, "Brother Zhang Ping, would you agree to join the cleaning team?" Shibai patiently awaited his response. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping gripped his hand firmly. His face showed great determination as he said, "I agree." Inside the forging furnace of the Soul of Iron, Ji-Min sat by the window, puzzled. "Sister Ku Tong, why are you suddenly repairing your equipment?" "Just making use of these few free days," Ku Chang replied, diligently striking the metal with her hammer. Ji-Min was anxious, wondering to herself. It's been days, and she still had no idea when Zhang Ping would return. Seeing her anxious expression, Ku Chang immediately teased, "Do you miss him? No wonder you've seemed so absent-minded these past few days." She quickly turned her face away, embarrassed. "No, it's just that these days no one has been teaching me, so I've been practicing my martial arts on my own." The flush on her face was proof against her current words. She also wondered how he was doing outside the city, whether he had encountered any dangers. Suddenly, Ku Chang sneaked up behind her, Ji-Min, and smirked mischievously. "Look at you. You look like a little bride, and you're still saying you don't miss him." She quickly covered her head in denial. "I don't." Ku Chang, clearly enjoying himself, soon let her return to her work of forging weapons. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." The blade was dipped into a basin of hot water to lower its temperature. In fact, the villages outside the city and the areas without mutated beasts had already been marked. As long as Zhang Ping didn't venture into those places, he should be safe. Ji-Min widened her eyes in surprise at her senior. There are still villages outside Pearl City. Hu Qiang wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead and smiled. Of course there are. Those villages often keep to themselves, isolated and xenophobic. The people there kneel before the strange cremation ritual, and there are even many mutated beasts kneeling in worship of the deities. If, in the future, you come across a village in the wilderness, it's best to just avoid it and keep moving. Otherwise, if they catch you, there's a high chance you'll end up as a slave or a sacrificial offering. The innocent soul of Ji Min still didn't fully understand what she meant. After all, everyone is human, so they should be able to communicate, right? Hu Qiang grinned slyly and put on a terrifying expression to intimidate the little girl. Basically, they're not considered humans. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is not the mutated beasts, but those wicked monsters. As she continued to playfully tease her younger sister, a dark figure appeared behind them. These people like to wear strange masks, quietly appearing and standing behind them. The dark figure stretched up tall and bared its teeth in a smile, making Ji Min even more frightened. Hu Qiang, is what you're saying like that thing over there? She looked behind her at the words of her junior, casually replying without realizing. Yeah, something like that. Then, Hu Qiang's gaze met the mask, and a spark of light flashed between them. Updating the situation inside the mist, John Ping was controlling it and threatening, which caused Ji Min to scream loudly and tear up. Hu Qiang did not run away. She fiercely kicked the man's groin, and John Ping's body immediately froze, as if turned to stone, unable to move even an inch. A moment later, the chaos in the blacksmith's room subsided. John Ping was drenched in sweat, trying to calm himself down and pretending as if nothing had happened. Sister Hu Qiang, that move of yours is too ruthless. The sisters Hu Qiang and Ji Min still didn't recognize him. She shouted, showing her hostility. Who are you? His face turned pale, his body trembling as if he were about to collapse. It was Zhang Ping. Both Ji Min and Hu Qiang showed expressions of disappointment upon seeing his appearance. But then, Hu Qiang, to his surprise, joyfully grabbed him and twisted his head, saying, You brat, you come back without any notice, and even scare us like this. Zhang Ping coughed up a mouthful of blood and tried to explain. Didn't I just arrive and overhear the two of you talking about Wildman Village? I wanted to add some atmosphere for you two, but unexpectedly, you turned around and kicked me. Hu Qiang picked up the red jacket and turned to ask, So does this mean my training is finished? He replied, Yes. Next, I'll stay in the city to further strengthen my abilities. She put on her jacket and cheerfully told them, Well, just in time. I've just found a clue related to the San. Hu Qiang quickly left, saying, I'm planning to head out of the city too. Please take care of things for me, Liu. Zhang Ping was a bit surprised. You're leaving so soon. She waved her hand and said something ambiguous. Who's waiting for you like some restless ghost every day? I won't bother you anymore. Ji Min was also in a hurry to leave. It's getting late. I'm going back to my room to rest. As she reached the door, her steps faltered, and she hesitated for a moment. Then she called out to him, Zhang Ping. The young man behind her responded. Ji Min turned around, flashing him a bright smile, and said, You can return safely. That's really good. Zhang Ping smiled and waved at her, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Having been in this world for so long, this was the first time he felt truly at home. At that moment, Uncle Liu suddenly appeared and spoke, causing Zhang Ping's heart to skip a beat. She's gone back to her room, and you're still standing there, grinning like a fool. Uncle Liu crossed his arms as usual and leisurely instructed him, Tomorrow morning, go find Hu Qiang. Tell her I'm seriously ill, and that she should stop going out on missions. Zhang Ping hesitated as he looked at Uncle Liu, then asked, Uncle Liu, you? His words affected Zhang Ping. Realizing this, Uncle Liu immediately gave him a light tap on the head. Don't look at me like that. I'm neither stupid nor sick. I'm just pretending. Zhang Ping rubbed his head and hesitated, wanting to ask, Then you? But Uncle Liu spoke first. San has been missing for so long now, and it's likely that something unfortunate happened to him. He climbed onto a wooden chair to rest. I know best what my daughter is capable of. Xiao Ku wants to investigate San, but I worry that she'll also be in danger. So I had no choice but to pretend, to keep her from taking any more risks. He sat down, lighting a cigarette and smoking, while Zhang Ping continued to rub his messy head. Uncle Liu, Hu Qiang's father, exhaled a puff of smoke and reassured him. That girl values relationships. Once something weighs on her mind, she'll think about it a lot, and it won't be easy for her to take risks. John Ping felt a bit more at ease. Uncle Liu, you worked hard. He tipped the metal pipe, letting the ash fall out. In the field of forging, you're very talented, but Xiao Ku doesn't know how to teach anyone, and he's not particularly focused on forging either. So, there are quite a few mistakes. I'll teach you over the next few days. Needing forging technique, Uncle Liu turned to look at the promising young man before him and seriously advised. Although our technique isn't exactly a top secret, it's a unique skill of the Liu family. You must put your heart into learning it from me. John Ping clenched his fist with determination. Yes, I will not disappoint your expectations, Uncle Liu. At that moment, a faint fragrance of smoke suddenly enveloped his body, and he was taken aback. John Ping. John Ping. The figure of a beautiful girl slowly became clearer from the mist. She cheerfully encouraged him. It's me. Keep going. I'm waiting for you. John Ping's facial muscles froze when he realized who it was. He muttered the name in his mind. Su Jing Yao. Outside the Iron Soul Forge, a shimmering leaf fell onto the road in the late night. Everything continued on as usual after that. Hu Kelling followed Uncle Liu's wishes, not leaving the city. Uncle Liu secretly taught me the kneading forging technique. Hu Chang's father sighed in front of her. I can feel the threat of lung cancer. She irritably replied, then stopped smoking. A hand was shaping a tiny spider. I used the formation technique to cover the mist. The mist transformed into a more precise form. In some ways, it could be considered stronger. Ji Min continued to train diligently. Wang Ji Min had successfully mastered the first 3 moves of the Ape King style at level 1. But the thing that bothered him the most was the breeze carrying the shadow of that girl. That evening, I confirmed that I had heard Su Jingyao's voice. The curiosity led John Ping to delve deeper, a feeling as if he had encountered it somewhere before. So that night, I asked the cleaning team to search for evidence. He used the communication device to report back to the other person. Captain, is there a disguised natural order fox near the forge? I just heard something very clear. Sai Tu Bai held the egg in his hand and replied seriously, John Ping, we already cleared the area where you guys live a long time ago. It's impossible for a natural order fox to be there. From that information, he came to a conclusion. If it's not something the false dialect can hear, then what is it? I've tried to think of another possibility. Could it be that Su Jingyao is still alive, but in some other way? For revenge, and also to find the answer, I must personally peel away the mask of the natural order fox. 3 days passed quickly. In front of an old and quiet house, a strange figure was stealthily approaching the door. He expertly used a stick to pry open the door lock. The door to Sai's room creaked open, revealing the woman asleep on the bed, unaware of the intrusion. The pervert moved closer to her, raising his hand in delight. Sleeping like the dead, looks like I succeeded in drugging her today. He forcefully pulled the blanket off her, exposing her delicate fair legs, gazing at them with fascination and speaking aloud. I've heard for a long time that the young lady of the Su family has a full figure, smooth skin, and a beautiful face. Since her father isn't here today, I'll taste the fresh goods and see if the rumors are true. Suddenly, a familiar dark aura swept into the room. The intruder's name was called out, Zheng Xiaofen. He was startled and turned around, revealing a mask with the image of a pink flower. Who's there? The strange sounds continued echoing, causing Xiaofen to anxiously glance around. Zheng Xiaofen, nicknamed Short-Legged Teddy, was 1.5 meters tall, with a vile and lowly appearance. Who's there? The shadow gradually took the form of a tall figure and asked him. Someone who was not favored by women. Over the years, his distorted and twisted mind had caused the deaths of countless girls. Am I wrong? Zheng Xiaofen fearfully exclaimed. Who exactly are you? The dark figure stared at him. From above, a red light flashed and answered his question. I was sent here to take your life. Zheng Xiaofen was horrified and rushed to run. In his mind, he kept telling himself that he had already drugged the entire Su family, causing them to fall unconscious. The shadows relentlessly chased after him, making it nearly impossible for him to escape. What the hell is this, a person or a ghost? A black needle shot through the air, piercing Zheng Xiaofen's calf. He fell to the ground, and at the same time, a light whirlwind formed around him. The readings continued to be recorded, and his fear grew. Missed concentration 54 out of 100, fear level rising. Missed concentration 61st. Still want to struggle. Zheng Xiaofen clutched his leg with one hand and shouted, "You, don't come over here." Even though his words were strong, tears were streaming down his face, and his head grew colder, trembling. Zheng Xiaofen was so terrified that his pants were soaked, and he was on the verge of passing out. Zhang Ping, feeling disappointed, kicked him and said, "Ha! I thought a serial killer would be a ruthless character, yet here you are, already fainting." He took off the mask of the pervert and began to inspect it. "Well, I guess that makes the first mission after joining the team a success. Once we're done here, I assume someone else will take care of him." Appraisal successful. His eyes unrolled back, and the attribute panel appeared. Name: Zheng Xiaofen. Race: human. Power: 0. Growth value: 2 stars. Class: mid-level awakener. Level 13. Talent: proficient in medicinal herbs. Able to analyze whether items have healing properties and use them to make medicine. Charismatic face. Quality: common. The mask that Zheng Xiaofen wore while committing evil made Zhang Ping seethe with anger. Such a good awakening ability, yet you choose to be a villain. Truly a degenerate. The system automatically replayed the scene. A helpless woman reached out, saying, "Please, please let my daughter go." Zheng Xiaofen responded indifferently, "You took my medicine, and still can't wake up. Honestly, if you want to blame someone, blame your husband. If he hadn't left early, I wouldn't have bothered with you too." He kicked the woman, causing her to stagger and fall backward. A low-ranking staff member from the patrol team, who always went on about swearing to protect Pearl City with their life, "But isn't this literally dying now? How ridiculous." He then adopted his perverse tone again, "But they should thank him for leaving you two for me." The helpless daughter lay on the bed, crying out, "Mom." Zheng Xiaofen squeezed the girl's neck and hair tightly, sticking out his tongue to lick her. "Don't rush, wait until I'm done playing, then I'll send you to meet him." In his twisted mind, the number of women he had trampled on had already reached dozens. He burst out laughing. "You all are just my toys." After Zhang Ping finished watching the memory, his face darkened in shock. At this moment, the cowardly pervert of a man, still struggling to get up, unexpectedly launched a surprise attack. A misty wave of energy enveloped Zhang Ping's body, accompanied by the sound of his smug laughter. But at that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky, causing Zheng Xiaofen to yell in anger. "Where did this brat come from? You ruined my perfect plan. That drug was enough to take down large mutated beasts. Once you're asleep, I'll make sure to torture you thoroughly." However, he couldn't boast for long, as Zhang Ping, in a fit of fury, burned the mask he held in his hand. The bastard. Zheng Xiaofen's ugly face froze in shock. "What? Why isn't it working? Could it be because of the rain?" Before he could have any peace, a cold strike sliced through the air, severing the criminal's hand. His screams of agony echoed to the heavens, and another powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Zhang Ping's arm gathered more magic. He spoke to him. "This strike is for the mothers who gave their lives to protect their daughters." He then conjured 3 smaller daggers. His voice was calm, but he was suppressing his anger to the fullest extent. "This strike, all of them controlled by me, is to pin Zheng Xiaofen's body as a tribute to the girls who would rather die than submit." Tears and snot flowed from him like rain, and the punishment grew even stronger. "This strike is in memory of that hero from the patrol team." It doesn't stop there. He took the place of those who had sworn vengeance on him and punished this twisted criminal. "This blade is in memory of that righteous scout." The rain continued to pour down heavily, yet Zhang Ping's blades never stopped falling. "This blade is to remember that nameless awakened one." After a period of intense torture, Zheng Xiaofen was unable to move and cried out, cursing him. "You madman! You're a madman!" Zhang Ping's anger had not subsided. He gave an order to him. "With the current technique, if treated in time, you could still be saved. I'll give you a chance." He pointed to a direction and towards the door. Zhang Ping said, "As long as you can step out of that big door, I will spare your life." What Zhang Ping truly thought, of course, the criminal had no way of knowing. "Zheng Xiaofen, you brought despair to those people. I will return it to you tenfold." Zhang Ping extended his hand and pointed to the door beside them, saying, "Remember, This is your last chance. The criminal, his face bruised and swollen, turned towards the door and grinned. He crawled towards the door like a bug, feeling smug. Once I recover, I'll make you pay. I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Cough, cough. Despite having been beaten, the rotten mind of that man hadn't improved. I can't die here. There are still so many beautiful girls in this world that I haven't had enough of. The door stood before him, and that man, filled with intense desire, looked up. Just a little more. Zheng Xiaofen's dirty hand stretched out, and that smile of his made people want to avoid him. All I need to do is open this door. Those thoughts kept swirling in his mind, making him focus solely on lifting himself up. All I need to do is leave here. But Xiaofen's arm only trembled before stopping, unable to reach the doorknob. It was so close, yet just out of reach. He angrily struck the door repeatedly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. John Ping didn't wait any longer. He moved toward the criminal who was lying there, driving himself toward the door. He would never open it in his lifetime. Fog gathered in his palm, and John Ping's eyes gleamed, terrifyingly bright. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. Zheng Xiaofen, you failed. Zheng Xiaofen screamed out. No, no. John Ping didn't waste words on him, directly landing a blow that made the man log out instantly. Scum. After eliminating the threat, John Ping's spirit still did not improve, even though the system was notifying him that due to killing an opponent above his level, all attributes had increased by 1. His current personal attributes were Stamina 28, Mental Strength Extraordinary, Energy 29, Agility 29. Those lifeless eyes dared not look directly. He blamed himself, thinking that killing the Natural Order Fox would restore Pearl City to its former peace and save everyone. Then the young man looked up, the heavy rain pouring down on him, making the words in his heart grow even more resolute. People like this, do they really deserve to be saved? Saved, my ass? Scum that deserves to die doesn't need any show of compassion. Suddenly, John Ping heard whispers in his ears. Are you sure? At Manhwa Academy. Today is a special day. They've just finalized their plan and spoke in a very ambiguous manner, looking for an opportunity to take something away. He turned his head, searching around. What? Another Zheng Xiaofen. John Ping immediately rolled up his sleeve, took out the communication device for the cleanup team. His face darkened as he quickly reported the situation. Captain, the task of dealing with the rapist has been completed, and I also passed the check. I overheard some information near Manhwa Academy. It seems like they're planning to take something away. At the headquarters of the cleaning squad, Sai Tumbai clearly heard and signaled to Manny behind Manhwa Academy. She used her own abilities, but the results were not promising. Impossible. I can't sense anything there. Someone has set up a barrier, and if even I can't probe it, then it seems this person is no ordinary one. With the general situation understood, Sai Tumbai continued to issue orders. John Ping, you go ahead and report the actual situation. I will immediately contact Liu Saishan. She carefully reminded him, don't act rashly until reinforcements arrive. John Ping quickly rushed off and replied, understood. Below Manhwa Academy, a red barrier surrounded it, with a strange object wrapped around a pillar. 3 hooded creatures carrying lamps walked around the campus, seemingly searching for something. Zijun clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn, we've been searching for 15 minutes. Where the hell did Chen Shu Lai hide? Wanger, walking alongside them, suddenly exclaimed in alarm, Boss, something's wrong. Someone is entering the barrier. The chubby Huang San looked worried. What? Has our movement been detected? But Zijun still didn't believe it. Talking nonsense about the dragon subduing stone and the lanterns here. There's no way anyone could have found us. That warning made him raise his vigilance even higher. If that was the case, the person who entered the barrier, if they had disturbed Chen Chu Li, it would be troublesome. Even if we hide our energy, we still can't capture anyone in front of him. The 3 of them urged each other and went up to the higher floor. Hurry up, there's not much time left. No matter what, we have to find her. Yes, outside the school building. John Ping had arrived and stood still. Looking at the glass windows above, he also saw the strange dragon head and activated the system for testing. What is this? Appraisal. The result came back as a failure. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Nevertheless, he persisted in analyzing it. In the end, the appraisal was successful. The Dragon Subduing Stone, East Epic. 4 dragon subduing stones placed in their corresponding positions could form a dragon subduing battle-breaking barrier capable of covering and breaking almost all barriers. And yet it was an epic tier item. The function to replay the scene automatically activated. Countless ordinary people had lost their lives. Their red blood was tightly squeezed inside the vortex mortar and flowed down the pipe. A funnel was set in place to guide the steady stream of the thick liquid. Behind, there were other objects with strange patterns, all stained with the same red blood. The last drop of blood was poured into the eyes of the dragon, activating it. John Ping's face darkened. The dragon's subduing stone was also created through human sacrifice, but this has been banned for public use for a long time. He turned to look at Manhwa Academy. The suspicions rising in their minds were different from those of the 2 other organizations. Couldn't it be the remnants left by the Zhu family? The Zhu family's genealogy was quite notorious. The Zhu family's beast taming is infamous. 200 years ago, they ruled Pearl City and committed many atrocities. 200 years ago, they were overthrown by the 3 organizations. 2 months ago, they deactivated the Sun and Moon Pearl. 2 months ago, they caused the disappearance of the new city lord. 2 months ago, they brought the Natural Order Fox into the city. Half a month ago, they gathered mutated beasts outside the city. And now they've brought something into Manhwa Academy. He had reached the main door leading into the academy. Both inside and outside were shrouded in darkness. The Zhu family's involvement with the Natural Order Fox and the gathering of mutated beasts outside the city. What could their purpose be? Perhaps this action could provide a clue. From John Ping's perspective, he noticed something at the window. It seemed like something was moving outside. I must hide first, activate the effect. Nightwalker. From the perspective of the other side, Zijun and his subordinates climbed out from the neck. He ordered the door to be closed. Zijun cautiously looked around the staff. The person who had just entered the barrier didn't seem to be here. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he turned to Huang who was carrying the body of a girl on his shoulder. It should be fine now. Turn off the lights. Save the last bit of energy for emergencies. The lights went out, and the already damp space grew even darker. The 3 of them began to stride forward. I'll go retrieve the dragon's subduing stone. We can't leave any traces. At this moment, John Ping was hiding elsewhere, contacting his team and continuously reporting. After assessment, it was confirmed that the enemy was from the Zhu family. One had an analyzing ability at level 20, another had telekinesis at level 17, and there was another with a hypnosis awakener at level 15. The system continued to report, and the assessment was successful. He read the information and thought to himself, no wonder I didn't see them earlier. The Nightingale Lantern can conceal energy, smell, and even one's presence. The current energy level is 16/100ths, so they must have used that to hide their energy. But it looks like the energy of that thing is running low. Looking at the kidnapped victim, he was even more surprised. Was the girl the target of their kidnapping? Attribute table. Name: Chen Jun Ting. Race: human. Power: Manhwa Academy. Growth value: 14 stars. Class: mid-level awakened. Rank: 13. Talent: Saint's blood possession. The blood in her body can enhance affinity with living creatures, capable of influencing all wild animals, turning them into fervent followers. After upgrading her ability, it can become a passive skill and expand its range of use. Note: those who drink Saint's blood will not be able to use supernatural abilities and will constantly experience bad luck. Her growth value was incredibly high, and her ability was simply an evolution of the contract gem. John Ping furrowed his brows tightly. He was very curious about the intentions of those people. Did the Zhu family want to use her to control someone? No matter what, this girl was innocent. A flash of lightning struck from above, followed by a deafening sound. John Ping made up his mind. He absolutely could not let the Zhu family achieve their goal. Just as he thought this, all 3 of them used some kind of trick and vanished right in the middle of the schoolyard. When he ran out, there was no trace left, and the interruption detection system could no longer be used. Therefore, John Ping hurriedly contacted his team. Manny, where have they gone? Can you track them? Back at the cleanup team's base, Manny was fully focused on locating them. Magic spread throughout the room, and the sensors had picked them up. The group was heading toward the outskirts of the city. Given their speed, it was likely that Sai wouldn't be able to catch up. John Ping then made a suggestion. I'll go stop them. Sai Bai immediately tried to stop him. Wait, John Ping, don't act impulsively. You need to ensure your own safety first. But the young man was too anxious. He firmly insisted, the Zhu family is the mastermind behind all the crimes. We can't let them escape. Even if I can't defeat them, I can use fog to slow them down and buy some time for Sai. At that moment, the three people were crossing the forest. The rain-soaked, slippery path, combined with the narrow space in the forest, made the journey even more treacherous. Suddenly, Zijun halted, his gaze fixed on a bush nearby. A ferocious beast charged out upon being discovered, its body made of black mist and its eyes glowing. Roar! Zhang Jin stared in surprise at the creature before him and exclaimed, a nether mist beast. Why is it here in the city? In fact, it was Zhang Ping in disguise. He wore a demon mask and used the same tricks as before. Fortunately, with the kneading forging technique, the mist disguise wasn't bad, but he had to be cautious, not letting the second-level appraisal spell mage see through it. The boss used his appraisal skill to examine the creature. This wolf seemed to be very strong. What level is the appraisal? Zhang Ping understood his intent and spat out small bone-like projectiles that forced him to dodge. Appraisal interrupted. Damn it! Cut off midway. Not stopping there, the wolf's legs kicked up, sending the white smoke behind it flying. Its mouth opened wide, suddenly attacking Zijun from behind, making him freeze in fear. He quickly jumped into the air and shouted for his subordinate. Wang San, hypnotize it now. Wang San stretched his arms wide, shouting loudly. His big eyes widened as he stared directly at the wolf, attempting to control it. Wang San orders you to stop. The wolf's eyes, hidden behind the mist, started to swirl, and it lost its previously aggressive growl. Wang San almost sighed in satisfaction when he saw the wild beast's face. Good, it's working. But what he didn't realize was that Zhang Ping wasn't being controlled at all. In fact, he was quietly calculating that his mental strength was immense, so he would be immune to any mental manipulation. This was something he could exploit. Wang San continued to gesticulate, trying to tame him. Don't move! Don't move! Zhang Ping slowly approached them, pretending to be under his control to close the distance. Wang San's arm stretched out, intending to touch his mouth. Don't move! Zhang Ping immediately seized the opportunity, striking him with a vicious claw. Now was the time. An ambush. Wang San fell back, astonished. Ha! Why are you moving? The large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, was right there. Wang San was grabbed and bitten directly on the shoulder. The flesh was torn apart, causing him to scream in agony. The subordinate was swiftly dealt with by Zhang Ping on the ground, his cries growing fainter. Boss, help! Help me! Save Wang San! Wang Er could no longer hold back. In anger, he invoked his spell. Move! The magic hit the wolf, sending it flying away. He said, get the hell out of here. Wang San had been eliminated, and Zhang Ping was immediately promoted. His rank increased to 9, and all attributes gained an additional point. Due to killing an opponent of a higher rank, all attributes were further increased by 1. His current personal attributes were Stamina 30, Mental Power Immeasurable, Energy 31, Agility 31, and the rank of his contract gem had risen to 6. It was a success. Now, all that remained was to stop these two. Wang Er's arm moved slightly, and a wave of magic coiled around his palm. The supergravity spell's force extended into the fog wolf, causing Zhang Ping to widen his eyes in shock. His entire body became trapped within a cage made of wind, the pressure forcing the wolf down onto the ground. In that brief moment, Zhang Ping fell into panic. He struggled, but to no avail. It was over. He couldn't move. At this moment, Zhang Jin seized the opportunity to perform an appraisal. Name: Zhang Ping. Rank 9, Basic Level Awakener, affiliated with the Iron Soul Forge and the Cleaning Squad. Abilities unknown. The appraisal was successful, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. So, you're human, and a rookie at rank 9 at that, and yet you dare to act like a hero. The two stood in front of the pit where Zhang Ping was trapped, and he muttered, if you're one of Sai Bei's people, then the supergravity technique he used on me before. There's no way I'll let you live now. Zhang Ping tried to reassure himself, staying calm, convinced there must be a way to escape. The sky was still heavy with dark clouds, layering upon one another, thick and oppressive, just moments away from the downpour. The strength of Wang continued to control Zhongping, and he was carefully analyzing the situation. Although the one using this divination technique didn't possess offensive skills, his special weapon was still somewhat difficult to handle, and he was at the level of an executioner. Zhongping transformed his body into human form to dodge a misfired arrow. It seemed that the Zhu family's main strength relied on their equipment. The fog decreased by 10%, and he created small spikes that emerged. Thankfully, although his body was being suppressed, it didn't affect his ability to generate the fog. The spikes rushed toward the two Zhu remnants, but they could only dodge. Zhongping took note of this. Mom, why isn't the one using telekinesis attacking me with his telekinesis? Zijun Wang swung his arm, firing a powerful arrow. Due to being under control, Zhongping could only grit his teeth and endure the blow, suffering more severe injuries. The man continued drawing his bow, electric sparks radiating brightly. I guess your energy will be exhausted soon. Let's see how much longer you can resist. The young man was left with only a faint trace of mist. He leaned against the cliff and quietly thought, perhaps it wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but that he simply couldn't. Zijun glared and asked him, are you dazed? Zhongping spent 15 parts of mist to create a shield, with one hand hidden behind him as he subtly prepared his next move, consuming another 5 parts. Let's see if I can bring out my new technique. The fog-based formation held 25 1/100ths of the mist capacity, but the small blade used up 15 units of energy as it shot out toward them. Zijun roughly knocked it aside with a bow and arrow, still struggling. What now? But he didn't question as the blades fell and spread out beneath his feet. Zhongping sat still, beginning to give them pointers. You didn't retaliate against my attack, because you need to lock onto the target before you can release your mental power. What? Zijun, held tightly by the mist, looked up to see Zhongping pass by him. Wang the young man, broke free from the restraint and immediately launched an attack on the key target. Just as I predicted, as long as I block this guy, his mental power becomes useless. That was fast. His hand formed a small sword and continued to take away 15 portions. Wang wanted to resist but couldn't. He was stabbed directly in the abdomen, unable to move. However, the durability of the remnants of the Chu family was higher than Zhongping had anticipated. Wang tightly gripped Zhongping's hand and chanted an incantation, causing his spiritual power to backfire. Zhongping was taken aback. He had released his own spiritual power onto himself. Wang grinned smugly as he looked at him and said, the power has successfully been cursed onto your arm. It almost worked, but you were close. Fortunately, I forced control over my right hand to break free from the restraint. Zijun, standing behind, was also freed by his teammates. Both of them laughed in delight. Wang continued, so this is your final energy, huh? It's not enough just to disable my hand. You'll have to cripple your whole body. With an attack like that, it's essentially impossible. Zhongping immediately launched a secret move, causing a fire devourer flamebind to erupt around them. The intense heat made Wang groan in discomfort. In fury, he shoved Zhongping's body away and cursed at him, damn it. As Zhongping regained his balance on the slippery ground, an arrow shot toward him at the same time, leaving him no time to react. It wasn't good. The arrow pierced straight into his heart and began to scorch his body from the wound. I collapsed to the ground, while Zijun walked over and sneered, you've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Zhongping himself felt dizzy, not expecting that their clothes would be resistant to the attack. Both of them launched their finishing moves at the same time, but it should end here. Suddenly, Zhongping didn't panic. Instead, he touched the wound on his heart and muttered incomprehensible words, making them misunderstand. Time's running out. What you mean is, you're about to die. Right. His eyes remained unwavering to the end. He looked up at them and coldly replied, no. A familiar stream of water flowed over his head, signaling that reinforcements had arrived. It was time to trap them. Wang was pierced by a jet of water, while Zijun still managed to shoot out an arrow, even with death at his doorstep, still talking back. Zhongping's eyes widened. He no longer had the strength to get up from his position. The young man's body struggled to tilt to the side. The arrow grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out, as he shifted to the right. Saishan suddenly appeared behind Zijun, catching him off guard. With reinforcements, he was astonished and thought to himself, asterisk this girl, did she deal with Plonger in just one move? Asterisk. Saishan coldly swung her sword at Zijun, forcing him to parry with his own. They clashed fiercely, each striking at the other without holding back. Trach Tan had no choice but to retreat while asking, "Who exactly are you?" Saishan didn't answer. She lightly pressed her lips together, as if thinking about something, then accelerated, launching even more deadly strikes. The more Zijun retreated, the more cornered he became, sweat pouring down his face in streams. Damn it, that bastard's already drained so much of my strength. In that critical moment, he quickly pulled a small object from his pocket. This was all he could use. With a swift motion, he placed the lightning-shaped ring on his finger, the power surging. Zijun activated it on himself, making Saishan glance at him in suspicion. A massive bolt of lightning struck between them, crackling as if it was about to explode. The girl quickly shouted, "Stop!" Zijun self-detonated, and the blinding light spread out as rocks were hurled into the air. White smoke rose, obscuring everything around. All that remained was the fading remnants of the lightning strike. Saishan Tin was supported by Zhongping as they made their way toward a nearby patch of land. Fortunately, Zhongping was unharmed, but Zijun had seized the opportunity and fled. A large pit now blocked their path, forcing Saishan to simply look at him and say, "Too bad we couldn't capture the remaining remnants of the Zhu family." She then glanced at Zhongping, who was exhausted, lying on the ground gasping as if he had fainted. Suddenly, her communication device vibrated. Manny shouted urgently, Sai, hurry and bring Zhongping back." She asked, "What's going on?" Like a thunderclap, she heard Manny scream. The illusory light Celestine activation has been disrupted. Liu Xiaoyu stood beneath the rain, holding a black umbrella, silently gazing down. Ziming approached and hesitantly spoke. "Your Highness, I'm not sure why you called me back. Is there something you need?" Liu Xiaoyu turned back toward the outside, coldly asking, "How is the situation with the mutated beasts gathering outside the city?" Zijun bowed low and reported, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky in half, accompanied by a deafening roar that startled everyone. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed intently on that direction. Curiously, she asked the person behind her, "What was that sound?" Ziming awkwardly gave a response full of gaps. "This is the myriad thundering call. Chu Zijun is in trouble now, keeps drawing the fox's attention. It might be thunder, I guess." Liu Xiaoyu turned her face, her true form speaking aloud. "Did you see anything unusual?" Ziming, fearing for his life, quickly replied, hoping he wouldn't be punished on the spot. No. Both her shadow and the ethereal figure in the rain looked troubled, uncomfortable. The lightning struck again, making the air feel suffocating. "Then what are you so nervous about?" Liu Xiaoyu asked. Ziming hastily knelt, clasping his hands together in prayer, and reported, "Your Majesty, since I was young, I've been terrified of thunder, so—" Liu Xiaoyu disdainfully remarked, "Hemph, useless." She continued to gaze in the direction of the disturbance, suspecting that the sound had come from within the city. But now, she saw nothing. It was exactly like back then, the time when she was chasing after an awakened one. She remembered clearly how those people died from their severe injuries, without a doubt. When she passed through the wall, there was no one there, which left her feeling bewildered. But just after a turn, he had disappeared without a trace, seemingly able to slip out of her sight so openly. Knowing that this was a good opportunity to uncover the truth, Liu Xiaoyu jumped down from the balcony. It seemed like a kind of advanced sleight of hand trick. Her body hung in midair, her eyes flashing red. Human illusions couldn't affect her kind. But something else could be used to indirectly block her vision. Perhaps the entire Pearl City was a facade. Her eyes turned blood red in a frenzy. She spoke loudly, just as expected. From behind Liu Xiaoyu, something strange made of dark energy poured down into the street. Her power was spreading, growing stronger. At this moment, Saishan looked up at the sky and silently wondered, where has the female student from Manhwa Academy gone? The sword-shaped earring on Saishan swayed, while she felt uneasy. Though unsure of what was happening, illusory light Celestine activate was indeed fading. Zhongping was starting to regain some clarity. He slightly moved his battered body and said, "Sister, Taixai." Pointing at the caves that had fallen out from Huang San, he urged her to use it. "Nightingale Lantern, go now." The strange powers of Liu Xiaoyu continued to grow and sprout like tree trunks. Her two red eyes widened, glancing around. From the tendrils of Liu Xiaoyu, countless pairs of eyes sprouted to search every corner of the city. Through this, Liu Xiaoyu was able to peer into every space within her domain, and suddenly, something startled her. In those cold eyes, she glanced in one direction and discovered a rat. There was a man hurriedly carrying Jun Ting, attempting to flee, and had almost forgotten to take Saintess with him. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, causing him to freeze in terror. "It's already this late, and there's someone leaving the city." "They're finished," the voice said. "It's been discovered." On the other side, Zijun could only helplessly watch as Liu Xiaoyu sped off without hesitation. "Your Majesty, wait." He clenched his fists, panicked to the point of sweating. "This is bad. We can't stop her." Zijun quickly contacted the members of his team. Urgent intelligence, he shouted. "The cleaning squad is hiding inside the city, and there's also an assassin named Zhang Ping." The nearby group fell silent, listening intently. "Our operation tonight has been compromised by him. Wang San and Huang Er are dead," Zijun said anxiously. Finally, the reinforcements from the cleaning squad arrived. But there was nothing they could do except use the myriad thundering call. His older brother spoke up. "You mean Zhang Ping is still alive?" "That's right," he affirmed confidently, "but I have checked his information. Apart from the cleaning crew, he also works at a forge called Iron Soul." They nodded, absorbing the information. "Got it, but the urgent task now is for you to quickly take the Saintess out of the city." Everything seemed to stop there, but Zijun's panicked shout suddenly rang out. "Lak Liu Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" his brother asked, bewildered. "What did you say?" Zijun screamed in pain, and then his voice went silent. His brother's face darkened as he desperately tried to reach him. "What's going on? Answer me, Chu Zijun." At that moment, Ziming had approached them. He shouted, "You idiots, stop calling. The plan has failed. Chu Zijun has been killed by the fox." Zijun's brother angrily threw the communication device to the ground, shattering it. "Damn it, does this mean all our years of effort have been for nothing?" Ziming reassured them with another piece of information. "No, the Saintess is still alive. She is the guest of the Natural Order Fox. Prince Yu discovered that if he doesn't kill her, he will definitely bring her back to the city lord." The person in the hood shouted at him, "Then tell me, what should we do? Without the Saintess, how can we control those foxes anymore?" Ziming remained calm and said, "The city lord has a secret passage leading out of the city, and he has assured them that only I know about it now." He then suggested the plan involving the monsters, and you would bring the mutated beasts through the passage into the city lord's domain, which would cause trouble for the foxes. Afterward, his job would be to grab Jun Ting and pull them away. I will take advantage of the chaos to get the Saintess out." The person sitting high up shrugged. "Hemph, it's easy for you to say. Prince Yu is guarding the city lord. What can we do with just the mutated beasts we've gathered?" Ziming glared at them and said, "That's why we have to use the assassin Zhang Ping from the cleaning team. Right now, Prince Yu is monitoring the entire city, and if anything happens, he'll take action himself." The nearly perfect plan set up by the old snake continued as they listened in a daze. Imagining the scenario, "We just need to send elite troops to the blacksmith's forge to ambush Zhang Ping, which will draw Prince Yu and the cleaning team there. While they're engaged in battle, we'll control the mutated beasts and attack the city lord, hitting them before they can react." The person sitting above understood his initial intention, but if that were the case, it would be equivalent to completely turning against the Natural Order Fox. Therefore, success was the only option. Failure was not an option. Ziming did not forget to remind them, "Also, when you act, don't reveal my identity." The others nodded in agreement. "All right, truly the heir of the Zhu family bloodline." The person sitting above revealed one eye, which gleamed brightly in the silent space. "We'll continue to help you perform the vice mayor's play. The Saintess is relying on you." Zhu Ziming's gaze then shifted toward Zhang Ping. Saishan reached out, intending to touch him. "You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort?" Zhang Ping sat up with some difficulty, curiously looking around. "Where is this?" Saishan explained, This is the cleaning team's base. The situation was urgent earlier, so we had no choice but to bring you here. There are also others who were injured and need treatment. John Ping looked over and gasped in surprise. Team leader Jin Bo, is he that badly injured? Jin Bo's body was wrapped in bandages, and he was still unconscious. It was said that Liu Xiaoyu was the one who attacked, not hesitating to do it personally. It seems he has sensed our presence. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out with praise. You've woken up so quickly. Looks like your recovery is going well. Ji Min walked in, smiled, and asked him, how did you manage to deal with 3 opponents who were 10 levels stronger than you, and even managed to kill one? How did you do it? Her questions made her walk around his bed in circles. Logically speaking, someone 5 levels stronger should be able to defeat their opponent in the blink of an eye. Sai Shan introduced, Shu Ji, earlier you mentioned that your ability was to replenish solar energy. It was her who treated your wounds. As for Zhongping, he's still cautious around Tifuji, since she's new. It's better to be a bit more discreet. He smiled and cleverly replied, I guess I'm just lucky. Surviving great calamities brings great fortune. I'm also fortunate to have Sister Tsuji. Without everyone here, I don't even know how many times I would have died by now. I heard that Sister Tsuji is quite strict, but she doesn't seem like it. She didn't ask more and let it go. It's nothing really. Anyway, I don't need to maintain the illusory light Celestian activate anymore. However, immediately after, her face turned serious. All right, enough with the small talk. Now that you're awake, let's go meet everyone. Regarding tonight, we need more comprehensive intelligence. Think carefully about what you just said. Manny was in the office, frowning and complaining. Why does the work never end? She was frustrated, resting her face on the desk before shouting, Captain, I'm handing in my resignation. Lu Wei raised a hand in approval. Seizing the moment, Manny's eyes lit up and she asked her colleague, So Xiao Wei is awake now. Help me out with some of this work. Lu Wei quickly opened her mouth and pretended to sleep right in front of the girl. Manny clenched the paper in her hand, her anger rising. She rushed over and repeatedly punched Lu Wei, shouting, Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Even though Lu Wei was sleeping, she skillfully dodged the blows. Sai Tubat looked at them, shaking his head. He pointed at their antics, feeling speechless and unable to intervene. He smiled awkwardly and encouraged both employees. There's no other choice. The headquarters is short-handed right now, so just bear with it. At this moment, the 2 steps they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The captain was here. Keat walked in and offered to Manny, Let me help you with some of the work. The girl happily hugged the senior, the one she respected so much, saying, It's still you? Gee, who cares about me the most? Sai Tumbag gathered everyone and started speaking. Let's get to the main topic. Our previous prediction was that the Zhu family, along with the natural order Fox, would wipe out the forces opposing the Zhu family. But now, I believe there is no real cooperation between them. From the events that occurred at Han High Academy, he carefully listed them. It is not hard to recognize that the Zhu family had set up a barrier fence. They must have already learned about the existence of the illusory light Celestine activate. But they didn't tell the natural order Fox about it, which indicates that they want to use the celestial foxes for something. However, there are also major complications in this matter. Obeying others is not the style of the Zhu family. But with their current strength, they cannot possibly oppose the natural order Fox. Therefore, the girl they took from Han High Academy last night might be the key to dealing with the natural order Fox. As she opened the book in her hands and spoke, she added, The headmaster of Han High Academy, Chen Chulai, has only one son, Chen Hao Wen. Records show that he passed away 40 years ago and never married. That same year, Chen Xunlai suddenly announced to the outside world that he had a granddaughter named Chen Zhending. The identity of this saintess girl was also mentioned. According to our investigation, this Chen Zhending does not carry the bloodline of Pearl City and is very likely from a village outside the city. Su Ji pointed out some additional details worth noting. It seems that Chen Xulai deeply loves this granddaughter of his, and for 40 years, he hasn't allowed her to interact with anyone. Her citizen records are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Even whether she has awakened or what abilities she has awakened are completely unrecorded. Zhang Ping at this moment also joined the conversation by reporting his findings. I know her abilities. I have previously used divination with her. Her power seems to be called Saint's Blood possesses blood. Upon hearing about this ability, Saito Bai was shocked and hesitated in his thoughts. Apart from villages, could the saintess be from the holy ancestor village? However, he quickly reassured himself, there's no way it could be such a coincidence. Zhang Ping continued to explain that the effect of this ability was that at this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Jun Ting was enjoying tea with Lu Xiaoyu during a stormy night. She was happily swinging her legs while enjoying some delicious cakes. It's so big here, sis. Have you always lived here? Liu Ting coldly replied, Mem. Jun Ting, with her innocent concern for her, noticed that her sister didn't seem to be feeling well. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Her reply was still nothing. Jun Ting smiled brightly and poured more hot tea for Liu Xiaoyu. I know, Grandpa said that when you're upset, you should eat more. Drink your tea. This seemed to trigger Liu Xiaoyu, causing her to exude an overwhelming killing intent and mutter in a low voice. Die. Jun Ting's bright, sparkling eyes gazed at her, making Liu Xiaoyu freeze for a moment. Her strikes narrowly missed Jun Ting's body, but Jun Ting remained calm, holding the cup and returning it. With her radiant smile, the saintess extended a piece of cake. Hey, why aren't you eating? She directly fed it into Liu Xiaoyu's mouth. This cookie I just had is really delicious. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoyu was confused, wondering why she couldn't make a move. Outside, she still had to pretend to get along with Jun Ting, which made the girl excitedly clap her hands together. Delicious, right? Looking at Jun Ting, who was taking a sip of tea, Liu Xiaoyu's doubts resurfaced, and she suddenly felt a bit guilty about her earlier actions toward the woman. Wait, why do I feel guilty towards her? Jun Ting, after just a small sip, scrunched her face and exclaimed, Oh, this is too much. She didn't realize she was openly complaining in front of Liu Xiaoyu. This tea is terrible. The person who brewed it must be an idiot. No wonder you're not happy. Liu Xiaoyu just quietly laughed, calling herself the idiot. She quickly grabbed the teacup and hurried away. I'll brew a fresh pot. Wait for me for a moment, okay? After the saintess left, Liu Xiaoyu's anxieties came to the surface, her tales revealing her unease. Something's off. What's happening to me? Why do I feel guilty? Her eyes fixed on the chair where Jun Ting had been sitting. As the prince of the natural order fox, she shouldn't be having such problems. The true essence of her appeared, and the issue lay with the person in question. Who exactly was she? At that moment, Sai Shan and Zhang Ping were engaged in a sparring match at the base. As they fought, Sai Shan spoke, Your mist is very similar to my water element. For example, controlling concepts or changing its form, etc. But there is a difference in their origins. She gracefully spun around, sending jets of water flying. My water element can be recycled and used in a continuous cycle, whereas your mist is a one-time consumable. Zhang Ping swiftly blocked the attack with his sword, neither of them yielding. The reason was that he could not turn the mist back into the intangible form of mist, once it had become a physical entity. If the mist were like water, it would be much more practical to switch between the three states, gas, liquid, and solid. He sighed and in his mind imagined some supreme ninja. The fact that the mist was not a tangible entity had its advantages. For instance, he wouldn't need to carry it in a gourd. He could just take it with him. Sai Shan seized the moment when his thoughts wandered and appeared in front of him, her hand tearing through the air. Focusing intently, she pushed him back, sending Zhang Ping's body flying. He uses 5 parts of mist to help himself create a cushion that keeps his body from falling. And fortunately, he can also use the mist to ease the situation. Sai Shan flew higher, and a snowstorm was about to descend upon the lucky young man. Fortunately, he was able to absorb the fear of creatures and convert it into mist. This would compensate for his durability flaws to a certain extent. Zhang Ping tilted his body, skillfully dodging the shards left by the debris, and confidently said, At this level of attack, I can still avoid it, but because I was overconfident, I didn't notice that the floor had been soaked by the ice blocks. Humph! By the time he realized, his hands and feet were already entangled by the drops of water. This is bad. It's ice formed from water. Just now, my attention was completely distracted by the attack of the ice stalactites from above. Sai Shan walked over, one hand controlling the flow of water to prevent Zhang Ping from moving. If your opponent doesn't fear you, then the mist will quickly dissipate and dry up. The young man forcefully dispelled 50 parts of the mist and responded, If that's the case, as long as my attack is strong enough, one strike will be enough to kill the opponent. Since she didn't know, a dagger had been created by him and was now floating above Saishan's head. She immediately summoned the water shield. Then let me see how strong your attack is. The power of the mist and the dagger descended fiercely. Saishan was caught off guard as the sharp blade pierced through and actually broke through the water shield to penetrate. Although her body was restrained, John Ping confidently declared to her, "Sister Tsai, you've lost." Saishan, somewhat impressed, complimented him. "Your mist can break through my defenses beyond its level. It's truly astonishing." She withdrew the water shield and stood up. Perhaps a nethermist beast was the next generation of king-tier mutated beasts. Inheriting such traits, the mist carried damage that surpassed its rank. However, the droplets surrounding Zhongping had not been released by her. Saishan suddenly spoke cryptically, "But don't you lack combat experience? If this were truly a life-and-death battle, you'd already be done. Suddenly, the droplets Zhongping was in contact with began to bubble and boil. He screamed loudly, "Ah, it's so hot, so hot. Why is the water suddenly boiling?" Saishan crossed her arms and turned away, giving him a piece of advice. "Understanding your own capabilities is very important. If there's nothing else to do, just keep improving yourself." She remained focused on her teaching, unaware that Zhongping had gotten the idea to play around with the mist he had created in his hands, as if water could turn into ice, hot water, or mist. These things could lead to unpredictable consequences during a fight. He made a model of a spider, causing Saishan to jump in surprise. "Is it something like this, Sis Tai?" Immediately, Saishan splashed water in his face, while she screamed in fear. This time, Zhongping dared to take it further, opening his mouth to swallow the stream of water. Saishan was taken aback, her gaze shifting to him in surprise. She was scared, and immediately shot a stream of water back at his face. "Spider, get away from me." Then she quickly rushed to grab his neck and shake him. "Spit it out, my water element is pure water." Zhongping whispered, "There's poison in it. Even if I don't die from the poison, I'll die from you shaking me to death." Realizing her own overstep, she quickly pulled away from him. "Sorry." Zhongping, still confused, said, "But the current state is a bit strange. I feel like my body is turning limp and I can't control it." Suddenly, the lower part of his body turned into liquid, and his pants fell off, soaking wet. His entire body gradually liquefied, leaving both of them embarrassed. "My hand." Zhongping looked at it and immediately began assessing. "Could it be that I've awakened a new skill?" The appraisal was successful, and the attribute panel appeared. Summon Zhongping ***. Master, Zhongping. Race, human. Faction, cleaning team. Blacksmith shop. Iron soul. Potential, 6 stars. Level 9. Class, basic level awakener. Physical strength, 30. Mental power, infinite. Energy, 31. Flexibility, 31. Talent, contract gem level 6. Level 6 supplementary effect activated. Absolute command, absolute obedience. Advanced appraisal skills, Night Walker, Nethermist Night Walker, Fire Devourer, Intermediate, Mist Body, Beginner, Wind Speaker, Beginner, Alien Shifter. When consuming special items, there is a 10% chance to awaken a special physique. This physique corresponds to the pure water physique. Beginner. The body can transform into pure water to resist various physical attacks. This time, it's understandable that the level 6 gem effect could awaken both of these pure water physique talents. His body had already turned into water, more than halfway. Zhongping thought to himself, but what kind of ability is this, really? Saishan looked at him in confusion and asked, "Zhongping, what's wrong with you? Did you get poisoned and start dissolving?" He turned to reassure her, "It's fine. I should be able to change back. It just takes a little time to get used to." Then he focused fully on controlling the water inside him. If the water elemental body and the mist elemental body had similarities, then his ability to transform must be similar to the mist as well. He just needed to be more mindful of his own body. First, he turned into a pool of water on the ground. "All right," he said, then formed himself into a cookie-like shape. Propping himself up with his hands, feeling quite satisfied. All right, he tried again for the third time. But this time, he became a large mass of water, which made him a little panicked. All right, after some effort, he finally returned to his human form, and without thinking, he proudly showed off to Sai Shan, who was blushing. Sis, Sai. Look, I changed back. She quickly turned away and reminded him, You should really put some clothes on first. As she turned her back and waited for him, Sai Shan was still eager to find out exactly what had just happened. John Ping pulled up his pants and explained to her, It seems that I accidentally drank the water you made, and that's how I awakened my pure water elemental body. Sai Shan's face showed a look of surprise. With her pure water body, she unexpectedly glanced at him. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. John Ping's growth had been too rapid, especially his pure water form, which was simply an ability that anyone with the water element had always longed for. For him to awaken so easily, was this the infinite level? John Ping hurriedly put on his pants, while Sai Shan awkwardly turned away. Sister Sai, are you okay? No, I'm fine. At that moment, Sai Shan's communicator lit up in bright red. She grabbed it and asked, What's the matter? The person on the other end spoke loudly. Report, team leader, Iron Soul has been attacked. We request your assistance. Sai Shan, guide them. Ask the nearby teammates to provide support first. I will be there soon. The people there responded. Yes, we just heard the news, and John Ping is insistent on going with us. Wang Ji-min and the others are in danger. I want to go too. Sai Shan raised her hand to stop him. You can't go. This is probably a trap. But John Ping, confident with his newly awakened abilities, said, Don't worry, I just awakened the pure water form today. In the worst case, I can turn into water and escape. Not being able to stop him, Sai Shan had no choice but to leave quickly and said, I really can't do anything about you following me. At Iron Soul's training ground, by the time John Ping and his group arrived, there were countless bodies sprawled across the floor. Why were so many assassins showing up like this? Sai Shan gave orders to the cleaning crew, while John Ping rushed inside. He led a team to search for survivors, and at the same time, he brought along a defensive force to guard against any remaining assassins. Yes, he went outside, anxiously looking for familiar faces, Uncle Liu, Wang Ji-min, and Sister Ku Chang. A shadowed figure struggled to call his name. John Ping. Ku Chang was leaning against a wall, stepping out slowly, her body covered in wounds, gasping for breath with every exhale. John Ping rushed over, exclaiming, Sister Ku Chang. She tried to get closer to him. Her face was pale, and she pointed towards the courtyard. Hurry! Uncle Liu and Wang Ji-min. A familiar arm is lying on the table. Perhaps Ku Chang was the only one still able to move. They were all wounded. Sai Shan quickly ran over and told John Ping, I'll go check on it. You stay here and take care of her. John Ping quickly wrapped a bandage around Ku Chang's arm to stop the bleeding, his heart aching as he spoke to her, while Ku Chang furrowed her brow, enduring the pain. Ku Chang, your arm. She still tried to reassure him despite her severely injured body. It's fine. Losing one arm won't kill me. At that moment, more footsteps hurried toward them. Sai Shan ordered the people nearby to bring the stretcher and take the injured away for treatment. John Ping anxiously looked at Ji-min. Wang Ji-min, her senior, stood beside him and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, they're just injured and unconscious. It's nothing serious. One by one, the injured were carried outside, and the scene became somewhat chaotic. As Ku Chang was being moved past John Ping, she reminded him, If they're okay, then you can relax. On the contrary, you should be more careful. Those assassins are all targeting you. John Ping, have you offended some big shot recently? He suppressed his emotions and replied with a smile. It's nothing. Ku Chang, don't worry about me, just focus on recovering. Sai Shan, standing next to him, was already planning a few things. The city was no longer safe. The cleanup team would take them to a safe house outside the city for treatment. John Ping bitterly blamed himself. Damn it, it's all my fault. He clenched his fist angrily. The beasts from the Zhu family in Pearl City, the ones who want to take your life, most of them are their people. Mike Sr. on the other side agrees. I'll arrange for someone to investigate immediately. At this moment, a very familiar voice echoed in John Ping's mind. The energy fluctuation just now had come from here. Many of their people had died nearby earlier. Could it be related to those two? The voice was Liu Xiaoyu. This disguise was very clear. She was nearby. An invisible force was falling from the sky. Liu Xiaoyu's thoughts continued. This is a time of turmoil. Wasting food cannot be overlooked, and no threat can be ignored. Zhang Ping hurriedly shielded Qi and dodged a deadly blow, leaving a large pink mark on the ground. Liu Xiaoyu looked at them and exclaimed, "Interesting." She didn't hide her killing intent and glared at him. "To think you could sense my attack." The two quickly got to their feet, but still exchanged cautious words. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." However, the operation this time was kept secret. Why was it happening right now? All right, I guess it has been monitoring the entire city. Liu Xiaoyu's eyes had transformed into a monstrous shape. She was surprised as she looked closer. Liu Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Zhang Ping." Zhang Ping knows very well that she recognized me, so she greeted me. "Sister Liu, long time no see. Stay calm." Evaluating, currently evaluating, still evaluating. While he was trying to assess, Saishan immediately rushed forward and took the initiative to attack. Evaluating, you should run, let me stop her. Evaluating, evaluating. She shot her violent wind energy towards Liu Xiaoyu, darkening the sky. Annoyingly, the evaluation range wasn't enough, and all of Saishan's moves were absorbed by Liu Xiaoyu. She thought to herself, without hesitation, she used a lethal move on me. It seems my identity has been exposed. Liu Xiaoyu's arm spun around to control her ability. She said, "It seems the recent events are indeed related to you." A black hole appeared right next to Saishan, catching her off guard. However, she still managed to block the attack with an ice shield. The shield shattered, but the strike fiercely drove straight into the ground, and yet it still broke through all her defenses. Liu Xiaoyu smiled in satisfaction. Even though her identity was exposed, it didn't matter. She couldn't see through her illusion. She was merely judging the attack based on the shift in the cold air around her. Then, she bent her body and launched even more tendrils. "Let me see how you'll defend yourself this time." Saishan awkwardly tried to release cold air, but it kept getting pierced through, on this side and on that side as well. Zhang Ping had always been by her side. La shouted loudly, warning the senior, "Sister Sai, be careful of the top left." She trusted Zhang Ping and looked at him. Luckily, Zhang Ping was here. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to resist. Following his instructions and focusing on dodging, she aimed at the 3, 7, and 9 o'clock positions. Then, she easily shifted from defense to counterattack. The 4, 8, and 10 o'clock positions, the 1, 2, and 11 o'clock positions, and the 5 and 12 o'clock positions. Now, Liu Xiaoyu had lost the cheerful expression she had earlier and frowned in curiosity. How did Zhang Ping know? Did she test it by launching a tentacle towards Zhang Ping's side? He immediately sensed the attack and used his full skill to dodge. Watching the movements Zhang Ping made, Liu Xiaoyu became even more suspicious. Indeed, every time she attacked, he could dodge with precision. It seemed that Zhang Ping was the one who could discern the camouflage of their tribe. She concluded, "I should have killed him directly back then." The attacks came even more fiercely as Liu Xiaoyu became more interested. "Let me see how long you can dodge." Zhang Ping panicked and looked at Saishan. "This is bad. I can't both dodge and report the positions to Sister Sai. He hurriedly spun around with exquisite skill, even more so than a ballet dancer, shouting the moves aloud. 3 turns to the left, 3 turns to the right. Then Zhang Ping quickly moved closer to Saishan and created a maximum level fog shield. She turned in surprise. "Zhang Ping, you made it just in time. Sister La's anger seems a bit too much. Have you been heartbroken lately?" Liu Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into a wide, sharp-toothed smile, her expression full of amusement. She laughed wickedly, and the number of tails she launched increased even more. "Zhang Ping, you've been hiding it pretty well. All those times you tricked me with your evasions." She focused all her strength into launching her tails toward the two of them. "But this time, you can't escape." A tremendous pressure weighed down on them. "You can block 3 of my tails, but what about 3,000? Saishan pushed all her energy into the fragile shield, but the force of the attack was overwhelming. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and struggled, while the system continuously reported the decrease in the fog's density. Fog density at 50%, decreased by 0.1 seconds. Fog density at 30%, decreased by 0.3 seconds. Liu Xiaoyu casually swept her hair back and silently laughed. If you can hold out for a second, I'll consider it a victory for you. The system's numbers steadily dropped in response to Saishan's resistance. Fog density at 10%, decreased by 0.6 seconds. Fog density at 8%, fog density at 5%, decreased by 0.9 seconds. Fog density at 0%. In an instant, I had unleashed 100% of the fog. Zhang Ping thought to himself, unable to hold on any longer. Could it be that he was really going to die here this time? But at that moment, a cloud of golden smoke appeared behind them and said, Kid Zhang Ping, hold on, I can only give you one chance. Zhang Ping immediately realized that Sai Tobai was coming to assist. It was the captain's avatar. The 3,000 tails were still relentlessly attacking the two of them below. Suddenly, a white mist appeared in the sky around them. Liu Xiaoyu was caught off guard, only noticing that the smoke was swirling around her, growing thicker by the moment. What is this? Liu Xiaoyu asked. Sai Tobai gestured, Kid Zhang Ping. Now is the time to shout and release your power to the fullest. All right, Zhang Ping replied, then shouted, causing his shield to explode. The tails were knocked back, and without hesitation, he grabbed Sai Shan's hand. Zhang Ping pulled her away quickly as the mist surrounded their bodies. Sai left. Half of Liu Xiaoyu's face had transformed into her true form. She tilted her head in anger, wanting to escape. With just a flick of her hand, she could have broken free from the encirclement Sai Tobai had created. However, that was enough time for Zhang Ping to get away. She growled in frustration and shouted, Everyone, listen up. Focus all your efforts on capturing Zhang Ping. The residents within the neighborhood could all hear her command from above. After a while, the fierce battle ended, and Zhang Ping and Sai Shan returned to the cleanup team and took refuge in the safe room outside the city. The wounded were being treated here, and what she said to him was also a way of expressing, now I'm a member of the cleanup team, and Pearl City has become the domain of those filthy foxes, has it? Zhang Ping responded to her. Yes, although they dare not act recklessly, the city is still not safe. The young man lowered his head, apologizing, feeling responsible. It was because of her that he would soon learn the reason for his sadness, and she encouraged him. Well, it's just one arm missing. You're not dead. Besides, you should be thanking me for saving Uncle Liu and the others. Sai Shan walked in just as Zhang Ping was making a firm promise. I will definitely find a way to reclaim the forge. Until then, we can only endure a bit and stay outside the city for a while. She suddenly remembered the moment when she was saved by him, and gently stroked her own hand. Unconsciously, he had matured. Seeing Sai Shan standing by the door, she softly told him, That girl is still waiting for you. Go ahead and take care of your business. Zhang Ping walked out of the room with Sai Shan, and he curiously asked her, Sai, did you come to find me for something? Sai Shan suddenly pouted and asked, Hey, what did you just call me? Zhang Ping realized his mistake and quickly turned away. Sister Sai, it's all because of Ku Chang. Calling her that girl made me slip up. He closed his eyes in embarrassment. But it was true. Before, it felt natural to call her Sai as a form of polite address. But now, after getting to know each other better, it felt a little awkward. After all, she'd lived 2 lifetimes already, so she was much older than him. Sai Shan didn't hold it against him and continued speaking, making Zhang Ping jump in surprise. Never mind, it's just a way of addressing someone anyway. Call me whatever you want. Now come with me. They walked together to another room. Sai Shan, still as cautious as ever, gave him a warning. Your identity has been exposed, so you probably won't be able to enter Pearl City for a while. Wait for the captain to arrange things. She took out a test tube containing some medicine and cheerfully said, The intelligence you provided about the Saintess earlier was very useful, and with the perfect resolution of the rapist mission, this is the reward from the cleanup team for you. Zhang Ping was surprised as he took it. This was golden blood. He brought it closer to his face and murmured, It can't be the golden blood of Jin Bo, can it? Sai Shan immediately responded, Yeah, it's the golden blood of Jin Bo. After a period of time, he will need to draw more blood to store it. This blood is typically used to heal teammates, or to help with a draw. It can also extend the lifespan of some older individuals who've made contributions. You should try using it in the training room to see if you can gain any energy from it. They entered a very large courtyard, and Sai Shan kept reminding him, by the way, this golden blood is an energy-type bloodline, so it's possible it might be passed on to the next generation. You better be mentally prepared. Be careful not to attract the attention of women who have no regard for the law. John Payne held the golden blood in his hand and pondered for a moment. It was just a possibility of inheritance, not a guarantee. Besides, whether or not he'd even have a wife in the future was still uncertain. Why worry about things so far ahead? He immediately took a sip, his mind thinking of a skill he desired, hoping that the alien transformation would bring about its effectiveness. Nether mist body and pure water body from before were both based on this. Sai Shan stood a little away from him and asked, "So did you gain any abilities?" John Ping looked at his hand and said it seemed like nothing had changed. Just as he finished speaking, a stream of red liquid started flowing down from his finger. He immediately checked it with the system, feeling excited as he realized he had gained a new skill. It worked. The alien transformation has activated pure-blooded body. The body can transform into a pure-blooded form, can merge into the target's body, rapidly heal wounds, omnivore unlimited level ability. The liquid was like blood, melting away in his hand, which made Sai Shan worried. It seemed that the pure-blooded body could accurately sense the condition of the target. "What happened to your hand?" Turning his gaze, John Ping noticed a crack on her glasses. Sai, you have a wound on your face." She quickly covered her face and turned away. Don't mind it. But John Ping was still very concerned about her. It seemed like there was something more behind her injury. Sai Shan changed the subject. "Is there anything else you would like to change, apart from this?" John Ping closed his eyes, and the young man spoke of what he could see. "In this state, you can sense the life force of all the spirits, and also merge with the body of the other person, healing all their wounds. Of course, scars can also be erased." Sai Shan was quite pleased to hear this news. "So you can also restore Ku Chang's severed arm." John Ping tightened his grip on his hand and added, "As long as there's enough blood, theoretically, even if only a layer of skin remains, I could still restore the other person's body. The pure water body can avoid, while the pure-blooded body can heal others." Sai Shan immediately turned him around and pushed him away. "Then hurry up and heal Ku Chang." John Ping was more than willing to go right away. "All right, I'll go now." But before he left, he made a request to Sai Shan. Sai, will you return? Can we talk?" Not as teammates, but as old friends. The girl suddenly blushed and softly agreed. "Okay." Outside, the sky was still faintly dark. In the wilderness, animals leisurely drank from the lake. The deer raised its head and looked up at the sky, while flocks of birds panicked and flew away from above. Countless strange-shaped monsters were sweeping through the forest. Their eyes were blood-red, fierce, and full of aggression. Each group gathered together, and a fierce battle seemed imminent. In the room, Manny looked at Sai Tubai with a puzzled expression. She asked, "Sai Tubai, where are the records of the ancestor village?" The captain replied, "I don't know if you still remember. But although the Zhu family committed many inhumane and brutal acts while in power, from the very beginning, the Zhu family was also a heroic family of beast tamers. I recall the fiery scene as they faced the great winter calamity. Back then, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Vaxai Yang, and the sun god bird were inseparable. Every day they would continuously soar into the sky, bringing light and warmth to humanity. He persisted for 10 years, until he finally died from exhaustion." Upon hearing this, Manny took a sip of her drink and responded, "I know that after Zhu Vaxai Yang's death, he was buried in the Manny Range outside Pearl City. The survivors outside the city, out of gratitude for his kindness, have been guarding his grave ever since. Many years later, those people combined and gave birth to the next generation, gradually forming a village, which was also the ancestor village. But now, what does this have to do with the ancestor village?" He continued, "Every 100 years, the ancestor village gives birth to a saintess. The bloodline of the saintess can protect the village, preventing any attacks from mutated beasts. She is a beautiful girl who makes all mutated beasts infatuated." Manny puzzledly asked him, Wait, are you saying Chen Junting is the saintess from the ancestor village?" Sai Tumbai frowned, his eyes filled with sorrow as he explained, The Zhu family intended to use the Saintess to control the natural order fox after they were left dumbfounded. Manny thought for a moment, then asked, "But why did the Saintess appear at Han High Academy? Moreover, with all that happened, why hasn't there been any trace of the ancestor village?" Upon hearing this, he angrily retorted, "What if they did it on purpose? If they claim the Saintess is imprisoned within the city, the ancestor village could declare war on Pearl City at any time." This answer left Manny both astonished and heartbroken. Why would they do such a thing? If Tubei reflected on 150 years ago, Pearl City also once had a tyrannical city lord. Not wanting to repeat the mistakes of the Zhu family, the cleaning team had placed her on the list of fugitive criminals, issued a wanted order, and then, in cooperation with the current city lord, successfully expelled her from the city. Later, it was unknown how she managed to become the leader of Ancestor Village. Perhaps she had never really cared about Pearl City, she was simply waiting for the right moment to return and invade. Manny listened intently while drinking water. At that time, the safety team had built many safe rooms in the wilderness. These safe rooms were extremely secretive. Some were constructed in volcanic rock, while others were hidden underground or in trees. In safe room number 3, inside the room, Sai-Shan pressed her hand against the wall to sense any movements. Could it be that the Zhu family is up to something? I need to go outside and investigate. She observed the people lying in their sickbeds and thought, but if this place is discovered, the wounded will be in danger. Leaving Zhongping here, can he handle it alone? She looked toward Zhongping, but he seemed unaware of her presence behind him, focused solely on what he was doing. Then he shouted joyfully, "It's a success. The lamp in your hand has emitted a purple light." Seeing him so excited, Sai-Shan was confused and puzzled. What success? Didn't this lamp run out of energy already? He eagerly explained, "It has no energy, but I felt that throwing it away would be a waste, so I tried to see if I could replenish its energy." Then he used asterisk fire devour asterisk, causing the lamp in Zhongping's hand to emit a powerful golden light that spread outward. Next, he used asterisk fire devour flame bind asterisk, followed by asterisk pure water body asterisk, creating a stream of blue light. Then asterisk pure-blooded body asterisk, with energy radiating a blood-red color, and finally asterisk nether mist body asterisk, with eerie purple light. In short, this asterisk ghost lantern asterisk could conceal the surrounding scent information within a certain range. The current energy was 21/100ths. Zhongping happily said, "Finally, by injecting the mist back in, it's shining again, and even stronger than before. Truly, a lucky dog finds a fly." Using the concealment device for the safe room, now we can go out and investigate with peace of mind. Outside the safe room, a group of asterisk mutated beasts asterisk was advancing. The two of them were somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Zhongping said, "This is already too much, isn't it? Since when did the Zhu family gain control over so many mutated beasts?" At this moment, Sai-Shan was updating the situation with her superiors. The headquarters here is Lu Sai-Shan, near safe room No. 3, estimating that around 10,000 mutated beasts were heading toward Pearl City. The rank was not high, but the numbers were large, mainly consisting of forest wolves and bullet rabbits. As for Zhongping, he shielded his forehead with his hand to get a better view. He spoke to Sai-Shan. "It's strange. Why are these mutated beasts moving in such a frenzy? It doesn't seem like they're heading somewhere, but more like they've seen something terrifying." He broke out in a cold sweat, his hand trembling as he pointed in a certain direction, his voice stuttering. Sai, you should look over there." Sai-Shan, upon seeing what he was pointing to, was equally startled. She quickly updated the situation with headquarters. She clarified that there was also a large number of zombies heading toward the city. Seeing the mutated beasts forming a sea of creatures, she stammered, "The number is probably around 50,000. As for Sai Tubai, when he received the report from Sai-Shan, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration. 50,000, 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 zombies, along with the natural order fox and the remnants of the Zhu family in the city. Right now, the manpower in the team is insufficient, and it's impossible to confront so many enemies at once. Is it only possible for me to take action myself?" Suddenly, he frowned, coming up with an idea. "No, there is still another way." He then turned around and called to those beside him. "Manny, Chen Lu Wei, Shouji, prepare to activate the Celestine Curtain again." The three of them were greatly surprised by this order. Manny asked, but wasn't the Celestine curtain already? Kit also questioned, Captain, what do you mean? Sai Tumbai explained to them, yesterday, while covering for John Ping, I temporarily suppressed Prince Yu. Its energy probably hasn't recovered yet. Although we can't rely on the patrol team and the investigation team, there are still quite a few strong forces in the city. On our Celestine curtain, there's a script that broadcasts the news of the Zubis attacking the city. Zubis are attacking. Once the awakened within the city have gathered, we can retreat into Pearl City for protection, and at the same time, avoid the surveillance of the Natural Order Fox. Let's move quickly. Upon hearing this, they responded in unison. Yes. Afterward, an energy sphere appeared in his hand. He said, switch to the multi-person line. Liu Sai-shan, John Ping, I order you two to block the mutated beasts and the undead outside the city, as many as possible, and buy time for the personnel inside the city to gather. They responded again. At safety room number 5, there was an announcement coming from the mirror. This was a dispatch, and the team leader was requested to give orders and quickly proceed to safety room number 3 to assist Liu Sai-shan. After hearing the announcement, Zhu Zimin responded with a single sound, oh. The two teammates behind him were also quite eager. The chubby young man said, let's go. Zhu Zimin raised his hand to signal, let's go. It's our turn to step in now. City Lord Zimin reached into his pocket and took out the mirror that was making the announcement. The news probably indicated that the raid on the blacksmith shop had been successful, right? He looked into the mirror and earnestly responded, it is indeed true that Prince Yu is not in the City Lord's residence, so we can proceed to the next step. However, the voice from the other side interrupted him. Sorry, we've encountered some trouble. Zimin frowned. What trouble? The voice explained. It's a group of unknown individuals. They suddenly appeared outside the city. The mutated beasts are terrified, and we can't control them for a moment. We don't know who the culprits are. Upon hearing this, Zimin shouted angrily into the mirror. Stop talking nonsense. Deal with that problem quickly. If the plan fails, none of us will survive. Then, in frustration, Zimin muttered, I really can't rely on these people. There's no choice but to find the Saintess first, and when the time comes, we'll take her away immediately. The noise behind him caught Tretchman's attention. He glanced back and saw the first patrol team approaching. The leader, with a bandaged face, was the captain of the patrol team, Lin Qidi. Zimin felt a hint of doubt in his mind. Why is he here? And why is he bringing so many people along? He interlaced his fingers and spoke with a slightly restrained tone. Isn't that Captain Lin? What's he doing here today? Since the city lord hasn't returned yet, if there's something important, you can let me know in advance. Lin Qidi's gaze on Tretchman was expressionless, and he ignored Zimin. He kept walking. Zimin, feeling frustrated, thought, not even acknowledging me. Has he discovered something? Lin Qidi's group walked up to the door of a room with intricate patterns. He pushed the door open, letting the light from inside spill out. Zimin looked on, full of questions. What's going on here? Inside was the scene of a lavish banquet. Couples were dancing together. The beautiful young woman, Chen Junting, exclaimed and called out, We've got more friends joining us. Let's all have fun together. Seeing someone arrive, she warmly introduced herself and reached out for a handshake. Meanwhile, Lin Qidi, holding a glass of wine, suddenly paused and stared at the glass in his hand, startled. How did I end up here? Your Highness must have said something right. At that moment, he remembered Zhang Ping's laughter. He spat out the wine in his mouth and thought, right, I should go catch Zhang Ping. Jun Ting walked towards him, speaking with a gentle tone. Really, uncle, you're so careless. He, on the other hand, wondered, did she call me here to hang out? As he watched Jun Ting carefully wipe the wine stain off his chest, Lin Qidi felt a bit embarrassed. This sensation seemed familiar, like it belonged to his own royal family. At that moment, Jun Ting spoke again. Grandfather said, we must not waste anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Qidi knelt down to show his respect. Understood. Saintess, my lady, Lin Qidi said. Jun Ting appeared displeased and said, Why does everyone call me that? I clearly told you that we're friends. But then she didn't dwell on it too much and pulled his hand, leading him into the banquet hall. Never mind, let's go dance. Zemin stood off to the side, observing everything as the two of them pulled each other along. He thought, Saintess. The Saintess can only influence the mutated beasts. Could it be that Lin Kidai has already been replaced by the natural order fox? Why didn't that fox demon tell me something so important? It seems like he doesn't trust me much. Looking at the situation, it seemed that no one from the patrol team was left alive. In fact, it appeared that everyone present might have already been transformed by the natural order fox. Seeing them hand in hand, a dangerous glint flashed in Zemin's eyes, but it seemed like they had already been controlled by Chen Junting. Moreover, she herself still hadn't realized it. If he could convince her to work for them, the plan could move straight to the next stage. He acted on his thoughts immediately. He walked over to approach Junting, trying to appear friendly, and said, "Little sister Chen Junting, are you having fun?" She smiled and replied, "At first, I just wanted to make some new friends. I didn't expect that Lak Tai Tai would organize such a grand dance for me." Then she asked casually, "Why hasn't Lak Tai Tai come back yet?" Upon hearing this, Zemin froze, only able to awkwardly respond, "Maybe she still has some unfinished business." Inside, Zemin cursed at her, "This little brat, it's clear you're the one who's been leading these people on asterisk." Although he thought this, he still tried to maintain a cheerful facade and tempt Junting. "Brother knows a place that's even more fun. Would you like to come with me?" But she wasn't interested. She replied dismissively and started to walk away. She rubbed her arm and said, "I haven't had enough fun yet. Besides, I don't know you." The lights in the banquet hall suddenly went out, and Junting's eyes, sharp and questioning, locked onto him. "But how do you know my name?" The space suddenly seemed to change in an utterly abnormal way. Everyone's eyes turned toward Zemin, and the gazes of the surrounding guests shifted to a red hue. Near the safe room 3, Saishan's face was extremely tense. Saishan placed her hand on the floor, and a wave of ice spread from her position. Nethermist body -30 emanated around her. John Payne now appeared surrounded by a powerful purple aura. He spoke, "Sai, I've pulled them all together. Freeze them quickly." The mutated beasts sneered, "Very well." Then Saishan used her freezing technique on the mutated beasts, but they broke through the ice almost immediately. The mutated beasts continued to charge forward. Seeing the situation grow more perilous, Saishan shouted, "This is bad, there are too many of them." Hearing this, John Payne leaped into action to attack and said, "Let me hold them off first." A stream of purple energy emanated from his body, taking the form of a savage mutated beast. He thought to himself that these mutated beasts must be accumulating a lot of fear energy. Now, he could freely use Nethermist body. Currently, Nethermist body was at +100. Then the effects alternated between adding and subtracting. Nethermist body -100, Nethermist body +100. He thought further, and next he continuously used Nethermist body +100, then directed them to attack the mutated beasts. Another notification sounded, Nethermist body -100, after which he executed the technique of mist illumination to become a dragon. "Your mutated beasts, with the 3-striped whitehead, are attacking those over there." He thought to himself, "We must wait for reinforcements to arrive first." John Ping said, "What you're seeing are mutated beasts. That dragon keeps flying up and attacking. The dark mist subtracts 100, the dark mist adds 100. John Ping stood observing the battle and thought, "What I'm seeing is a stream of dark mist energy and endless experience points flowing." There were continuous heavy strikes, experience points adding 10 constantly, receiving painful blows, and the mutated beasts were being repeatedly sent flying. John Ping thought again, defeating a few hundred of them should definitely level up my attributes or rank. But those beasts aren't stupid. They signaled to each other, spreading out to surround the dragon, then branched off in 2 directions to dodge the dragon's attacks. The dragon, seeing this, was quite impressed. "Very clever. These mutated beasts are just trying to escape. They aren't really focused on fighting." Meanwhile, Saishan also used ice to attack them. The mutated beasts ordered each other. "The ones ahead don't have the dragon. We're safe now." On the side, Saishan observed everything, pointed at them, and said, "I'll take care of these stragglers." The mutated beasts growled angrily, "You tricked us." John Ping praised Saishan. "Si, well done. It'd be great if there was a system that could record how many monsters I've killed." Sai Shan quickly interrupted him, reminding, "Don't get distracted. It's coming again." Seeing this, John Ping cursed. Damn it, still not over. Then, they attacked together, when suddenly another wave of energy surged in, one cold, one fiery. A loud crash echoed, and the red energy force overwhelmed the purple energy of John Ping. He asked in surprise, "What's going on?" It turned out the red energy was fire coming from the mutated beasts. He wondered to himself, "These are zombies, and yet they can use magic." He had always thought zombies only knew how to bite people. The stereotypes really don't apply. To clarify, he decided to use appraisal. The appraisal succeeded. Zombie species, Holy Ancestor Village faction, mature, not in primary stage, level 6. The answer shocked him. Holy Ancestor Village. These zombies had attacked him, biting into his body, forcing him to quickly find an opportunity to synchronize this intel with the main headquarters. John Ping flicked his dragon tail to ward them off. Get lost, zombies. Although he could push them back, he realized they were not afraid and kept coming. If this continued, the dark mist would soon be used up. Sai Shan spoke up to remind them. John Ping kept his distance from them. He clearly heard the information and responded with a simple agreement. Guide. Then, he flexed his muscles, bulging with strength, and said, "Let's see if I can fly up this afternoon." The dragon's claw already caught 2 or 3 people, grabbed them, and then shot a powerful beam of light down to the ground. After that, he went into his fire technique with a warning. "My fire is a bit large, you all better brace yourselves. Fire Devourer Flame Bind. Experience plus 20. Finally, he threw fireballs down to the ground, each one like a bullet. Go! The fire zombie projectiles continued to launch, and the experience kept adding up. Experience plus 20. All attributes plus 2. Seeing the results, he was satisfied. Very good, now my attributes are almost double those of a similar level awakened one. At the same time, a burst of lightning-fast power struck directly at the heads of the Zubis. Sai Shan was also fiercely fighting the Zubis. She unleashed her sword technique. Blade Waltz, delivering precise, graceful sword strikes that easily took them down. They screamed and counterattacked with a vicious assault. But John Ping quickly provided support. He shouted, "Take this from me!" Heaven-crushing, earth-shattering. Sai Shan, surprised, asked, "Huh? What are you saying?" But John Ping quickly changed the subject. "Nothing." John Ping surveyed the entire scene and assessed. The first wave of beasts and Zubis had been dealt with. The number was about 1,000. After the second wave, only half remained, and they were nearly done. Then, he transformed back into a human form and continued speaking to Sai Shan. "If you think about it, how could these zombies still be able to use their abilities?" She replied, "They must have all been awakened when they were alive." Gabing pondered, such a despicable method. Could it be the Zhu family? However, just now I was almost certain that the zombies belonged to Holy Ancestor Village. The scene shifted to another space, where a voice echoed in response. "That's right." Sai Tumbai spoke to the communication mirror. Although the Zhu family is ruthless, taming beasts is a form of faith for them. They look down on using shortcuts like controlling zombies. After my preliminary analysis, this incident is very likely related to Holy Ancestor Village. John Ping's assessment further confirms this point. At this point, Sai Shan shouted, "Holy Ancestor Village." She then continued, "In other words, that person is the one who did this." Suddenly, someone flashed by, altering the situation, and a dangerous face appeared in front of them, accompanied by a breeze. Sai Shan covered her nose and mouth and warned, "John Ping, hold your breath. This air is poisonous." He held his breath and silently analyzed the smell, trying to recall where he had previously encountered the scent of rotten eggs, hydrogen sulfide. John Ping remembered and thought to himself that during his time in the rescue team, he had encountered a serious fire caused by hydrogen sulfide. If the air contained hydrogen sulfide, it would ignite. Recalling its origin, he quickly reminded her. Sai, be careful, there might be an explosion." She asked, "What are you trying to do?" John Ping didn't say much, simply replying, "No time to explain. Trust me." Hearing his words, she quickly agreed. John Ping moved forward, curling his hand into a fist, leaving only his index finger pointing upward to unleash a flame. With a single strike, John Ping successfully caused an explosion in that area. Surrounding John Ping and Sai Shan were intertwining streams of fire and ice. Fire Devourer Flame Reserves, 163 300ths. Fire Devourer Flame Reserves, 213 300ths. Fire Devourer Flame Reserves, 263 300ths. At that moment, John Ping suddenly realized that the second round of the test was about to begin. Sai Shan also asked, "Didn't you just say there was still half an hour left?" Suddenly, he spotted something and spoke up to stop her. "Wait, what is that?" "Analyze it." The system quickly activated. Analyzing, analyzing, analyzing. An old man, dressed somewhat revealingly, was stroking his beard while assessing the space below. Yet he was able to break the poison I had placed. "You two certainly have quite the guts," he remarked. As for John Ping, he was rubbing his chin, surprised and puzzled. The previous appraisal of the team leader was successful, but this time the appraisal failed, just like with Liu Xiaoyu. Is it because my training isn't sufficient yet, so I'm unable to assess targets of higher ranks at a distance? In this case, the command to assess all active targets within sight would be carried out. Soon after, the results were announced. Successfully appraised the zombie species, Holy Ancestor Village Faction, mature, no primary rank, level 6. Zombie species, Holy Ancestor Village Faction, mature, no primary rank, level 8. Successfully appraised 16,888 times. The advanced appraisal technique has been upgraded to strategic appraisal, greatly improving the range and success rate of appraising targets above level 30. As for the one sitting atop the pile of muscles, he too had been. The success notification appeared, confirming the successful appraisal of the identity attribute board for Zhu Xiangming, a fallen zombie race, affiliated with the Holy Ancestor Village Faction. His growth points were not rank-based, apex level, and he was an awakener at level 39. His zombie mutation talent enabled him to create poison. Anyone who came into contact with the poison would turn into zombies, controlled by the fake power. The zombies retained the skills they had when alive and shared the same vitality. The controller could not be killed unless all the zombies were destroyed. The old man said, "Although I would very much like to handle this myself, there is something more important for me to do now. Go, bring them here to me, regardless of whether they live or die." John Ping shared the results with Sai Shan, along with his confusion. The appraisal shows this guy is a fallen at level 39. "See, Sai, what does fallen mean?" She did not answer his question directly but was instead surprised by the high stats. "Level 39? Then she continued, "The abilities of awakened ones gradually change based on how they use them. Eventually, they will evolve into a form that suits the user best. But if the awakened one's mental power is not strong enough, their ability will backfire. In the end, they will become slaves to their supernatural abilities. We refer to such individuals as fallen, and moreover, the fallen are all extremely powerful." At this point, John Ping notified everyone that they had arrived, and Sai Shan, upon seeing the situation, remarked, "This is going to be troublesome." A group of zombies bared their teeth, trying to approach John Ping. He slashed out with a stream of purple sword aura, signaling Nethermist's body with a deduction of 10 points. Meanwhile, Sai Shan seemed surprised, letting out a no sound, followed by the continuous sounds of killing from a zombie. It then attacked Sai Shan, forcing her to defend with an ice sword. At the same time, after knocking her opponent back, she quickly contacted her superiors. "Headquarters, this is Liu Sai Shan. A fallen has appeared. He is riding a massive zombie. My strength is not enough to contend with him. This person is leading a large group of zombies toward the northern part of the city." She relayed all the information without missing a single detail. His level is 39, extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Nethermist's body used its ability to assess another monster. The result of the assessment came back successfully. Attribute table. Zombie species. Faction Holy Ancestor Village. Growth points unequal. High level, level 29. Achieving the result, you decided to first try to control it. Nethermist's body prepared a powerful purple mana punch. Nethermist's body minus 20, remaining mana 60. Then it transformed into a magical chain that wrapped around the monster, causing it pain. Nethermist's body spoke to itself. "No, this zombie is on a completely different level compared to the previous one." Suddenly, a sound resonated through the area. Saishan thought to himself. The sound came from inside Pearl City. He asked, has the enemy already entered the city? At the north gate of Pearl City, the mutated beast army was approaching the city gates with an imposing momentum. A burly man led the charge, punching out strong waves of energy to repel the monsters. The man frowned and introduced himself. Master of the Beast King martial arts, Feng Lai Qian, is here. He took a deep breath, stomped his foot onto the head of a mutated beast, and with a mighty aura, declared, no one will pass here today. One of his subordinates spoke up. Let's move forward together. We absolutely cannot let these beasts get any closer. He, however, was still in shock. Oh, that is, while they had already begun fighting, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the crowd, intending to escape. Seeing this, he quickly chased after it to stop it. Stop, just now, I didn't pay attention to your movements with the other zombies, but they didn't look the same at all. The zombie used great force, causing the man's arm to begin bleeding. The zombie's eyes glowed red. Continuously, the shopkeeper tried to resist the zombie's attacks, parrying its strikes while thinking, is this the Beast King's authority, the Marquis method? Seeing the zombie relentlessly trying to strike, the shopkeeper shouted angrily, who are you? Wait, could you be that foolish junior of mine? The battle raged on fiercely, and Ben Shinny shot a magic bolt toward Lai Qian's head. But fortunately, he dodged. He crouched down, becoming more focused by the second. Lai Qian grabbed his opponent's shoulder and cast a spell, the Beast King Fist, Teoti's Cauldron Lift style. Lai Qian leaped into the air, taking Ben Shi with him, and gathered an immense amount of power, shooting sparks at him. The two landed back on the ground, Lai Qian steadying himself, his strength rising, and the surrounding area surrounded by red flames. He yelled with all his might, Crimson Emperor's immortal rest, super fast rebirth. After being overwhelmed by that tremendous power, Ben Shi fell, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Beside him lay a token, which made Lai Qian a little curious. He approached and picked up the token, asking, did this fall from the zombie's body? Why does it look so familiar? Lai Qian read the inscription on the token and said in panic, this is Senior Brother's token. At that moment, Ben Shi had managed to sit up. Lai Qian glanced over and said, he knows how to use Beast King's martial arts, and he's also carrying Senior Brother's token. Could this be Senior Brother Lin Ben Shi, who's been missing for over 30 years? Ben Shi immediately stood up, rushing forward to cast a spell to defeat Lai Qian. He thought urgently, you fool of a junior brother, hate me. Get angry, come on. Lai Qian didn't immediately get into a fighting stance, instead choosing to bring up old matters. Back then, you went out to investigate the missing awakeners, yet you ended up missing too. Lai Qian furrowed his brow, his hand clenched tightly, radiating a significant force. He never expected that he would be turned into a zombie and end up in such a situation. The two collided and a thought emerged in Ben Shi's subconscious. Only you can stop me. At this moment, Lai Qian, heartbroken, said, Senior Brother, are you really gone? At this moment, he recalled the past. The two of them used to train together every day. That day, during their training, Ben Shi punched Lai Qian on the cheek. A punch to Lai Qian's cheek from Ben Shi back then was enough to make him fall backwards. He instructed his junior, faster now, a little faster. The movements of the circular king style need to be more fluid. Don't be so stiff. Ben Shi continuously offered reminders. Lai Qian, still young at the time, sat up, and Ben Shi's hand reached out to help him up. Although the master always looked down on his disciple, it was clear that the disciple had made rapid progress. Back then, before Ben Shi was turned into a zombie, he smiled brightly, stretched out his arms to lift his junior, and encouraged him, saying, come on, let's continue practicing. When you've learned it, wouldn't that be a shame for the old master? The flashback ended, and reality, harsh as ever, returned. Ben Shi sprang up, using his fist to fight against Lai Qian. He was now stronger, blocking the blow with one hand. Lai Qian wondered to himself, is that so? By this point, Lai Qian could no longer hold back his tears. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face, and he suppressed the pain in his heart, asking, why has Lai Qian's power become so weak and helpless over time? Suddenly, Lai Qian pushed Ben Shi away with great force, shouting loudly, How dare you insult the Beast King's law and slander my senior brother like this? He struck his chest, and a brilliant golden aura radiated around him. Lai Xian took off his shirt, and the golden light surrounded him as he proclaimed with determination, "No matter who the culprit is, today I will drag them out." The flames blazed up, and his hair and beard transformed to match the color of the fire. Behind him, a massive fire raged, the Crimson Emperor's immortal body in full display with chains of fiery blood. The information panel appeared, showing a temperature of 500, and his physical strength increased. His demonic power surged, and his agility heightened. After this transformation, Lai Xian grew even more resolute. He spoke out loudly, "Everyone else, step back. Don't get caught in an unjust blow." With his power rapidly enhanced, Lai Xian leaped forward, closing the distance to Ben Shi, facing him head-on. One of Lai Xian's arms grabbed him tightly while the other raised high, preparing to strike, with fire blazing around him, matching the intensity of his spirit. Lai Xian brought his fist down fiercely. He struck multiple times, and as his arm lifted again, his eyes grew increasingly moist. Lai Xian put all his strength into this punch, the force creating a long, straight line. Ha! The line of power extended, and Ben Shi, who was nearby, took the brunt of the devastating damage. Everything around him turned white, his face filled with panic. Yet in his mind, a single thought flashed through. "You're strong, junior brother." The light from Lai Xian had knocked Ben Shi out, and the man collapsed onto the cold ground, motionless. Seeing this, Lai Xian could only utter, "Rest in peace, senior brother." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, the voice of an old man. "And you dare to strike my proud creation like this?" Lai Xian warily looked around, the voice still echoing. "If that's the case, you come and take his place." Unable to hold back, he asked directly, "Who are you?" Perhaps now I've pinpointed the target. Lai Xian furrowed his brows, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze in one direction. He took a battle stance, his power surging, and shouted loudly, "It was you who turned my Lai Xian into zombies, wasn't it?" Xiang Ming appeared atop a creature, looking down with fiery red eyes and claws sharp as knives. He said, "So what if that's the case?" His gaze grew increasingly sinister, malevolent, and disdainful. He continued, "You think you can stop me with just your nose?" Xiang Ming stood on a massive zombie, surrounded by his subordinates, almost 100 of them at a glance. He laughed triumphantly, shouting, "You think you could stop my army?" At the Zhu family estate, 2 individuals, one male and one female, cloaked in raincoats and carrying lanterns, were in the midst of abducting the saintess. The plan failed, and the cleanup team began investigating the Zhu family. When Zhang Ping and Sai Shan arrived, they saw the blacksmith causing chaos. The plan had succeeded. Prince Yu was dragged outside, and now he was searching for Zhang Ping in the city, leading mutated beasts to infiltrate the city lord's mansion. The plan had failed, however, as the zombies were severed from the mutated beasts entirely. Meanwhile, at a grand banquet, the city lord's plot to abduct the saintess also failed. A large number of natural order foxes had gathered at the cleanup team's headquarters to investigate the Chu family's motives. 1. To recruit the natural order foxes. 2. To manipulate the saintess to control the natural order foxes. 3. To dominate Pearl City. The investigation revealed that the cause of the zombies is related to Holy Ancestor Village. The zombies launched an attack, successfully rebooted the Celestine Curtain, and gathered military strength within the city. On the map, they discussed the route of attack. The first move was to reach the northern gate, then move toward the western and eastern gates. The northern gate and southern gate were blocked by mountains, so there was no threat of invasion from those directions. Outside the city, the northern gate had successfully assembled the Beast King martial arts and awakened forces. In Holy Ancestor Village, there seemed to be a meeting taking place. Shanghai knelt and respectfully spoke to Elg Shuo. "Master, everything has been gathered." Mr. Yu replied, She responded with a word and then turned to issue an order to her subordinates behind her. "Everyone, listen up. This action involves the coordination of the primary zombies army to disrupt the city's order. You may conveniently raid some supplies and spread the doctrine along the way. But once Brother Zhao from the Zhao family successfully welcomes the saintess, you must immediately retreat. No one is to remain for even a moment." They responded with a clear affirmation and then disappeared, leaving only Shanghai still kneeling. Hesitantly, he continued, "Master, I have a few concerns regarding some of the subordinates. Could the mutated Beast King fake within the city become an unstable factor? One more thing. Since we were the ones who started the war, why do we have to evacuate after bringing the Saintess back? Shanghai asked in one breath. She explained, "Are you talking about that old fox demon? In fact, it has awakened long ago, and is now waiting, holding back until it has a reason to step in itself." Hearing this, Shanghai felt a bit uneasy. Then if we attack now, won't our army be in danger? She smirked and replied, "Don't worry. Although the Saintess's awakening is not yet complete, the influence she exerts cannot be easily erased, not even by an Earth Beast level king. Before we take her away, the natural order fox won't act recklessly. If we want to seize Pearl City, aside from the fox demon, the only major threat to us is the failure of the cleanup squad he leads. That's why I have already arranged for the shadow assassins to open the city gates, to create enough chaos within the city. First, we use the Saintess as a pretext to start the war, and let the zombies flood in. And if the cleanup squad wants to completely eliminate this large-scale invasion, there is no other option but to activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. After the failure, use the Sun and Moon Pearl to cleanse all the primary mutated creatures and zombies in the city. That way, it will expose both ourselves and the cleanup team. As for the reason we must withdraw, without the Saintess, we will not be able to contain the fox demon. In that case, the cleanup team will be exposed. After the fox demon and the cleanup team fight to mutual destruction, if we attack Pearl City once again, wouldn't that make it easy for us to capture it? However, Shanghai remained concerned, but according to the detective's information, the Zhu family seems to be coveting the Saintess's power. Could they influence this operation? She calmly replied, "I have already sensed it. The Saintess is probably still in a state of confusion. In this case, the Zhu family won't be able to persuade her into idleness for their own benefit. The reason I sent the Zhao family members to bring the Saintess is that the sacred bloodline runs through their veins, allowing them to communicate directly with the Saintess, and to cover their tracks. The senior members of the Zhu family are likely not to be directly involved in this matter." She thought of those she had controlled and continued, "If any members of the Zhu family in the city try to use force to take the Saintess, they won't be a match for the Zhao family." After listening, he spoke with full respect. The sect leader is wise. Ao Xui led the way, saying, "Let's go. We should set off now." Obeying the command, Shanghai replied. In another development, Sai Shan was still fighting the mutated beasts. Each swing of her ice sword, combined with Zhang Ping's fighting skills, caused her body to weaken. While they fought, Zhang Ping said, "There are too many of them. At this rate, we won't be able to finish this." A strong gust of wind blew past his face, causing Zhang Ping to freeze momentarily. Despite the battle, he quickly assessed the situation. Seeing the mutated beast about to attack Sai Shan, he warned, Sai, be careful." Sai Shan had just taken down Azubi when she heard Zhang Ping's warning. She immediately reacted with tension. Thanks to his alert, she managed to turn around just in time to block the mutated beast's attack, but it was too powerful and broke her ice sword. As a result of the impact, Sai Shan was knocked backward. The Zubi, gathering momentum, charged directly toward her as she sat. A notification appeared. Nethermist Body Index, 10 firsts. From behind, a mutated beast wrapped its arms around Zhang Ping's neck, while his strength had already weakened. "Damn it, my Nethermist body is almost used up." Another one charged towards Sai Shan. Sai, be careful," Zhang Ping hurriedly warned. The axe struck the shield protecting Sai Shan. A male voice, laughing, said, "Haha, my grandfather's shield isn't a pushover." Looking at the person in front of him, Sai Shan asked in confusion, "Are you Zhang Shuzhong?" A series of ice swords shot straight ahead. On this side, Zhang Ping also looked in confusion as the swords struck the group of zombies. The illusionary swords were wielded by a team. The zombies, hit by the attack, flew everywhere in pain. A strong and beautiful girl kicked each zombie away with her legs. It was Chen Shuji, she spoke. "Sorry, we're late." The enemy still looked ferocious, with one zombie holding an axe, its face eager to charge. Meanwhile, the team member was using a shield to connect 3 swords, attacking the remaining zombie. Chen Ming, standing beside Sai Shan, asked, "Are you getting used to the sword techniques?" Reacting quickly, Sai Shan replied, "Is it Lasuo?" Zhang Ping shouted loudly from the side. Don't be careless. These monsters don't seem to have a scratch on them. Physical attacks don't seem to affect them. You go join up with your teammates. I roughly know how to take it down now. Zhang Ping stepped up beside Chen Ming and said, Senior, help me hold it down. Chen Ming received the information and understood. After replying to Zhang Ping, Chen Ming immediately charged forward to face the monster. As soon as he brought his sword near the creature, it immediately retaliated. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was focused on him, Zhang Ping sneaked behind it. From the previous encounter, he identified that the fallen creature used poison to control zombies, and poison couldn't be burned in the usual way. Taking advantage of its distraction, Zhang Ping prepared to unleash his Crimson Snake Scale attack. The only way to deal with it now was to burn the poison inside the zombies. Nether misbodied 0100. He used his special move to stab straight into the creature's back, for that was the only way to completely sever the control. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the dagger in his hand. The Crimson Snake Scale had already penetrated its body. Next, he activated the move, causing a powerful flame to erupt. Fire Devourer Flame Bind. The attack shot straight at the zombie. It took the full force of the blow, now lying on the ground, its body emitting smoke. Suji walked over, stretching his body, as if the problem had been solved. These things are pretty tough. Zhang Ping replied, No, the real tough ones have already entered Pearl City. Right after that, Zhang Ping turned around and explained the situation to Min and his team. Senior, there are still many injured people in Safe House No. 3. I'm using props to conceal their presence, but I don't know how long I can maintain it. Chen Ming immediately added, Captain Sai 2 has already briefed us on the overall situation. We'll be responsible for receiving the injured, and we've also seen your abilities just now. Then, he turned his head, preparing to leave, but not forgetting to remind Zhang Ping. Go ahead, the city needs you. We'll take care of the wounded. It'll be hard work for you, Senior. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping felt reassured and quickly ran off. Chen Ming then gave an instruction to Liu Saishan that took her by surprise. Liu Saishan, you should return to the city with him. We'll manage things here. Although surprised, she quickly responded. Understood. Liu Saishan hurried after Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, wait a moment. At the southern gate of Pearl City, monsters were everywhere. A man engulfed in flames swiftly dealt with the monsters. Hemph. This disorganized group. He used the Immortal Chain Emperor technique, rapidly regenerating, his attacks continuously increasing. Bide utilized the real form cleaving technique, moving swiftly in a wolf-like shape. The supervisor was still in the recovery phase and needed full protection. A loud voice shouted a warning to Bide. Fall back. A fireball suddenly appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for the monsters that were gathering. Lai Xian stepped forward and shouted, Is that all you've got? How many more tricks do you have? If you're capable, then show me everything you've got. Xian Ming calmly stroked his beard. Initially, this poison was created by zombies, and it has the highest efficiency. But recently, have I unintentionally encountered a fire-wielding awakened one? Before Xian Ming could finish his sentence, Lai Xian angrily charged towards him. So you've really been underestimating me, huh? There's still my senior brother. Lai Xian punched Xian Ming hard in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. Lai Xian gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into his arm. It's time to end this, you bastard. The punch from Lai Xian made Xian Ming vomit blood. Lai Xian continued to punch him in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Explode. The blow shattered into pieces. Xian Ming collapsed on the ground, realizing that to defeat them, he had to capture the king first, then the monsters would stop. The monsters howled, drawing Lai Xian's attention. He wondered, what's going on? How are the zombies still moving? Xian Ming sat up and punched Lai Xian in the stomach, catching him off guard. What did you say? Poisonous zombies. Resurrection? You think you can kill me? Xian Ming used the toxin technique of the zombies, borrowing a body to revive, sacrificing his life to be controlled by the zombies in order to save himself, and yet, he came back to life. Lai Tim's heart pounded. Lai Xian clutched his chest, puzzled by Xian Ming's actions. What are you trying to do? Hearing this, Xian Ming burst into a loud laugh. You noticed so quickly? I injected the poison directly into your body. Once the poison spreads throughout your system, you will become my zombie. Footnote. Zombies are created using living human puppets, not the reanimated dead. Like Xian stared in disbelief. That can't be possible. He unleashed all of his power, activating the Crimson Emperor's immortal body at level 2, assuming the golden flame form. The temperature reached 1,000 degrees, his stamina increased, his strength surged, and his agility skyrocketed. Xiao Ming smiled wickedly. Want to burn yourself to get rid of the poison? Don't waste your effort. The zombies are already up. The poison that can burn is only the most basic kind. The poison I use to control the zombies is not just one kind, you know. As Lag Xian was surrounded, Bai Dai shouted in concern. Phoenix Tavern Master, the living beings with strong strength have been granted various kinds of poison by me. The immortal poison, the immortal living beings. Don't worry about me. Near the safe house number 3. What should be killed? Lag Xian was now surrounded by zombies, and how much longer could you hold on? Where is senior brother? Junior brother is stopping me. Lag Xian shouted angrily, I will never forgive you. Xiao Ming smiled wickedly, controlling the zombies from the side. It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you miss your Lag Xian so much, now that Lag Xian is hanging by a thread, you might as well go with him. He gritted his teeth and silently made a decision. Strike fast, win fast. Lag Xian, along with the giant zombie, struck hard at the opponent, the shockwave sending other zombies flying. The attack caused Lag Xian to scream in pain. He exerted all his strength, sending the giant zombie flying far away. After exhausting all his strength, Lag Xian struggled to maintain his footing, watching the poison slowly spread on his hand. Lag Xian sighed. This poison spreads quickly. 2 other zombies charged toward Lag Xian. It wasn't enough. He smoothly dodged them, lost in thought. Opening the Crimson Emperor's immortal body, the energy of the final form was still insufficient. If this continues, I will also turn into a zombie. Lag Xian gritted his teeth and looked behind him. If I lose this battle, the North Gate will be completely breached. A loud scream abruptly interrupted Lag Xian's train of thought. Could it be that heaven wants to destroy Pearl City? At this moment, Zhang Ping and Liu Saishan had arrived. According to the information from the barrier team, she was beside Zhang Ping, explaining the situation as he shouted in panic. The owner of the Beast King martial arts was already captured. Zhang Ping and Liu Saishan worked together to eliminate the zombies blocking their path, with the priority being to rescue the person. All right. Lag Xian, now lacking composure, asked, Who is that? As Liu Saishan cleared the zombies, she encouraged Lag Xian, Senior, hang in there. Look at the gaps in the zombies' defenses. Lag Xian quickly seized the opportunity. Lag Xian poured all his strength into his hand. He used all his might to perform the Beast Five Fists Tower Throw, delivering a powerful strike. At that moment, Zhang Ping had reached Lag Xian, who was seriously injured. Seeing this, Lag Xian said, Brother, you should retreat. It's dangerous here. Senior, you don't need to worry. I was well prepared when I came. Zhang Ping's eyes were full of determination. Let me treat your wounds first. But this wound of mine. Lag Xian hadn't finished his sentence when Zhang Ping immediately used a technique that took Lag Xian by surprise. Pure blood body, Zhang Ping said. Lag Xian looked at him in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Ping spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry, Senior. This is my healing method, and it's quite unusual. Lag Xian looked at the wound on his hand and sighed. It's not just about healing the external wound. Even my physical strength has fully recovered. My brother, you're truly impressive. It's a pity I can't cure the poison in the senior's body. At best, I can only control the spread of the toxin. Lag Xian clenched his fist and said, You can control the poison very well, and that's enough. He silently called for an appraisal in his mind, and then his entire body ignited with flames. Please give me a bit more time, my brother. I'll go deal with that being who's neither human nor demon. The appraisal notification came through. Appraisal successful. Proceeding to Feng. Lag Xian, human race. The Beast King martial arts faction. 3-star potential. Level 38 awakener. Crimson Emperor's immortality talent. The healing speed of wounds is increased by 200%. Able to control the spread of poison. Heartbeats trigger Crimson Emperor's flame blood, releasing terrifyingly high temperatures, simultaneously enhancing overall physical quality. When the body's temperature reaches 6 levels of toxicity, it can enter Yang flame form, boosting strength by 10 times and healing all abnormal conditions. Meanwhile, Crimson Emperor's flame evolves into Ocean True Flame. The demon with a sinister mouth said, "It's easy to talk like that, but the opponent is a fallen one. Be careful. Let's first assess the strength of the shop owner, then call for the mutant leader's appraiser to provoke him, and obediently become my living corpse." He responded, "Don't be foolish." Afterward, the appraiser's result came through. The subject, named Feng Xian, belongs to the human race and is affiliated with the Beast King martial arts faction. His potential is rated at 3 stars. He is a 38-level peak-level practitioner. His innate talent is the Immortal Red Fury, with a healing rate increase of 200%. He can control his heart rate and activate the Crimson Emperor's flame, unleashing a terrifyingly high temperature, while simultaneously enhancing his physical attributes. When his body temperature reaches 6 toxins, he can enter the Yang Flame form, increasing his power by 10 times and healing all abnormal conditions. Additionally, Crimson Emperor's flame ascension is the Ocean True Flame. Xian let out a cry and then gathered his strength to intensify the flames, raising the temperature. His stats shifted. Body temperature reached 3,000 degrees, vitality increased, strength surged, speed accelerated, and the flames blocked the mutants' approach. The mutants couldn't get near him. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the leader, shouting at the old man, catching him off guard. His flame erupted, attacking the man. On the other side, the demon-faced man spoke, "Senior, I've assessed it. This person's life is bound to the recently reanimated corpse. To kill him, you'll have to destroy the corpse as well." The leader laughed wickedly and said, "You can't kill me." The reanimated corpses lunged at them once again. Xian raised his temperature once more, pushing his body heat to 4,000 degrees, increasing his stamina, strength, and speed. He roared and ramped up the heat, creating a sea of flames that incinerated the corpses, but soon realized it wasn't enough. "Brothers, is there any way to quickly raise my temperature?" The demon-faced man, holding his head, said, "My flames can't reach the height of yours, Senior. I'm afraid I can't help." Suddenly, Xian shouted, "That's right, this might help." A dragon's form appeared, and the demon threw a few objects into Xian's hands. He said, "With such a good item, why didn't you bring out the Crimson Forged Serpent earlier?" The other man replied, "You didn't ask in the beginning." Xian swallowed the items, and the demon-faced man grinned, saying, "Well done. Now this is the true fire devourer." The power of Xian surged violently, and on this side, a freezing palm strike shattered a group into pieces. Shan asked when he saw the mutated beasts frozen, "What happened?" Unexpectedly, even while still alive, they were able to witness that form of the teen leader. Tu Bag gritted his teeth and said, "It seems like the battle is about to end." The immortal body of Chai Huang, the Yang Flame form, with a body temperature of 6,000, and all toxins have been healed. Seeing Xian like this, the demon-faced man sighed. Such a tyrannical form, this temperature is something even the fire devourer would have difficulty enduring. Xian said to him, "Brother, this extreme form puts a huge strain on my body. Please keep healing me. Leave everything else to me." He then ordered, "Everyone, retreat. Don't get caught in the crossfire." Upon hearing this, someone shouted urging them to run. Everyone heard that right. "Go back to the city first." The leader of the undead was surprised. How could this be? The poison I left in his body has already disappeared. He said, "All units, listen up. Have them capture him for me." On this side, Xian's body transformed, releasing streams of cold air. He exhaled a frigid breath, with the Beast King's aura, chaos spreading in the air. The freezing air swept forward, sending the zombies who were about to attack flying. The zombies struck by the blow screamed in pain, but the waves of ice attacks still hadn't stopped. After a while, the space finally returned to calm. He looked at the empty space in front of him and said, "These 20,000 living corpses are all turned to dust now." Shan sighed, "Such terrifying power. Among the people I know, his strength could at least rank in the top 3. Suddenly, a young man rushed over from behind and said, "Not good. The owners of the other 2 martial arts halls have betrayed us. Hexai men and Dong men have fallen." Upon hearing this, Xian was startled and asked, "What? Oh Dong Hai and Wu Ru Yu, why did they betray us?" Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, Pearl City has fallen, and this old man no longer needs to hold you back here." The old man rode off on a mutated elephant and said, "This time, you win, but I'll reserve a spot for you. Hopefully, next time we meet, you'll still be as heroic as you are today." The unthinkable happened, and the leader of the living corpses still wasn't dead. Like Xian, enraged, shouted, "Next time, I will definitely kill you." He then ordered his subordinates, "I'm Nefir. Everyone, head back to the city for reinforcements." He looked down and instructed his men, "Poison has already been cleared. You should go back too." He silently thought, "If I say it now, surely I won't melt, right?" The scene shifted to the city, where the monsters were gradually taking over. Those were mutated beasts. Run fast. Help from the defense organization. Hurry up. Zemin's figure stood high above, observing everything. "Just take your time and enjoy," he chuckled triumphantly. "This is exactly the kind of influence Pearl City has lost, our Jew family." Zemin asked the two subordinates behind him, "How is everything progressing?" Zijun stepped forward to report, "About a herd of mutated beasts has entered Pearl City, and they are now under our control." Zemin smiled deviously. "Very good. You all should direct the mutated beasts to attack the city lord as soon as possible." "The city lord? Are you joking? Chen Junting is at the city lord's place." Zijun added, "When the mutated beasts get close, the area will be affected by the blood of the Holy Mother in her body." Huang San continued, "That's right, even the natural order fox will become her servant. So how are we going to take her?" Zemin narrowed his eyes, analyzing. "What do you all understand? Chen Junting hasn't fully awakened yet. Her mind is like that of a child right now." He recalled Junting's condition at that time and said, "She will subconsciously and passively control all the mutated beasts around her." Now she is still playing with Prince Yu. If a large number of mutated beasts approach her, her abilities will go out of control due to overload. At that point, the city lord will fall into chaos, and that will be the opportunity for you to take Chen Junting away. Junting was being held in Prince's arms, nuzzling like a puppy. "Xiao Bai, stop licking. It tickles." She rubbed her eyes, and when Junting opened them, she saw a group of the prince's subordinates in front of her. She asked, "Where did the others go?" Suddenly, the soldiers in front of Junting appeared to glow white. Why were there so many Xiao Bai here all of a sudden? She turned to the prince, puzzled. "You look really strange. What exactly are you?" He remained silent, saying nothing. Inside, Junting continued to play with the mutated beasts, mistaking them for Xiao Bai. "You all are so cute." Outside, Jiming was peeking at the door, quietly observing. It was exactly as he had expected. He quietly hid behind the wall, whispering. The approach of a large number of mutated beasts had already started to drive her mad. Junting turned and walked down, gazing outside. Why are there so many Xiao Bai outside? The little white bubbles made Junting truly think there were a lot of her Xiao Bai. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Junting hugged her head in discomfort. "Xiao Bai, stop!" She jumped up in panic. "Don't, Xiao Bai, don't come here anymore!" Junting screamed. The scene shifted to another place. On some road, a little girl was crying and running to find her mother. "Mom, where are you, Mom?" Behind the little girl, a vicious mutated beast was chasing after her. Suddenly, the mother appeared, hands reaching out. Zhongping arrived in time to cover its mouth while Saishan took care of the girl. She ordered, "Get out of the way." "You." Zhongping pulled the wolf beast's mouth tightly. "You beasts, a big fire is raging to burn this mutated beast. Can't you stop running wild?" Immediately after, the girl's mother ran over. "New, are you okay?" The girl cried out and ran towards her mother. "Mom." She was deeply grateful to both of them. Thank you so much." Saishan reminded, "Let's go, quickly." Zhongping reported the situation. "Up ahead is a densely populated residential area. We can't let them advance further." She just gave a small nod, and Saishan transmitted the information over the radio to the team members. The cleanup squad activated on-site defense. Meanwhile, others organized the evacuation of civilians, as mutated beasts of all kinds, from bears to bats, filled the city. It's hard for me to defend against so many mutated beasts without destroying the building. Zhongping drew her sword, ready for action. She can only hold on to as much as she could, as long as it was enough to evacuate others. She moved quietly, like a white wolf. A pack of them howled behind her. Zhang Ping stayed alert. What was going on with these mutated beasts? From the other side, the radio crackled. "Captain, the mutated beasts over here have stopped moving." Saishan asked curiously, "What's going on?" Scene transition. Zimin stood in the temple, stunned to see Saintess Jun Ting using her powers to control the monsters. What is this? He suddenly understood. Could it be that she was slowly opening her eyes? A surge of power emanated from the holy temple, radiating the energy of the Saintess. Zimin and his men, sneaking around, suddenly heard news from outside. All the mutated beasts in our city have lost control. What? Zimin gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat. Damn it! Could it be that the blood of the Holy Mother inside the Saintess has completely awakened? This is bad. How could this 1% chance actually be triggered by her? Jun Ting leaped out, chasing after the white dots she thought were Xiaobai. There were real Xiaobai over there, and Zimin saw the situation was worsening. Damn it! He and his subordinates rushed after her. Quick, follow her! Suddenly, he lost his balance and stumbled. Zimin felt an overwhelming pressure and thought to himself, "This pressure." Zimin predicted that only mutated beasts of the king level could exert such an oppressive aura. From above, a pair of enormous eyes gazed down at them. He thought to himself, could it be that the Moon King has awakened? Zimin furrowed his brow in thought, remaining motionless. Could it be that Chen Junting had caused the Moon King to awaken early? As he stood there, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts, the sound of his subordinates approaching. "What are you doing here? What's going on?" Zimin remained still, unmoving. "Contact the others who snuck into Pearl City to capture Chen Junting. I still have some matters to take care of." They obeyed the command. Zimin watched the two figures disappear into the distance, and thought to himself, the awakening of the Moon King means that the Natural Order Fox has gained king-level combat power. If I reveal myself now, I'll definitely die. A large shadow appeared behind him, one that Zimin hadn't noticed. It would be safer to just wait and see what would happen. The scene shifted to the city, which had suffered immense damage. A group of people were training there, with a coach instructing them. The group worked in teams of 3 to eliminate the remaining zombies. They shouted loudly in unison. Uncle Liu asked Lai Xian, "How is the tavern owner's health now?" He patted his body a few times. "I'm fine. Zhang Ping has healed most of my wounds. I'm just a little tired. A short rest will do." Uncle Liu was still angry, standing next to a large pile of rocks, gritting his teeth. "Those treacherous bastards, they're worse than animals." Lai Xian placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Now that things have come to this, we can only quickly clear the zombies at the southern gate and then return to the city for reinforcements." Uncle Liu was deeply moved. "Tavern owner, there's smoke rising in the distance. This is no time for idle chatter." Lai Xian pointed at the ruined surroundings. "Look at the situation here. If we can save one more person, it'll be worth it." In the distance, 2 young men were pointing ahead. "Look over there. A group of awakened ones is coming from the north." The person next to him speculated, could it be reinforcements? Lai Xian ordered, "There's a group of people approaching ahead. Capture them for me. Not a single one should be allowed to enter the city." The 2 men were confused. The lead Yang faction? This is going to be trouble. Ru Yu followed the army, and they shouted loudly, their voices echoing clearly. Lai Xian gritted his teeth and glared at Ru Yu. "How dare you show your face here?" On the other side, things were no less intense, with a group of muscular and powerful individuals, all ready for battle, and even Uncle Liu had joined in. The west gate of the Lai Yang boxing gym had been left wide open, causing Pearl City to fall into chaos. "What did you say, you bastard?" The 2 sides stood facing each other, each team fully prepared for the fight. Uncle Liu shouted, "Master, why have you betrayed Pearl City?" He just smiled. Ru Yu's expression grew dangerous. "Master Feng, have you ever thought about changing your life?" Lai Xian couldn't grasp his intentions. "What do you mean?" Ru Yu pointed cunningly and said, "Look at this, Pearl City, this great city. Monsters attack, the citizens are fleeing, and those thousands of lights, while they shine, are fragile. Every year, hundreds of people die from mutated beast attacks. It seems we can only protect a third of this land. Have you ever considered what would happen if we tried our best to create a king among humans? What would that scene look like? He could create a better world. A king born in the same ancestor hall. Don't talk about this small pearl city, but even to the ends of the earth. Humanity would no longer be at the mercy of mutated beasts. Like Xian understood. So that's how it is. The students who lecture on the supremacy of human rights in our Rights Academy are your people. Ru Yujiang spread his arms proudly. That's right. But unfortunately, you've chased them all away. Haha, otherwise, you could have been one of us. He didn't waste time, his stance ready to become part of the group. Then wouldn't that mean the entire Pearl City should be buried along with them? Ru Yu's side exuded a fierce aura, claiming dominance, both sides evenly matched. Don't worry, this time we only want to take one important person so that the king of Holy Ancestor Village can be born. We won't completely wipe out Pearl City. Of course, if you just stand still and don't report to the city, then the other side won't bother talking or explaining. I won't lay a hand on you. But what if we ignore you? Ru Yu charged forward first, throwing a punch. Then there's only one way left, defeat you completely. In another scene, in the northern park forest of the city, Jun Ting was floating in midair. Below her, a pack of beasts revered her like a deity. Zhang Ping and Sai Shan witnessed the scene. Do you think that's Chen Jun Ting? Zhang Ping looked up at the sky as the strange beasts suddenly stopped their movements. Was it because of her? Identification. Tu Wen Ding, in a dazed state, murmured, just like Xiao Bai, you guys are really cute. The system displayed the successful identification information. Name, Shen Jun Ting. Race, human, fallen. Secret force. Potential, 12 stars. Level, high-level awakener. Rank, 20. Talent, blood of the Holy Mother. The blood within her body has the ability to influence all living beings. For living creatures, the potential for enhancement is enormous. All creatures will exhibit a tendency to be influenced and become fanatical believers. However, those who drink her blood will be unable to use this power, and will face misfortune again and again. The secret of the power of the shadow path, false Lahai, and the fall. Zhang Ping looked at Jun Ting in disbelief. Has she really become a fallen one? Sai Shan was equally shocked. What? How can this be? Suddenly, two figures appeared from afar, quickly hiding behind the bushes. Someone's coming. In the distance were two subordinates of Zi Min, who arrived one after the other, Zi Jun and Huang San. Huang San asked, what should we do now? Or should we head back for now? Zi Jun reiterated the plan. What nonsense are you talking about? Our mission is to bring this girl back to the Zhu family at all costs. Huang San hesitated. But you saw it on the way, didn't you? Behind the bushes, the two sisters are probably from the Zhu family. Huang San, now fearful, said, now there are zombies everywhere in Pearl City, and all our mutated beasts are under that girl's control. What's more, we haven't been able to contact those people. Worried, relying on just the two of us. There's no way we can complete this mission. Zijun, full of faith and not afraid of challenges, said, stop saying that. Even if we have to die, we'll risk everything. Suddenly, a voice was heard from somewhere. I didn't expect the Zhu family to be the type to do such dirty work behind the scenes, and to have such a damned group involved in it.